Okay, I know that I said I was gonna start this live at 6, and I changed it to 2:30 because um I didn't want to be too tired doing this live, and yeah, I didn't want to be too tired doing this live. Um, and this is my last day that I eat before I fast. I usually fast on Sundays and on my Sabbath, which is Monday. Monday is the Sabbath for me. And this is my last day that I eat before I fast. I usually fast on Sundays. Okay, so it looks like you can hear me and not my air conditioner. That's good. That's very good. I'm using this microphone that I'm using a microphone that my son got for me, the one who sings. It makes music. He got me a microphone. A microphone that my son got me, the one who sings. Okay. So, well, what happened was, yeah, my Sabbath is on Mondays, but I fast on Sunday and Monday. That means I don't do anything. Like I don't eat, I don't exercise, I don't like really do anything, even though I don't supposed to do anything. Sometimes I end up still doing a little bit, but it don't be too strenuous. Especially on my Sabbath day on Mondays. Like that day I try not to like really do anything. But I fast on Sundays and Mondays. I usually do my Chloe Ting. I do like her 10-minute intense workouts, which are really intense. And I sweat like a pig. After 10 minutes, I usually do like two 10-minute 2 10-minute sessions of Chloe Ting, and for the abs and the full body workout, right? And then in the evening before I go to bed or whatever time that is, but before I do that, or usually I only eat once a day now because I'm older and I'm old and my metabolism is not the way it used to be. And besides, with working online, and just sitting down in front of a computer all day and not moving. I'm used to moving. Like my other jobs, I've worked in the doctor's office and even at Trader Joe's. I was always moving. I wasn't just like in one spot, right? And so that kept me kind of like active. But with this sitting at home and working on a computer, even though it's not all day, it's only part time, but still it's just like I'm just sitting down for like 4 or 5 hours a day straight, and like that's just not good, right? I'm not moving around, I'm not active. So because of that, I used to only just do the Chloe Ting when I get up. That's like the first thing I do. I do two 10-minute intensive workouts by Chloe Ting. I do that before I even wash my face, whatever. That's the first thing I do. When I get up in the morning, I stretch like while I'm sitting in the bed, laid down, I stretch and I yawn real loud, like almost like a roar or a scream, like a lioness. And that kind of like I feel really good after that. After that nice stretch and yawn while I'm on my back and just stretch my legs, my arms, and yawn like real loud. Yeah, that feels really good. And then I'll get up and just do like maybe like 2 or 3 minute stretches, my leg stretches, and then I'll do the Chloe Ting workout. I do that first thing in the morning. And then after the Chloe Ting workout, after I done bust them sweats, boy, I tell you, because I be busting them sweats, right? Then after that, then I go like take my shower, wash my face, and do all of that stuff, right? So, but then since I started working at home and I'm not like really moving around, so I do the 20 minutes of her now when I get up, and then I eat like I get my little 30-minute lunch break. I only eat once a day. So I eat, you know, during my lunch break, and that's the only time that I eat, and then I have to go back to work and I'm still sitting down. So usually like after 4 or 5 hours. I usually like to wait till like 5 hours after I done ate. Then I'll do another 20-minute routine. And I found the Kiat Judai. That's like really good. Plus, I like it. It's just fun. So I'll do the Kiat Judai and in 20 minutes of that workout, like 4 or 5 hours after I eat, just to get the metabolism going so the food can get through my system, you know. But I've also, well, I don't really want to talk about that, but I did go to South Korea, and I can't wait to go back next year. That's all I'm gonna say. I can't wait. Hey, Healing Arts. Hey, Strong and Humble. I'm glad y'all made it. But I can't wait. I can't wait to go back to South Korea again. I'm going back again next year. And I thought about maybe going there for a year and teaching English as a foreign language, but I'm not sure yet, because I mean I like visiting there. I don't know about like living there for an hour for a year. But I'm not sure. I would really like to go to Vietnam. If I could go to Vietnam and stay there for a year, I'd be happy doing that. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but you know, I'm working on it. And then I finally got my articles of incorporation amended. So I had to do that because now it's in the process of, my ministry is in the process of waiting on the 501c3 certification, so I can you know, the donations can be tax deductible. So that's all I'm waiting for now. So yeah, and that's just, I'm just excited about that. But I had to get those articles amended because I want to make sure that, you know, as an ordained minister, which I am, I want to be able to legally ordain others, you know, into the ministry, to be a minister or a pastor. I'll have the legal right to do that. And with this ministry, I'm looking to ordain more women. I want to ordain, like I can ordain anyone, but I want, my goal is to have more women ordained in the ministry. And of course they have to you know, be like-minded in the ministry, you know. And the purpose of the ministry, the vision of the ministry, is to restore our mother God back on her throne. Mother God worship, that is the mission, right? And of course I'm going to do outreach. I wanted to do outreach for little I don't want to say black girls, because but mainly American Negro girls. I wanted to do um outreach to them so they can learn the things that my sons do: coding, programming computers, programming robots, and things like that. I posted on my community about a young lady who's the youngest to get accepted into medical school. She is an American Negro. I think she's like 13 years old, you know. And her mother, you know, did right. Her mother did right. So she's the first youngest person to be accepted into medical school, right, in this country. So and I'm proud of her. I'm very proud of her. I posted that on my community board, so go take a look at that. And yeah, but she said she did try the computer science stuff, but she wasn't into that. And I'm not mad at her. She liked her biology, and I'm like, you go girl, you know, cause shit, NASA even needs biologists. They need like environmental scientists, biologists, scientists, all types of scientists. It's not just, you know, computer science that they need, you know what I'm saying? So, like, who knows? Maybe she could be an astronaut and be one of the people going to Mars, you know, with, you know, and one of the youngest people at that. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But I'm proud of her. But I do want to start an outreach program for young Black American Negro girls, so they can specifically for them, so you know they don't have to live in poverty, right? Um, and there's, so they can know that there's more to life than just being a Beyonce or a Nicki Minaj, right? So I'll be working on that. But I also thought of maybe having an outreach for American women, Negro women who, like, I've seen a lot of the people who've been homicided. A lot of these American Negro women were had what you call those things, order of protections or protection orders against their abusers, and they were still being murked by their abusers. And this even happened right here in Manhattan, like a few weeks ago. There was a young lady. She's not an American Negro, but even the person who was her baby's father, he's not American Negro, but he's just black. I believe he's like Nicaraguan or Honduran or something like that, but he's black. And he homicided her. She was in a domestic violence shelter, and she went to go meet him, and he homicided her. She had her baby with her and everything. Like, that was just so sad. I'm glad they got him, but that was just so sad. But that's one thing that I wanted to do an outreach for. But I know from volunteering in the domestic violence facilities, I know that it's if you are a resident of a domestic violence facility, you cannot tell your abuser where you're located, because not only that puts you at risk, but it puts the other women that's also hiding at risk. Because as you see, these Negro males, they don't care. They'll homicide you and they'll homicide your friend for helping you. I mean, just don't take my word for it. Just Google that shit, right? It's out there. It's been a lot of sacrifices made since I did my last live, to be totally honest, right? So I know here in New York, that's where I volunteered at. I don't know about other states, right? I just know here in New York that if you're a resident in a domestic violence facility, that it's a felony for you to even let this person know where you are, and it's also a felony to even go and meet that person. Like, she wasn't supposed to do that. She wasn't supposed to. And if she didn't get homicided, she would have had a felony charge, just if they would have found out that she met him somewhere, her abuser somewhere. But she was homicided, so. But it's just sad. I know, just, and I volunteered. I got involved. um I believe his name was Charles Hines. He used to be the district attorney for Brooklyn. He was the district attorney there, I think, for like 30 years. He was an old man, right? He was an old man when I started volunteering, but I became involved because I had went to like some conference, like it was for like women of color empowerment, some type of thing conference. And it was a lot of things going on in that conference. And what I didn't know was that a lot of like women were like being abused like that, like seriously. And he had started the Family Justice Center, which is in the district attorney building that they built downtown Brooklyn by the courthouses. And then all the other boroughs followed suit after he started that. It was called the Family Justice Center, and he started that for women who were in domestic violence situations. Now, I don't know how it worked anywhere else, but I know here in New York, before it became a serious issue, if a woman calls about a domestic violence situation, nothing would really happen. Police would probably talk to the abuser, whether he was a husband or just a living boyfriend or something like that, you know and that was it, right? And then next thing you know, the woman get homicided. So ever since he started that program, the domestic violence at the Family Justice Center, everything changed. Like, when you call about a domestic violence case or anything like that, it's not like they're gonna walk away. They're like, you can press charges. They would tell the guy to leave. They would make you safe. There's like channels that will make you safe. You get the order of protection. Police will sign it for you. They got to go see the judge, and you don't have to go and see you don't even have to appear in court here in New York City when you're filing against an abuser. When you're filing a charge against an abuser, the police will show up for you. You don't even have to show up. And the other person, the abuser, have to show up. And even if they don't show up, you get that order of protection. But you have to like stay away from that person. And it just brings, and one thing that I admired about that district attorney, he passed away now some years, but this was like uh back in 2007 or 2006 when I was volunteering. He um he said the reason why his story struck me. He said the reason why he started that was because his own mother was abused by his father, who was a drunk. And even though his father worked, he said his father would abuse his mother so bad, and he remembered this, and she would always go to the police asking for help, and she would bring him with her, so he would witness all of this. He would be there to witness, like, yeah, my dad is, and you got to think this was because this dude was already old. This was like in the 1950s, you know what I'm saying, when he was little, and he was like, the police would be like, they wouldn't do anything. They would send his mama back home just to get beat up again. And he said that was what had inspired him to do something to help women. So ever since then, it's been a lot better, and all the other boroughs follow suit because he was the first one to have it in his borough, Brooklyn. That's where I was born and bred at, in Brooklyn. So yeah, and yeah, it's just a wonderful, it's like a safe haven. And that girl being in a domestic violence shelter, she shouldn't have never met with this dude. Like, even if he didn't homicide her, he could have followed her to where she was at. And then not only did she put herself at risk, but she could have put the other women at risk. It's just sad. But I've noticed that a lot of Black or American Negro women who've been homicided would have order of protections against these abusers, and they will go on. They would think that that's the only thing that they need, and they will go on about their life. You can't do that. Like, I know from working or volunteering in this environment that, like, you literally have to get away, right? Like, you literally have to get away. Like, it's not just enough to get an order of protection, right? That's not just enough. You can't go back to the same house where he know where you live. You can't go back to the same job where he know where you work. You can't do that. Like, you can't do that. Like, when you get that order of protection, that's just the first step. You just got to forget everything that you've known and uproot yourself, and you got to, like, get the fuck out of Dodge, like, literally. Excuse the expression, but that's what have to happen. Like, if you got to move way across the other side of the country, that's what you have to do. If you have to leave the country, that's what you have to do. Because these Negro males, they not playing. They are not playing. Like, they're taking you out, they're taking those babies out, and they taking themselves out. They're not playing. They are not playing. They have nothing to lose. They do not care. I'm telling you, they do not care. So you just getting an order of protection and then going back to where you live and going back to your job like everything is all right, that just angers them more. And they know where to find you. They know where to find you, and they will come after you. And then they would off themselves, if they don't have enough balls to do that. After they done homicided you and your baby, they don't care about going to jail. They can just be somebody's bitch. They don't care. They don't care. They really don't care. And nobody, well, especially the jails they go to, because there's nothing but them in there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody none of them inmates really care that they off their mother or they baby mother or they kids. They don't care about that. They don't care about that, you know. So another but okay. But I want to do an outreach program where I can probably collect money as a fund for a benevolence program. And I'll be able to do that. All the donations, of course, will be a tax write-off to anybody who decides to donate. And what I want to do with this is like really help uh you know, ADOS women, American Negro women. I really want to help them to escape, you know, like for real, escape a domestic violence situation with their children, with themselves, whoever they got to uproot, because, you know, it takes money to do that, right? It takes money to even be able to go like 10 states away and and um and go to a domestic violence shelter. And that's what I want to help them do. I want to help them leave the state that they're in so they can go to another state and go into a domestic violence shelter where that, you know, G. Floyd will not be able to find them, you know. That's what I want to do, because a lot of these women who are being homicided, and it's like their families know, like, yeah, I told her to stay away from him, but it's not enough. Like if you don't have any way out, it's like, you know, I get upset with these people. You know, they're on here talking about, you know, you got to leave Blackistan, you got to leave. It's not easy to just pick up and go anywhere, especially if you have children, right? If you were by yourself, it may be a little bit easier, but if you have children, it's not easy to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to uproot them from school. You have to leave your job. You have to do a whole lot of things just to make yourself safe. If like you're serious about your safety, if you're serious about your safety and your child's safety, then you would leave. Unlike the girl, I think was in Pennsylvania. I think our Duchess had posted a whole video of the camera. This girl, you know, she was paying rent, living somewhere. I don't remember if it was Detroit, Chicago. I don't know, but she's not even from that state. She wasn't even from there. She had moved there. The dude moved in with her. She paying all these bills, and he threatened to homicide her. Showed the gun. She called police, told police he threatened to homicide her. Police knew he had a gun and left her there to get homicided. I think he homicided her and the baby. You know what I'm saying? And then he ran. He homicided her and the baby, didn't have the balls to kill himself, then he ran. You know, but her whole thing was, when police came, her whole thing was she wasn't going anywhere. She wanted him to leave, blah, 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 blah. Even his father told his son to call police on the girl. Boy, I tell you, listen, like I said, some people are just going to be sacrificed. But for any women that, you know, who are serious, and it's a benevolence program. So through the benevolence program, my ministry and the board of directors of my ministry will decide who will, you know, get the benevolence fund. And we will require, you know, all types of not ID, but we will require like background, like a history, and it would have to be a person who has an order of protection, number one, and who's ready to get the fuck up out of Dodge. That's it. Not trying to linger along with a dude and give him a chance and think everything is sweet, that he's not going to do anything to you, because sweetheart, he's I mean, he's just waiting for the right moment. That's it. That's it. And a lot of times he ain't even waiting for the right moment. He makes that right moment to do it. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, I want to do an outreach program for American Negro women who need to get out of a situation, because it's like I said, it's like these people be on here talking about get out of Blackistan. You like you have women on here who's been murdered, and their own mothers and brothers and fathers say, yeah, I told her not to mess with him. And yeah, but you told her to leave this dude alone, that he wasn't no good. Why didn't you help to relocate her somewhere where she would be safe away from him? Because all he was doing was just harassing her. He knew where she was at. She wasn't safe at your house. She wasn't safe at the father house. She wasn't safe at the brother house, at the auntie house, at the friend house, because he know where everybody at. Why not help her relocate, leave the country, get her a passport, go leave the country? Why not help her do that? Because like I said, American Negroes ain't shit. Like I said, even my own fucking family, my American Negro side of the family ain't shit. They not shit. And I know I can't be the only fucking one. I know I can't be the only one. I know I can't be the only fucking one. I just know it. My immigrant side of the family, they all gone. The last one was my father. They all gone. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't have no family as far as I'm concerned. But I know I can't be the only one with American family that's black that ain't shit. I know I'm not the only one, because I see these people coming on here to me, yeah, I told her to stay away from it. But you not shit, because you ain't try to do nothing to help her and her babies. Boy, I tell you, your cousin or your auntie or your uncle in Florida couldn't give you a place to stay because they knew that this nigga in Michigan was beating your fucking ass. But any of your family in Florida, or any of your family in California, or any of your family in Georgia offer you a place to stay? Nope. They damn sure didn't. They damn sure didn't. They damn sure didn't. And like last year, when I was kind of worried when the Karen fired me from my job at Trader Joe's, and I was like, how the hell am I going to get up out of here? I can't depend on my American side of the family. And like I said, they've been here since the 1700s and they still not fucking shit. I can't depend on none of them. Like, what am I going to do if I can't even depend on none of them? Like, what am I going to do? So I had to depend on my immigrant status. That's what I had to do. I had to depend on my immigrant status. And that's what I did. I depended on my immigrant status because my last name is an immigrant name, because I have my father's name because my parents were married, right? So I was like born in wedlock. I think I told y'all that story about the shotgun wedding, and that my grandfather married my parents and gave them an apartment to live in. You know what I'm saying? And that was my American grandfather. But all the Americans that was like him, they don't exist anymore. They're gone like he is. All we got are the baby boomers, who are the ungrateful people, like my mother and her brothers and sisters, the ungrateful baby boomers, and then the Generation Xers like myself. A lot of them, during the crack era, they turned crackhead and had crack babies. So even a lot of the generation Xers were like screwed. A lot of them were fucking crackheads and had crack babies. That's who your millennials are in your black community. All the millennials are crack babies, and all of your Gen Zers are the babies of the crack babies. Like, this is just in the black community, not not white people. You know what I'm saying? And they not. Boy, I tell you. But I know I can't be the only one. I know I can't be the only one with an American family that ain't shit. A black American family that ain't shit, right? I know I can't be the only one. But that's what I hope to do. I don't know how well that's going to go, but I'm going to go ahead and do a benevolence. So just know that, like, donations that you, any money donations that you give, it's a tax write-off. It'll be a tax write-off at 60%. I'll just have to give you at the end of the year for tax purposes, IRS purposes, that little form that the IRS require. I will more than, I have to give that to you, right? If you donate, it don't matter how much you donate. If you donated 25 cents, I will still have to give that to you. You understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. But and still your 25 cents is a tax write-off. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I hope to do. But I'm only going to do that for women who are serious about getting out of that situation of a domestic violence situation. For other women who's not in a domestic violence situation and are trying to escape Blackistan, and people are telling you that you have to escape Blackistan, I know that you're not going to be able to do it because your family ain't shit. Because like I said, I know mine ain't the only one. So I know your family ain't shit, right? And like, nobody is gonna let you in their neighborhood. And I got proof to show y'all that, right? Today I got proof to show y'all nobody's fitting to let y'all in their neighborhood. Like, you see what's happening now. You see what's happening now. They getting rid of all the black women Section 8 people. That's who they're getting rid of. Not white people who have Section 8, because you better believe they got Section 8. Okay. As a matter of fact, like in the South, they get Section 8 and they can buy trailer homes with that shit. So while y'all laughing and calling these people trailer trash and white trash, they doing better than you. Like, for real, they doing better than you. Like, for real. They got more money in the bank than you. They not struggling. They not struggling. They laid back. That's right, in a trailer that they got with their Section 8. Okay. All right. So, but those are not the people who are being put out of their homes with Section 8. Is black women. Is black American women that's being put out of their homes. American black women, American Negro women that are being put out of their homes with fucking Section 8. Young and old, it don't matter. I saw a old lady, she was like 70 something years old, and had her son. I think she said, I think they say he had like some type of brain issue, like a brain tumor or something like that. So her son lives there, and if he do got a brain tumor, he should be collecting SSI or SSDI, but she said that she had to go to work because she wasn't going to be able to afford her apartment. Her rent was going up. I think she was already paying like $800 a month for it, and this was in Ohio. And this lady was old. She was like 72 years old. Even though she looked good for her age, she looked really good for 72. But goddamn, she shouldn't be going to work at no fucking 72 years old. She should not have to do that. She should not have to do that. And while y'all over here laughing and making fun of these Karens and these trailer trash, like, they doing better than y'all. Like, for real, they doing. I don't care how much education you got. I don't care how much money you making on your job. They doing better than you because they don't have to fucking work hard. They don't got to struggle. They don't have to struggle. They don't have to work hard and work hard and bust their ass. They don't have to do that. But I'm going to get into that. I'm going to get into that. And again, if you didn't see that movie, The Banker, go and see that movie, The Banker. Because everything that happened, that was a movie with Samuel L. Jackson. Everything that happened in that movie was true. So I got up here posted Black Women's March 2022 for I think it was Black Femicide. So I found this post on a community board from another YouTuber, right? And she's been doing this for like years. I remember her, Miss Deborah Cooper. This is where I got that from. I got that from her. She's been doing this for years. But she's been doing it for years now. I think maybe 25 years. So and that's Deborah Cooper. I think she's on Facebook and YouTube. I'm connected with her on both Facebook and YouTube. So I got this actually from her community page. It's the Black Women's March by Black Femicide, August 27, 2002, from 9 to 2 a.m. I don't know if it's going to be, let me see. I don't know if this is going to be online or if it's going to actually be in Washington, because it says here location is Washington Monument, and it has the address and the map, and it says about this event, Black Women March 2022, Stand Up and Glow. We march for the liberation of Black women and girls. We march to bring awareness to issues that Black women and girls face uniquely and disproportionately. We march to honor Black women and girls and to discuss our plan of action on our future in this country that directly ties to our liberation. Join us. For more information, including route and transit information, please visit us here. And I'm about to put this link in the chat. I'm doing this right now. I'm going to put this link in the chat so you can visit it on your own. And I just want to say again about this, that this is America and this is a very political country. And I'm not only speaking from what I've learned from Yvette Carnell, but I'm speaking from experience, right? Like I told y'all, my father's side of the family are immigrants, and they used to have Black Solidarity Month every Monday, because election day is Tuesday, so we always had it that Monday before election day on Tuesday. And every Black Solidarity Day, all the immigrant Black people would come together and discuss who they was going to vote for, which candidate told them that they was going to get such and such XYZ, blah, 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 who they was going to vote for and everything. And there was never any Black Americans in there. Never. And now that same area that I'm talking about in central Brooklyn, it's mostly Black immigrant. And not only is it populated by Black immigrants, but all of their local politicians now are like first, second, and third generation immigrant. Mainly first generation immigrant. Okay. But y'all listen to people who tell y'all not to vote, and I just think that's just the stupidest thing ever. Y'all listen to people telling y'all not to vote and stupid ass chants to my no tangible, no vote, no tangible, no vote. Like, boy, I tell you. But y'all, I'm just saying that to say that you have to be specific about which Black women you're talking about, because I know women from my father's country, they come over here, those people stick together. Women from the Caribbean islands, they come over here, they're protected, they stick together. Women from Africa, they come over here, they're protected, they stick together, right? The only ones who don't stick together are the ones you see being homicided like every 5.5 hours. And those are American Negro women, right? American Negro women homicided all day, every fucking day, right? And I mean, compared to what's been going on since my last live, I'm thinking it's probably more than every 5.5 hours. What is it like now? Every 2 minutes? I swear, I don't mean to laugh, but it seems like it. It seems like every fucking 2 minutes I see some shit either from Black Girl Lost or Leah Gordon or just the regular news, NBC, CBS, Texas. Oh my God. It's like all on my fucking goddamn YouTube timeline. Oh my God. It's crazy. So I'm like, it gotta be more than 5.5 hours now. But I don't know. But y'all have to get a political education. Now, I don't have a degree in political science like Yvette Carnell does, and Antonio Moore actually has a law degree. It doesn't matter that he has what kind of law degree he has. He has a fucking law degree, and he had to go to fucking law school to get that shit. Okay, because I remember I heard somebody tell me, well, he got this kind of law degree. It don't fucking matter. That man went to school for that law degree, and he made sacrifices to get that shit because, like he said, both his parents were like 16 when they had him, and they were broke. Okay, so it don't even matter. But I don't have a political degree, and the only political education I do have is literally from Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, because I did take a fucking political science class in college. I think it was on government, and I failed that shit. Okay, I think I got like a C fucking minus. Yeah, to me that's like failing. You know what I'm saying? Anything 75 and below, for me, because I'm usually like average. I'm average like 80, 85. And I usually do that without even trying. If I bust my ass, I can pull off an A, right? But if I'm just doing the damn thing, I'm like average. I'm like 80, 85, right? But shit, anything for me, because I was born and bred in New York and it's very competitive here, anything lower than 75 and below, that's like failing. So yeah, I failed that shit. I got like a C minus in fucking political. I think it was government 101. I hated that fucking course. I don't know if I hated it or it was the book that I had to read or it was the fucking person that was teaching it. But I didn't learn anything from it. I learned everything through the experience that I had when I was younger, during Black Solidarity Day and participating in the political process, like Yvette Carnell says to do. That much I knew from experience. But in terms of like how the laws work and shit like that, I really wasn't like hip to it until I listened to her and Antonio Moore, and yeah, everything they said, is the truth. Like they even made a movie about it called The Banker. That's just one of the aspects of the things they speak about. They made a movie about it. It's called The Banker, right? And yeah, like you have to get a political education from her. So for them to just say, and I'm not like knocking this march or anything, but I'm just saying that it's just like the energy put on this. I don't know how how uh how much it will uh be able to progress for American Black women, because they are really the ones who are in trouble. Every other Black immigrant, such as myself, even though I am just first generation on my father's side, I would still be considered, fuck, I would still be considered that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But even like you have to, Yvette Carnell says it all the time, and Antonio Moore, you have to be specific. You have to be specific. You have to be specific. You can't just say Black, right? Because anybody in this country, right? Like, first of all, they got people here replacing y'all. They got people here replacing y'all, right? They got Africans coming over here replacing y'all. They got Caribbean people coming over here replacing y'all. Like, look at Nicki Minaj. She's, I think Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, she may have been born here, but again, she's first generation. You understand what I'm saying? And she don't even raise the American flag. You understand what I'm saying? She raises her mother's flag, which is Trinidad and Tobago. You know what I'm saying? Like, she went off on an American actor for using the name Juve, for liquor. She said that was insulting to her people, and her people were not American people; they were Trinidadian and Tobago. Okay, so you got her. Then you got some YouTube people who are not American Negro. They're also either first generation or they're just immigrant. And I'm not going to tell y'all who that is, but I know. And it's some in the women section. In the women's section, you have women here. Like I said, people come on here and they just say any fucking thing, right? They just say any fucking thing. But you have women coming on here and they don't have the same legacy that you do as an American Negro woman, like, who's people been here since the 1700s, like my mama and them. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have they're not. And these are people that y'all are listening to. These are people that y'all are listening to that don't even share your legacy. Put it like that. They don't share your legacy. They don't share your legacy. And these are people here that you're listening to, who you're calling the first this, or who you're saying you don't like because they're too sour or whatever. They don't share your legacy. But something, like, you can easily, like, I see, like, making money off of black dysfunction. Everybody does that. It's like, when you're the permanent bottom class, I guess you can't see that. It's like, oh my goodness, boy. I don't want to start with the political thing, but there's a lot of these YouTubers on here who are not even American Negro women. Okay, they are either first generation or they're just not from this country, period. They just came on here to make a buck because they know that you spend the most money, right? Like, they made a news article about it. Black males are coursing you, and the black community is black American Negro women. That's who the black community is. And they did a news report saying that black males are costing you $50 million a year. So somebody is trying to get a piece of that before you throw it away on these black males, right? Somebody trying to get a piece of that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not even going to go there because that's the political stuff. All I'm going to say is, when you donate to my ministry, it will be tax deductible. So I'm not like on here begging because I need to make a living to pay my rent and pay my bills, like a lot of people are on here doing, and don't even share your legacy. Don't even share your legacy. Don't even share. It's like I told y'all, the sisterhood don't exist. It don't exist. It don't exist. Because you can't uproot yourself from here and then go to, like, South Korea and be like, yeah, I'm a part of the sisterhood. You get what I'm saying? You can't uproot yourself from here and go to another Blackistan country where it's ran by black people and be like, we sisters, this is sisterhood. It don't work like that, y'all. It don't work like that. There's no such thing. The only sisterhood is the sisterhood of Satan and counterfeit spirits. That's it. That's it. There is no sisterhood. You either a goddess or you're food for the gods. Basically. Basically, there is no sisterhood. There is none. But again, this Black Women's March, I don't know what it's asking for. Like I said, I don't know if the energy is going to be used to make any progress, because it's not really being specific on who needs to be a protected class, basically. And the way I see it, it's American Negro females, you know, because I can always use my immigrant status to get over. And I do. I use it all the time. I don't leave home without that passport. I don't leave home without it. You know what I'm saying? And white people will be the first ones to tell you that immigrants built this country. You know, they passed way over slavery. They be like, immigrants built this country. But let me move right along, because I'm here to talk about today white people and white lives matter, y'all. Roe versus Wade and white lives matter. And for anybody, like, people are telling y'all that you got to leave Blackistan, I'm telling you, these people are not going to let you into their neighborhoods. And you know what? I'm gonna put these links in the chat box, and when y'all get a chance, I want y'all to look. I want y'all to look at these videos. Two are from the 1950s. One is just recently from 1976, so that one ain't even 50 years old yet, right? The one that's recently, that's not even 50 years old yet, I'm gonna show a part, and I want to play this particular part, whereas the white man says, when he talks about white flight, and how yeah, okay, I'm putting this in the chat. This is one video. And this, I had a bust out laughing. I was eating when I was watching that shit. I done spit my food out on the goddamn keyboard where he said that shit. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but man, it is what it is. And all of these millennials who are mostly crap babies, and the Generation Z who are mostly babies of the crap babies, you know, they swearing up and down we living in a post-racial society, you know, and that's probably why it's so easy for them to be like, yeah, go get a white man, go get a white man. Child, them people don't want you. And like I said before, if anybody married to a white person, 9 times out of 10 they not white, they Jewish, because white people don't Jewish people don't consider themselves white, but they'll let you think it. They're not good, because you won't know any better. You're a Negro, right? You won't know any better. They'll let you think that they're white. You know, they could be passing for white in their life, you know, and they'll let you think that they're white. They'll let you think that shit. They're not gonna come out and tell you, you know, yeah, I'm Jewish, especially if it's a man. Because you, like I said before, you got to ask a Jew what makes him a Jew. What makes him a Jew is his mother. Okay, like that rapper dude y'all like, the biracial one. What's his name? Drake, right? Y'all like Drake. He's Jewish, and he's Jewish because his mother is Jewish. But if he was to marry if he was to marry with a Gentile or a non-Jewish person, even a white person, you know what I'm saying? And copulate with that person and have babies, them babies would not be considered Jewish. They'd be white or whatever, biracial. I don't know. But they won't be Jewish. That I know for a fact. Right? So I put these two links in here. These are from the 1950s, right? Let me make sure I didn't put in the same link. Yeah. Okay. One is from a channel that I'm subscribed to called Real Black. It's from the 1950s, and you got to watch these. And they mostly show white women in that video, where white women was like they were like yeah, they was giving the rundown of why they didn't want no black people in their neighborhood. And when I listened to them talk in the 50s, and then when I listened to them talk in the 70s, like nothing changed. Nothing even changed from the banker. And that, I think that took place like in the 30s, in the 1920s, maybe 1920s. Okay, man, I tell you, look, I know I did. If you look at my last live, I did like about why Roe versus Wade was not for black women and that it was for white people. Because when I showed y'all the census, and I think I put the links in those chats too. When I showed y'all the census for that, it showed that they were saying that interracial people, or people who consider themselves biracial, or more than one race, triracial, or whatever, that those people population grew at 295% in the last 10 years from the last census. And I think the last census 2010, it was only 30 something percent. It was only like 30 something percent. So yeah, they're worried about that. Like I said, go back to the last video if you missed that one. Like I said, these people are worried about that, you know. So they even said this in their census. They didn't say they was worried, but they just showed you the numbers to let you know that they were worried about that. While the white population, it didn't. And on the census, y'all, I don't believe that Jewish people put that they're white. I do believe that they do acknowledge that they're Jewish. And that's because you don't have to put your name, you don't have to put your you don't have to put any personal information about you except for your address. This is how they know which neighborhoods are predominantly black, which neighborhoods are predominantly white, and which neighborhoods are predominantly Jewish. You understand what I'm saying? So on the census, that's all you have to put is your address. And even if you have people in your house living with you that's not family, you still have to write them down. You have to write them down on the census. And I do believe, you know, shoot, like if you Google, you can Google where all the Jewish neighborhoods are at in this country, right? Like that'll come up on a Google search. So I'm sure that they are acknowledging that they are Jewish on the census, but they won't tell you that they're Jewish. They won't tell a Negro that they're Jewish. They won't say that because the Negro will automatically assume that they're just white. And like I said, Jewish people don't consider themselves white. You don't take my word for it. Please go and ask a Jew. Okay, don't take my word for it. They don't consider themselves white. But they'll let you think that. They'll have fun with it too. They'll let you think that they're white, and you know, and yeah, but they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you. So it showed that 275% of the people were biracial. The white population only grew like by 1 or 2%. I don't remember, but the numbers were very fucking small. So I'm sure they wasn't counting Jewish people in this, right? When they was talking about the growth of the white population being stagnant. Like they had no numbers. Like it was small, y'all. Like please go back and look at the Roe versus Wade with the thumbnail with the snakes on it, right? because that was actually a Confederate flag. I didn't want to show the real Confederate flag, because I could have got a hate strike or whatever. But that was the how would I say, not the real Confederate flag, but the one that's the consensus of the Confederacy. That's the one that they voted for, is the one that you see in the South all the time, right? And it kind of copied off of the British flag, so to speak. But they had several. Each state had their own confederacy, and the one that I have in the thumbnail with the three snakes, I think that was North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. Just go back in that video and you'll see. But I had those statistics up there with the white population and how it has not increased, and how the biracial population had increased. And I also mentioned in the Time magazine about how they were like, well, you know, um, this is going to be the face of America in 2050. And then they showed the beautiful biracial girl with the sandy blonde hair and the gray eyes and the very, very uh, pasty, light skin. She wasn't white, but she wasn't so black either. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah, so they boy, I tell you, they were nervous. They were nervous. They were very nervous when they saw those statistics. And in the interracial part, where I showed that let me see, interracially, I think I now this was from a dating website that said let me see. Let me take this off because I still have it. Let me get that one. Um, Marriage stats by age and race. Okay, the statistics that I got about white people not growing and everything, that was from the U.S. government census, right? When they said 295%, and I put the links in there too in the last video. But this one here is marriage statistics. Okay, there it is. Let me take this off. Okay, let me take that off, right? So this one here about the marriage statistics, this is where I found that a lot of the people who were mostly interracially dating were Asians and Latinos, right? Asians and Latinos. And I know when y'all think of Latino, y'all probably think of white skin, but like I said, my father is from a Latin American country. Him, his mother, his father, his sisters, because he didn't have any brothers, right? And my father was blacker than a million midnights. And you would never even know. You would probably just think that, he was African or Negro American, because I remember back then, like, American Negroes were like really dark. I don't know what happened to them, but anyway, um, you wouldn't know until he opened up his mouth and heard his accent. You understand what I'm saying? So they say Latinos. I know that y'all mostly think of white skin, but there are black and brown skin Latinos here in this country, and there's a lot of them. There's some that live in my building, in East Harlem, from like Central America, like Honduras and places like that, Nicaragua. you know, places like that. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, you know. But it's said that a lot of the interracial marriages were, I'm gonna put this link in the chat again. I did in the last video, but I'm gonna do it again. It said a lot of the marriages were coming from I'm trying to, sorry y'all, a lot of the interracial marriages were coming from Latinos and Asians. And I was surprised when I saw the numbers of the Asians. Like, it was a lot. Like, let me see. Let me find that part. It was a lot. And then within the so-called Black community, Black men dated out more at 12% or 24%. I'm sorry, 24% than American Negro women. Why can't I get this? Okay. I think this thing be slowing up my damn computer. I don't like this stream, y'all. I think I'm gonna switch to Zoom. But I think it'd be, I don't like this. I don't really want to pay for it if it's like trash like this. I'd rather pay for Zoom, but I got stock in Zoom anyway. So yeah, them stocks went down. Okay. So okay. So let me go here. So let me see if I can find it now. The it said that and I was surprised. And then it said 50% of American adults are single. So don't go out there rushing. Like, people tell you you gotta have a man. I think you should um love yourself first. Love yourself. Like, you know, I had to say that before. Single doesn't mean desperate. Single means choices, you know, and I'm just choosing myself. Like, for real, for real. There's nothing wrong with that. It is nothing wrong with that. And as a matter of fact, Ocean of Daughters, she did a really good live. So that one is in, I think it was called Desperation and Divestment. That was a really good live. She you know, she's evolving, right? And a lot of things she said was, you know, just on point. It was just on point. So I suggest that y'all go and look at that video or listen to that video. It's called Desperation in Divestment, and I put it in my liked video playlist. So if you go to my channel, you'll see it. You'll see it right there. So 50, it said 50% of adult people are single. And the 2020 census reported the median age for the first marriage was about 30 for men and 28 for women. I was like 30 something when I got married. I was, but that was the previous census. I got during the 2000 census. I got married. That was like, I was like 30 something. Um It also talks about the feminist movement in the U.S. changed a woman's expectations for her career, marriage, and life. In 1950, the average age for women to get married for the first time was 20. Today, the average 20-something woman is more likely to seek a college degree. And that's very true for, in particularly white women. White women who come from a background of wealth, right? White women whose families leave them an inheritance. Because I know most of you American Negroes don't know nothing about that, right? But for white women, they get an inheritance. They get inheritance. Sometimes a white male would, but for the most part, that inheritance goes to the female, the white female. Yes, generational wealth. Okay. I know like most American Negroes don't know anything about that. That's why you heard them over here talking about the other day, talking about I ain't feeding nobody kids. I ain't bringing nobody kids no McDonald's. Why I gotta bring them McDonald's? I ain't had them kids. Boy, I tell you, Negroes are the only ones that don't leave anything for their children. That's why y'all don't know nothing about an inheritance. Because y'all the only ones that don't leave nothing for y'all children. Y'all the only ones who do that. And y'all don't care anything about black babies. So like why are you so worried about not being able to have an abortion? Like either you're gonna be that type of mother that, homicide her kids, or you're gonna be with a dude that's gonna do it for you. Like, oh my God. I mean, I don't mean to damn, but y'all are, boy, I tell you. Listen, these people was out here talking about I ain't feeding them kids, don't care. Why I gotta bring them kids McDonald's? Boy, let me tell you something. A whole lot of y'all that came over here was not royalty. Because after they did all of that, brought the royalty and the concubines and the children and all the loyal servants and all the loyal people that was loyal to the royalty, they went out there and they snatched peasants too. Like the Moors were literally kidnapping y'all peasants and bringing y'all over here. Cause only a fucking peasant would think like that. Like, how the fuck was you raised? You a fucking savage ass peasant talking about you wouldn't give no child some fucking food. Like, for you to even be speaking that into the universe, please know that you ain't did nothing but curse yourself and the rest of your generations. I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that, okay? You just cursed yourself and your future generations. For you to even put that out there in your fucking words and your vocal cords and put that shit out there in the universe, talking about you not look, like you not gonna, oh my God. Like, if you don't, that's fucking savage. That's not just peasantry, but that's savage. That's some savage peasantry. That's some real fucking talk. How the fuck was you? Well, animals are raised like on a farm, right? So y'all was raised that way, right? Y'all was raised that way. Y'all was raised like nobody care about black babies. So I don't know what makes y'all think that this government care about black babies. Y'all don't even care about black babies. Y'all out here talking about y'all wouldn't feed them if they ain't come out your vagina. Like half of y'all don't even do that anyway. Don't even feed your own kids, whether they came out your vagina or sperm cell. Y'all don't even do that. Boy, I tell you, that was just so disgusting when I saw that shit. That was so fucking disgusting. When I seen that shit, I saw that shit all the way in motherfucking South Korea. Like, y'all don't know how y'all look to the fucking world. Y'all really don't know. Y'all don't know. Like, y'all the only one that don't care about black babies. So why you think that Roe versus Wade was for you? America, the government don't care about black babies. You don't care about black babies. Why you think that was for you? Why you think Roe versus Wade was so the black woman could? I mean, like, oh my God, that was so disgusting. Though I couldn't believe. Yeah, I could believe it. It just made me sick to my stomach to be all the way across the world and to see some shit like that on fucking in the YouTube streets. Like, that shit was crazy. Like, for real. And then for you to even put out there in the universe that is no way in hell that you're going to be feeding somebody else's. please know that you done cursed your whole future generations with that bullshit. You done cursed your whole future generations with that. Like, I don't know, but I wasn't, first of all, like I said, when my father got custody of me, and I was brought up by him and his family, you know, it was like I was not trained to, like, first of all, I was told not to eat food outside, right? So, because you don't know anything. Well, my grandmother was a nurse, right? And it makes sense to me now because, as a scientist, like, any shit can blow in your damn food, like tapeworm, eggs, any fucking thing in the wind, especially if you live in a windy, dirty ass city like New York, you know? Oh my goodness, I gotta wear goggles outside, y'all, because I don't know, when the wind blows, all types of shit be blowing in my goddamn eyes. You know what I'm saying? It's like that bad. So yeah, I wear goggles when I go outside. Later for that, they kind of fashionable. I got them from Amazon, but yeah, I don't leave home without them shits. But yeah, I was taught not to eat outside. You don't eat outside, number one. Number two, you don't eat in front of people unless you have enough to offer them. If you have guests coming over to your house, um, and you was about to eat, but the guest showed up, you can't eat that food unless you have enough to offer them, right? And if you were going to somebody's house and if you didn't eat yet, but you was that fucking starving that you couldn't wait until after leaving that person's house, and you was went and picked you up some food, either you eat that food where the fuck you at, or if you taking that food to go into somebody else's house, you better make sure you got enough for everybody. That's how I was taught. Excuse me, y'all. But then again, that was from my immigrant side of the family. That wasn't from my American side of the family. God damn it. So that was just so fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm trying to that was just really fucking disgusting. Like, that was so fucking disgusting to even see that shit while I was in another fucking country. That shit was disgusting. It was disgusting. But that only shows that black people don't, like, they do each other so dirty. So dirty. They don't even care about black babies, because these were babies we were talking about. First of all, you're not supposed to deny people food. Like, that's a sin. That's a sin of the universe. You don't deny people food. Like, that you don't do. Like, it's people, like, I don't do that. I don't know. I don't do that. Like, where I'm at in New York, it's a lot of dudes begging out here. I usually ignore them, but there's also a lot of women out here begging too, right? A lot of these women out here, um, boy, I tell you, just bad. But no, I don't have $1 to give you. But I tell you what, that store that you over here begging in front of, you can come right up in here with me and I'll buy you a goddamn hero sandwich. I don't know if y'all know what a hero sandwich is, but it's a goddamn sandwich on an Italian bun, okay? Or some of an Italian bun, right? Or Italian piece of bread. That's what we call a hero over here, all right? What y'all call hoagies somewhere, I think, in Pennsylvania, and them sloppy ass sandwiches. Yeah, it's on that kind of long bread like that. It's Italian bread, right? So, like, I don't have no money to give you, but I tell you what, I can buy you a sandwich up in here, or if I don't have enough for that hero, I could get you some cupcakes or some shit like that, something to put in your damn stomach. And I would say about 2 times out of 10, I would get a response of yes, okay, I would appreciate that. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, you're not supposed to deny nobody food. That's like a sin. That's like a sin. Nothing good will come to you. Money is another thing, but food, like, I'm telling you, for everybody that was out there bragging and boasting to my, I went, them ain't my kid. Why I gotta, like, that was so fucking disgusting. I know, if I know South Koreans were laughing at y'all, I know white people in this country were laughing at y'all. Like, look, y'all fucking savage. Y'all just savage ass fucking peasants. That's real talk. And I don't mean to curse like that, but just even thinking about that shit pissed me the fuck off. Denying babies foods. And then the bad thing about it was the girl who did that, it was a joke. And check this out, she's not even American. She's not a American Negro either. So she said it was a joke. I downloaded the TikTok where she was on some fucking podcast telling these people, yeah, it was a joke. This bitch ain't even American, but she over here making fun of American Negro females so she can get her coin, because that's what the fuck this bitch said. She a single mother, even though her son got a stepdaddy. I don't know how this works, but her son got a stepdaddy, but she a single mother and still gotta support her child. She got one child and a stepdaddy for that child, but she out here making jokes off of American Negroes women pain, basically, and getting her coins. That's what that bitch said. And I'm telling you, that bitch wasn't American. She wasn't even American. But she said she had to get her fucking coins. She had to get her motherfucking coins, y'all. She had to get her motherfucking coins. And I was just so mad by that shit. So she out here clowning y'all, because y'all not only can y'all not feed y'all children, but y'all out here arguing about, well, those not my kids. I ain't feeding them kids. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was so fucking disgusting. That was so fucking disgusting. They ain't my kids. I ain't feeding them kids. They ain't my kids. I ain't gotta feed them. The fuck? Like, y'all some fucking savages, boy, I tell you. But yup, she I don't know if she made her coin off of that, because she was on some podcast. She was on some podcast, and she said that she's a comedian and she does these skits. And I did look, I went to her TikTok, and all her skits was, of course, about the American Negro women and the type of baby mama that she is. She does skits on, the cool baby mama, the baby mama who ain't cool, the baby mama who want to fight, the baby mama who the family like. And I tell you, I tell you. So I looked at that, right? And then I saw she was on a podcast with a dude and a female. I don't remember their names, but it's some black people. I don't know who they was, but it was some podcast, and she said on the podcast, she said how it started was because she's a comedian, she was trying to get clout, right? She trying to get clout. So some dude she know, a friend of hers, called her because he's with some company. He's with some company, and he wanted to do a skit with her. And she was supposed to get paid from that, but she didn't. They didn't give her money. From when I saw that video maybe 2 weeks ago. It was on TikTok. When I saw that video 2 weeks ago, they didn't give her money. She didn't have her money. Bitch didn't have her money. You know what I'm saying? Bitch didn't even have her money. So when she said that the company called the dude calls her to do the skit. She didn't get paid. She did it for clout. She was actually I think something, I don't know if she knew the girl who it was actually really about or something, but either way it go, the podcast was like, oh, so basically you were exploited too. Like you didn't even get paid for that shit, so you was exploited. And she was sitting up there looking dumb, shaking her head, yeah, you know. But that the reaction to that video, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm over here trying to do two things at once. That's why I'm like, the reaction to that video, it was disgusting. Negro males, Negro females on here talking about I ain't beating them, ain't my kids, I ain't beating nobody kids, and Negro males and Negro females were doing this. I ain't beating them kids, they ain't my kids, I ain't gonna beat them, they ain't my kids. Nothing good gonna happen to them people. Nothing good gonna happen to them people. Them people let that shit come out they mouth and they vocal cords. So yeah, Roe versus Wade ain't for you because America don't care about no black babies, and black people damn sure don't care about no black babies. Well, at least American Negroes don't. Cause I know, look, I'm not even gonna go there, but American Negroes don't give a fuck about their babies. Look, my father had to get custody of me. Okay, you know, after the divorce to his American Negro female wife. You know, my biological mother. Okay. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, my father had to get custody of me. Okay. Because he knew the kind of life that I would have had I would have been brought up by them people. Boy, I tell you. Thankful for just the little things. But yeah, I wasn't trained that way. Like, you don't eat in front of people. If you don't have enough, then you put that shit away and you wait till they gone. If you go into somebody's house with food, you better have enough for every motherfucking body in that goddamn house. Like, we ain't no fucking savage peasants over here. Like, what the fuck? Like, that shit disgusted me so bad. I was so disgusted by that. But you know what? Um, the universe is gonna catch your asses for being evil like that and for being savage like that. The universe is gonna take care of you. The universe is gonna take care of you. And that's for real, for real. Okay. It looks like this thing is just slowing everything down. But continuing right along with the marriage rates, because I was going by the marriage stats by rates. 1967 was the year interracial marriage was legalized. That was the Loving case, and it was after the Loving case is when all of the black American Negro males, it was like more of them getting married interracially than black women. So they were actually the ones who not only took advantage of it being legalized by a white man marrying a black woman, they not only took advantage of that then, but they continue to take advantage of that today. Right. And that was the only reason why they were able to marry interracially with another race of women, is because of the white man being able to marry the black woman. And again, I want y'all to listen to Ocean of Daughters. Listen to her video because she was on point there. Like, I wouldn't recommend anybody to use abortion as a method of birth control, and I wouldn't recommend anybody to not deal with black men and just go and get a white man to save you. Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, they're like, because the black man don't want to pay your bills, you know, you gonna go to the white man to pay your bills? Like, do you really think that you're gonna be resting up in your femininity and be protected by this white man when shit hits the fan? No. And I'm gonna tell you again, I don't think that these black women who are married to these so-called white people are white people, because white people, white men don't want you like that. I'm just saying it is what it is. They don't want you like that, not unless it's for ritual sex purposes. That's it. That's it. But they're not going to marry you. They're not going to do that. Jewish men will. And again, like I said, they're not going to tell you that they're not white. They're just going to let you think that they are, right? So this is the part that I was coming to. A solid 29% of Asian American adults and 27% of Hispanic American adults said they married someone of a different racial background than their own. So I was saying that was a lot of Asian Americans. And in fact, it says nearly half of US born Asian newlyweds, 47% said they would choose a spouse who is not of Asian descent. That's a lot of people to even be fucking thinking about it. And these people, 47%, are just thinking about it. These are Asian people, you know. But yeah, I'm saying that too because I've always been attracted to Asian people. I said that in my other video ever since I was little. So that's it wasn't, you know, I didn't really know about like racism and stuff like that. Because when I came into my consciousness, I I I I was am, you know, like I am, and everybody else seemed to be not there. You understand? As adults, I'm thinking this, I'm little thinking this. I mean, I remember as early as 3 years old. I remember early as 3 years old. And yeah, adults were not just, they weren't there. They weren't there. So I don't know if it's because of the black people that I were around. I was around a lot of black people and a lot of biracial people. You know, I wasn't really around white people until I was, you know, the victim of the civil rights movement when I was forced to be bused way out there to the Brooklyn Shore to like be the only black child in the classroom. I hated that shit because I knew them people didn't like me. Like I knew like they didn't hide the fact that they didn't like me. And I'm not only just talking about the children, I'm talking about the adults, y'all. The adults made it clear that I did not belong there, that I was not wanted there. They made that shit clear to me. You know, so you know, but that's a trauma that I had to deal with because nobody prepared me for that. Nobody, that's the only time I was around white people too. But nobody prepared me for that traumatic experience. And I'm very resentful to the baby boomers for that experience, that trauma that they fucking put me through. You know what I'm saying? I'm, you know, like, damn. Boy, I tell you, I didn't really learn anything there because I taught myself how to read. I've been reading since I was 4 years old. So when I got there, I think I was like in the second, third, and fourth grade. I had to go to school with these kids, right? These white kids that let me know every day that I was not one of them. I was not wanted. I did not belong there. And, you know, whatever. And the adults also that let me know that none of the baby boomers, like the black people in my family, that was when I was still on my mother's side of the family. That was before my father and mother got divorced. None of them prepared me for this shit. Like I was traumatized behind that shit, you know? So maybe that's why I'm so bitter now. I don't know. Am I bitter or I just know the truth? And these are Generation Xers, right? And boy, I tell you, these are Generation Xers that I don't went to school with. We the same generation, okay? They had babies. They had babies. And I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about Jewish people that passed for white. because they go to their own schools. They don't go to school with white people. They don't go to school with black people. They go to their own schools, their own freaking schools. Okay. That's what they do. That's what they do. And especially here in New York, they have public schools. They schools are funded by public money. Okay. I don't know about where you live, but I know here in New York, their schools, a lot of their public schools are funded by public money. They have private schools and they also have public schools, which is public schools, but only they can go, right? Well, they do politics, right? They do politics. They participate in the political process. They don't have people telling them don't vote. They don't have people telling them don't vote. They don't have people telling them don't write your politicians and don't call them fast and do whatever. They don't have people doing that. They just don't. But yeah, they got public schools. And they don't even go to these schools. I went to school with white kids. And I was shipped all the way over there by the shore of Brooklyn. And they let me know. But anyway, I did live because when I remember when I was like still in kindergarten, where we lived at, it was like White Flight in Flatbush, where my grandfather who married my parents, he was the superintendent of that building. And he gave my parents an apartment, and then my aunts, because my aunts, they lived on the other side of the building. They all had apartments in there too. And in this building, it was White Flight. It used because it was Flatbush, and Flatbush, it is still, depending on where you're, like on what side of the block you're on, is I don't want to say is white, is Jewish. You understand what I'm saying? But the white people moved out. Like the white people moved out. When the black people started coming in, they moved out. That's where we lived at. And where we lived, they were moving out, and black and Chinese people were moving in. Yeah. So I remember growing up around Chinese people. Like I said, one of the little boy I had a crush on, he was Chinese. He used to ride my bike. I used to let him ride my bike. Right. But anyway, it says 47% of the Asians said they would choose a spouse not of Asian descent. And that's a lot of people. That's almost half people thinking like that. Then you have black men are twice as likely as black women to say that they're married to someone of a different race. That's 24% black women as opposed to the 12% black. I'm sorry, 24% black men as opposed to the 24% black women. And I wanted to bring this up again today because Spirit told me to tell y'all that and then you see underneath where it says white men and women were least likely to report an interracial marriage at 11%. Spirit told me to come back and tell y'all that's because these Negro males and Negro females who think that they married to white people are not married to white people. If they're married to people they consider white, those people are Jewish. And Spirit told me to come back and tell y'all that y'all married to Jews. Y'all not married to white people, not when only 11% of them are reporting interracial marriages. And then they didn't even break down, like, was it 2% white men and 10% white women that are doing these interracial marriages? And then they didn't even break down, well, are they marrying Asian people, Latino people, black people, African people, Caribbean people? They didn't even break that down. But with the very little numbers of the interracial marriage here, and then on the census where it said that they population only grew at like 3 or 4%, in the 2020 census, That's telling me right there. Spirit said that y'all not married to no white people. Y'all married to Jews. And I just wanted to make that clear. Because like I said, Jewish people don't consider themselves white. So I wanted to revisit that just to say that. Jewish people don't consider themselves white. They don't consider themselves white. Okay? And I'm going to put this in the link. I did. I put that in the link already. So Jewish people don't even consider themselves white, y'all. They don't consider themselves white. And this is why white lives matter. Because it's apparent to me that white people are not trying to well, I tell you, I want to show this video right here. I want to show this video right here. And this happened in 1976, which isn't even 50 years ago. And it was about what's his name? Bill Moyer report. He did a journal in Rosedale, Queens. Now, back in 76, I was like, I don't know, how old was I? 12 maybe? I don't know. But I wasn't even a teeny bopper yet. I was still prepubescent, okay? In 76. But I'm a Generation Xer. So the people who are my age, we were young back then. People who are Generation Xers, we were young back in 1976. Like at that point, I don't think I was going to white schools anymore. I wasn't being shit because at that point my father had gained custody of me, right? And then I'm not even gonna say, but then after that, my grandmama put me in a Catholic school. I had to go to Catholic school, and I actually went to the same Catholic schools that my father's sisters went to. So it's not even there anymore. But when I was little, it was there. I actually went to that same damn Catholic school. But that Catholic school, it was mixed. It was mixed. And it wasn't none of that like you're not supposed to be here type of thing, right? But anyway, I just wanted to play some parts of this video here because I don't believe that I'm just trying to say that Roe versus Wade are for white people, because Jewish people are having their babies. White women are having their babies, but they're just not having enough, because these white women out here they're not having sex like that, right? They're not using their bodies as playgrounds, right? They're just not doing that. Then you got white men so desperate calling them birthers. Like you can't even call them a woman. And I think they get that from the LGBTQRSVU gang. Because I hear them say birthers because, they get black women's uterus who had hysterectomies, and then they get that uterus of that black woman and they get pregnant, right? These males, right? Boy, I tell you. So when you hear somebody call you a birther, that's disrespectful. Okay, that's disrespectful. You don't call a woman a wombed man a birther. Like I see why they don't want to. I see why these white women don't want to give birth to you. I see they're making their choice. They're making their choice not to procreate with you. Boy, I tell you, that's personal, isn't it? Isn't that personal? But now you're forcing her that she has to fucking make you. And then on top of that, you're going to fucking disrespect her. I saw some white dude from one of those manosphere channels use that term birther. And I was like, that's so disrespectful. That's like, you sound like them gay people. Birther, what the fuck? She's a woman. I don't care what level of melanin she is. She's a woman, god damn it. But anyway, that pissed me off. And I'm not even white, but that just pissed me off. I just didn't like that. That rubbed me the wrong fucking way. Okay. But yeah, that's just boy, I tell you. Let me see if I can get this up here. All right. Let me take this off. Stop sharing. Okay. And yeah, but I could see why white women don't want to give birth to these white men. But you know what? Boy, I tell you, boy, I tell you. And I'm not talking about the ones, living in the trailer parks. I'm talking about the educated ones who get their inheritance, and stuff like that, who get their inheritance passed down onto them. Because, like, you American Negroes know nothing about inheritance. That's what started me on my rant about y'all talking about y'all wouldn't even feed a damn baby. I can't stand y'all. Boy, I tell you, I don't like y'all. I don't like y'all. But yeah, they're looking at these white women who have education and wealth and generational wealth that they have inherited or will inherit it. They're looking for them to make babies. And 9 times out of 10, these white dudes, they don't have that inheritance or they don't have that wealth. So for some reason, I know they have a hard time getting it passed down to them. I know, like in New York, like a lot of the socialites here, and a lot of them were males, they killed their parents because their father like lowered their allowance and shit. Like their allowance used to be $300,000 a year, and then they cut their allowance to like $150,000 a year because they're not taking over the family business or doing what they're supposed to do to inherit everything, you know. And a lot of them, there was like, especially like around between 2000 and 2017, 18, a lot of them were killing their parents. These are the males. I've never heard, and this is in New York. This is like in New York. There's a lot of like millionaires here, right? Or billionaires here, right? I've never heard of white women killing their father, because he cut her allowance. You understand what I'm saying? But I've heard a lot of that with the white males, killing their father because their allowance was cut. The last one I heard about was the socialite. He was like, just living up the social life on new social media, being the normal socialite in New York, which consists of clubbing, bottle popping, Rolls Roycing, and Porsche riding, and stuff like that. Just living a life, right? Just living a life. You know, party all night, sleep all day. And his father cut his allowance. I think it was $250,000 a year he was getting. And he was a college dropout. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of them do be college dropouts. They don't even but the women, they'll continue their education. And these are white people. I ain't even talking about black women, because black women, they do continue and complete their education, but they got hella fucking student loan to pay back. While they over here champion these white men, these white men are up in Congress talking about y'all bitches need to pay y'all shit back. Y'all went to go to school, you wanted a degree, you got a student loan for that, pay that motherfucking money back. Okay, that's what them white men saying. But them white people ain't got no student loans, like not like that. Like, boy, I tell you, they don't have it like that, because the white boys, they drop out of college, and the white girls, they finish school, and they finish on less. They don't have that student loan debt like that. They just don't. But this white dude, the last one that I read about, I think it was like 2017 or something like that. But he was getting $250,000 a year. His father was like, he was a slacker, so he cut his fucking allowance off by $200,000. So he only started getting $50,000 a year. And you know that boy was like, he couldn't live. He was a peasant at that point. He was like a peasant. He couldn't do it. $50,000 a year. He was slumming it. He was slumming it. So he had the bright idea to kill his father so he could get his inheritance. Yep. But he got busted. So I haven't heard anything about that. Like, you know, like when they kill their parents, I don't know. It's not like they lose the money. The money still goes to the family, but then the family takes care of them while they in jail and shit. You know, it's the same difference. But yeah, I never hear any white women doing that. I've never heard of any white women killing her parents because, and in New York, that was a normal thing, right? The white boys killing their parents because of the money issue. But I've never heard of that happening to a white. I've never heard a white girl doing that, killing her father. So yeah, they want these women because these women are getting the inheritance and they're getting the education. So that, you know, like when you have a baby with an educated person, you're more than likely to have an educated child. Now, the science works like that. Like, you know, the science really do work like that. And when I say educated, I don't mean like I don't necessarily mean book educated. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just talking about common sense educated, because common sense ain't really fucking common anymore. Like, look, you got motherfuckers out here talking about, I ain't gonna feed that baby. That ain't my child. I ain't feeding that baby. Come on. Oh my God. Y'all, that shit really fucking bothered me. That really fucking bothered me. Oh my God. That bothered me to my fucking heart and my soul. Like, motherfuckers are even putting that shit out there in the universe with their vocal cord. Like, they done cursed themselves. That karma is coming to see you. I'm telling you. That karma coming to see you, your kids, your grandbabies, and your great grandbabies, if your legacy get that far. Okay? Well, I tell you, that shit bothered the fuck out of me. It really did. And see black people just, I ain't feeding that baby ain't mine. Oh my God. Like, damn. Like, ugh. Anyway. Yeah, and you had males and females doing it. And then the chick who was doing it wasn't even American. She over here making comedy off the American Negro women pain, you know, and you know, like anybody fucking all I know is in my own personal life, if anybody laugh at my motherfucking pain, I am going to fucking work root spells. I don't give a fuck. Y'all laugh all you want, but that person is going to see that. I'm telling you, that person is going to see, karma. Because she's my sister and she's a bitch. That's why I don't fuck with her. Okay? I don't fuck with her. But you're going to see it. I will be working all kinds of shit. I'm telling you. Because you're not going to be laughing at my motherfucking pain. I'm just not going to let you do that to me. But that's another story. That shit bothered me so motherfucking much that motherfuckers out here talking about they not going to feed. Boy, I tell you. It's fucking disgusting, boy. And the whole fucking world are watching you fucking Negroes. The whole fucking world, because I was watching that shit in South Korea. Yo, the whole world is watching y'all fucking Negroes. I'm telling you. And y'all got that shit fucked up. For real, for real. Y'all got that shit fucked up. But anyway, I don't even know what I was saying because I just went on a tangent about that. You was 3 strong and humble in 76. Damn, you was just really a baby. Yeah, I was a little grown. I was out there riding bicycles with training wheels and shit. You know. But Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't lost my train of thought. But anyway, that's probably because let me get to this Bill Moyer report. Okay. What was I just saying? Because I just lost my train of thought. Breaking on these Negroes that talking about they won't feed no baby. Like, so fucking disgusting. That shit really fucking bothered me. It really did. That shit really fucking bothered me. I just went off on a tangent and I forgot what the hell I was saying. Because that shit bothered me so fucking bad, boy, I tell you. Oh, yeah. The white woman, boy, I tell you, they getting all the inheritance and they need these women to have babies because don't nobody give a fuck about no black babies. So they don't give a fuck about you opening up your legs and sitting on the dick or riding the dick or doing whatever. Sucking the dick, whatever the fuck y'all be doing with the dick that y'all can't fucking live without. Nobody give a shit about that shit. Y'all don't even give a shit about black babies because you out here talking about you wouldn't even fucking bring them no goddamn McDonald's. And y'all don't give a fuck about no black babies. I don't know what the fuck make you think that the government give a fuck about black babies and why Roe versus Wade was for you. It's not for you. It's for these white women who get in their inheritance, the educated ones who go to college, you know, who can make intelligent babies. You understand? And like I said before in one of my other videos, I saw a white woman. She was actually playing a discussion of two white men who was talking about why these white women weren't having no babies. And one white dude was blaming it on career and feminism, and the psychiatrist or the doctor that he had there, he didn't blame it on career and feminism. He said it was a whole totally different thing. It had everything to do with these women not wanting to bring babies into this kind of world. Like, they don't want to bring babies into this kind of world. I think that they know that if they were giving birth, that they were, I want to say this in for lack of a better word, that they're giving birth to they'll be giving birth to slaves for the shitstorm. I don't say system, I say shitstorm, right? They'll be giving birth to slaves for the shitstorm. And I don't think that they are um in agreement with the shitstorm as it is today, with the world as it is today, right? I don't think, and not only that, but I think that if they were to give birth, that they would probably want to do that, give birth to men, white males that would uh, make an attempt to make the world a better place. But um I don't think that they see that happening, right? I don't think that they see that happening because, like you gotta, like, you gotta see it, right? You gotta see it. The only people that live outside of nature are them. Like, everybody else can live within nature, right? We can live within nature. Everybody on the planet, Asian people, black people, Indian people, Native American people, whatever, right? Indigenous people can live within nature, but white people, like, it's in their nature to live outside of nature, right? like, like they really can't help that shit. Like, that's in their genes. That's their biology. That's their biological makeup, right? That they cannot live within nature. That's why they're doing all of these gross scientific things, like Elon Musk. Even though I like him, but I think he's innovative, but you know, like, things like attaching machines to your brain and being cyborgish and putting your memory into into a machine or to a robot so you can live forever. Like, that's artificial. That's like so outside of nature, right? And I think, no, I don't think, but Spirit told me that these people cannot help it, that they are biologically made that way. Like, they literally can't help it. They cannot live with nature, they cannot live inside of nature. Their thing is to control nature, to subdue nature, to dominate nature, because like they fucking controlled and dominated the whole world, right? So what's left? Like, they're the dominant society. Like, they're the minority group on the planet, but the reality is they dominate this whole fucking world. So it's not just the black man that's conquered, but black woman, you're conquered too. Like, we're like bottom class. And then if you're American Negro, then you're a permanent bottom class. You're attached to that. You are attached to that. It don't matter if you marry what you thought was a white person, because what you really married was a Jew. You understand what I'm saying? And white people put them in a class too. Okay? They, if they had their choice, they wouldn't live around Jewish people. Like, for real, for real. Like, for real, for real. So it's okay, But boy, I tell you, they are outside of nature. They dominate the whole planet. Yes, black people all over the world are dominated by white people. White people are black people's gods. I don't care where they come from, Africa, if they come from the Caribbean, if they come from South America. White people are black people's gods. Okay? Black people, and I'm talking about black people all over the world. White people are black people, even in America. I'm talking about black people all over the world. This is where I'm saying like a monolith here, right? White people are black people's gods. Like, this is what it is, right? Black people all over the world are subjugated by white people, because white people are the dominant class, right? Now you have other people around the world. I want to say that like, okay, because the politics are funny, right? The Chinese, although they are not subjugated by white people financially, they are type subjugated. Well, no, I can't even really say that, because even their I want to say that their what you call that, bleaching of the skin, could be like a sickness of wanting to be white, but it's not the same sickness as black people who bleach their skin because they want to be white. Like, I want to be white. I don't bleach my skin, but I want to be white, and I'm hoping that American government would make me white, right? I'm trying to be white like that. I'm like Yvette Carnell, like, I'm trying to get white like that, right? But in terms of bleaching their skin, okay, so when they bleach it's like totally different. It's not because they trying to be like white people. It's like in their culture, like, the more prominent you are, if you have lighter skin, that means you didn't have to you're not poor, because poor people, because they do have like dark Asians that are like brown, like, for real, but you won't like see them. You won't see them, right? But yeah, they got fucking dark Asian people like China, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. Like, they got dark people over there. But the thing with them is that light skin or white skin means that you're rich and prominent. when you're brown or black in these Asian countries, that means that you're poor. And it means that you're poor because they farming and working out in the sun to them is analogous to being of a poor class. You know, like if you had to work out in the sun all day and farm or mine or whatever, you're just poor. I'm not poor because I'm light and I don't ever see the sun. You know what I'm saying? I'm just so white, I don't ever see the sun. You know what I'm saying? I just sit here and everything is brought to me. I don't never have to go out there in the sun for anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's like what their mentality is. But basically, black people are all over this world subjugated by white people, and now in Africa, and I even hear in certain parts of the Caribbean, like Jamaica, the Chinese people are starting to move in. Well, they already moved um in Africa. They already moved in over there, but they're starting to move into the Caribbean now and Central America. And I heard Jamaica was one of them. There was a few other countries I can't remember off the rip, but yeah, so now you know, the people in Jamaica was like, well, we ain't gonna fuck with you no more, Queen of England bullshit, but they're gonna welcome the Chinese. Like this is just so bad because like a beggar race will never be respected. And I have to reiterate that. Marcus Garvey, he was actually Jamaican. He said that. Marcus Garvey, he came over here to wake up the American Negro, and they sent his ass back to Jamaica. That's after they gave him a felony charge for some type of conspiracy and shit. I guess the conspiracy was to wake up the American Negro, and they sent his ass back to Jamaica. But yeah, like a beggar race will never fucking be respected. So I don't know why you think that if black males are running around here, I don't care where they from, not respected. I don't know why you think anybody are going to respect the women. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, white men are not into black women like that unless they're using them as a prostitute. Unless they're using them as a prostitute. Black men or white men are not into black women like that unless they're just doing ritualized sex with them, which Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said that they do. They admitted to her that they do that. And that's the only reason, that's the only way they will not marry you. Like I said, you're married to Jewish men, and black men who think they with white women, she's Jewish. She's not even white, she's Jewish. Becky is Jewish, Karen is white. Okay. Don't get it twisted. Do not get it fucking twisted. Becky is Jewish and Karen is white. All right. Don't get it twisted. But y'all, common sense ain't common. So they want these white women who's educated and getting her inheritance to give birth. But I don't think they want to give birth to, because they know that they're giving birth to slaves to the system. These white men are going to just be the warriors. Of course, they're the warriors and the military muscle and the political muscle, to continue running the world the way the world is run, right? And I really don't think, I could be wrong, but I really don't think that real white women, I'm not talking about Jewish women that pass themselves off as white. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about real white women. I don't think that they want to be a part of that. I really, really don't. Because like I said, these people are trying to come up with ways to live forever inside of a fucking computer. Like, it's nothing natural about that. I don't know. I even had a problem with my youngest son, the one who builds robots and designs and programs robots in his sleep, the one who makes $90 an hour teaching, other children how to program computers and robots and shit. I mean, I even had it out with him because I'm like, yo, I don't he's excited about that. He is excited about that. And I'm thinking that I don't know if it's because he's a damn Generation Z person or yes, they are Jada Swirls, they are. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that because I don't think that dude, what's that dude name who the white people done called out for being a gay predator? Jesse somebody. What's that damn dude name? Uh Damn it. What is that dude name? Jesse somebody. The Anyway, he was all in the manosphere. The one who was all in the manosphere. Anyway, I think that's injected melanin because they're doing that too. They're injecting, I actually had a website for a company. Jesse Lee, thank you. I don't think he's black. I think he's one of those experiments who had the melanin injected inside of him. I'm trying to find it, but when I do, I'm going to post it on my community page. I actually had a website to a real company somewhere in America that will actually change your level of melanin. Yes, yes. And I believe that he is one of them, and that Latino girl who I can't remember her name, but she was like, I think one of the people from that stupid radio show dissed her, the Latino girl who always wore the curly afro, and she was like really really dark. I also think she got herself injected because don't no black person call themselves chocolatey. You know what I'm saying? And she Latino. And I come from a Latin, well, my parents come from a Latin American country, and don't know black people look like she do. I can't remember her name, but she also is one of those experiments that had those injections in her. But yes, Jesse Lee definitely was injected. I don't think he's not he's not like black. He just pretends to be. Yeah. I don't know. I always thought they were already like when they originally started out, the Kardashians, they were already kind of dark because they're Albanian or some shit like that. They're ethnic European. And the ethnic Europeans already, some of them already got like some type of color to them. I always thought, what's her name, Kim Kardashian. She used to look before she started. Well, before her sex tape with Ray J, she was dark. She was like you could tell. Like I mean, it wasn't crazy dark, but she was a lot darker than she is now. Oh, without makeup. Well, did you see any pictures of Kim Kardashian like way back in the day when she was stealing money from Ray J mama and all of them? And before she did that sex tape, when she used to be, what's that girl name? Paris Hilton friend. When she used to run around the clubs in New York with her. Yeah, she was kind of, I mean, if you look at her standing next to Paris Hilton, she was dark. She was ethnic European. I think they're Albanian or what was that? Uh Damn, I can't remember. I think it's Albanian or what was the Balkaris, some shit like that. Balkaris or something. They're the ethnic Europeans. They ethnic European. But yeah, I believe Jesse Lee had them injections. That girl from Latin America, the famous singer who looks her color looks off to me. That's how I knew right away she had them fake injections, and she going around calling herself chocolatey. I'm like, don't know shit. I'm brown skin. I don't go around calling myself that chocolatey. Oh, you look real chocolatey. Like, what the hell? If she said that somebody said that to her, then they actually knew what she looked like before she got them injections. I can't remember that. It's probably, yeah, Armenia. That's where they from. Yeah, them are definitely ethnic Europeans. They ethnic. Oh, okay. Well, her yeah, I know you're gonna wear that makeup. You might as well put it on the neck, face, hands, all of that shit, and on the black hand side, like we used to say. Yeah, those melanin injections are real. I got that fucking. I recorded that link to that company that actually does it, and they will change your level of melanin. They will make you look as light or dark as you want to look. Yup, and that's true. That's true. That is so true. But I don't think these white women are having these babies because of that. They don't want like I said, white people are outside of nature. They're like, they can't live within nature. They have to conquer it. Like, they conquered the whole damn world. So what the fuck is next for them to do, right? They gotta conquer nature. They gotta conquer death. They don't want to die. They want to put their brains in the fucking computers and live forever. Or plastic. I mean, like, they're making shows about this, y'all. They're making shows like, are y'all really paying attention? Or y'all just so stuck on, black dysfunctionalism that's all you really care about? Like, they're making shows about this, right? They're trying to leave the planet. They trying to go to Mars. First of all, I got some, well, they can't leave the planet. And I'm not even going to get into that on my YouTube because, that's for my private stuff. But they can't leave the planet, but they're trying. They're trying to leave the planet. They're trying to colonize Mars. And then they're trying to incorporate their senses with electronics, like cyborgs and shit. They want to control. They don't want to get up and change the TV. They don't want to use the remote to change the TV. They want their brain to switch the TV channel. Yeah, they're trying to get to Mars. Yeah, they're trying to, but they're not. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that on YouTube because when I do my ministry, I'm not only going to do the outreach, but I'm going to have like a safe space, particularly for American Negro women. And I got to be specific. American Negro women is going to be a safe space for us. Like, we really need a safe space. We're just us. That's it. Like, yeah. But that's where I'm going to get into the nitty gritty of shit. Like, for real, that I can't really say out here, but I can in private. So yeah, I'm going to have a safe space for us. So I'm getting all of that, but I want to make sure I have my 501c3, so that way when everybody's putting in, they can get back, write it off on their taxes. That's the only thing. That's why I didn't start it yet, but it's getting there. Slow progress, but progress. It's getting there. But yeah, he did. He created. As a matter of fact, I was reading not too long ago that he said that he perfected it actually, and that it should be coming out as a real technology by the end of next year. That if people want to opt to getting that chip, some chip in their brain where they can control all of their electronic devices, they'll be able to do that. I even saw a commercial about that, and they use ethnic Europeans in that commercial. I even saw a commercial about that shit. I was like, damn, yeah. Yeah, all that AI mess is because these people ain't got nothing left to conquer. Like, they done conquered all the black people on the planet. You know what I'm saying? And now that they know that they dying out, they can't get these white women, these educated white women, to give birth to them, right? They can't do that. They had to make a law to overthrow Roe versus Wade, and I really do think they're going to resort to rape. As a matter of fact, Ohio brought into law that a woman could sue if a man gets her pregnant, whether he did it intentionally or not. So she could sue the man. I don't know what money she gonna get out of him, because these white men ain't really got no money like that. It's the women, because like I was saying in my last video, the wealth gets passed down to them. When they get married, that's the only way the man gets wealth, is because he's married to the woman. So then by their traditional culture, he controls all of the wealth once he's married to her. I said this in my last video. I gave that history lesson. That's been since the beginning of their inception. Okay. Since the beginning of their inception, that's how it worked. Even people with titles like Duke, Lord, Earl, Marquis, people with nobility titles, men, they can't even work. They're not even allowed to. You saw it was a big thing with the little ginger prince him and his wife trying to get a job. They was like, nah, y'all can't get no job. You know what I'm saying? They was like, nah, y'all can't get no job. And they was like, well, why can't we get a job? You know, the Duke of Earl, he got a job. Why he got a job in China. Girl, he got a job in China making Chinese commercials. Boy, I tell you. But yeah, they couldn't even work. So that high value man bullshit, that's some white American male shit. I'm telling you all that now, because white people in Europe don't consider themselves white, not unless they coming over here and doing business or real estate. Then they got to check the white box. But while they in Europe on their land, they European. All right, they don't call themselves white. Even when they come over here, they don't call themselves white. Other people call them white. Boy, I tell you. But these white American males over here, that's their shit. This high value man bullshit, that's their bullshit. But even in that reality, in this culture, all the wealth was passed down. The white women owned all the slaves, and they were the more, how you say, they look, you can read it in the book. Black woman did the research on it, and she wrote the book. They were her property. White women slave holders in North America. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna overturn interracial marriage. If they overturn, they have to overturn interracial marriage. They got to overturn gay marriage, gay rights, and all of that. Because if you look at my last video, my last live that I did, I told y'all all of those rights are based on a fucking amendment that was made for the freed slaves in this country. Okay, so and as what Clarence Thomas said, is he said it's not even legit. It's not legit. So yeah, they're gonna overturn. They're gonna get to that. They're gonna get to that. They're gonna get to birth control. They're gonna get to all of that, sweetie. Pasta pain. Yeah, they're gonna get to all of that. They're gonna overturn interracial marriage. They're gonna get to that. They're gonna make it illegal again. And the only reason why they made it legal to begin with was so a white man could marry a black woman. And she wasn't even black. She was biracial. Okay. Because these black people keep telling y'all stop calling them black. They ain't black. They biracial. Even the biracial people in my family, like I don't call them biracial because, you know, they related. So I just call them family. So I don't have that dilemma. Like, do I call them black? Do I call them white? Do I call them biracial? Nope. These biracial people are all over TikTok telling y'all to stop calling them black because they ain't black. They keep telling y'all that they biracial. And even the biracial people in my family do not consider themselves black. And if they can pass for white, I'm telling you now, they are passing for white. They ain't got nothing to do with the Negro side of the family, okay? So please, yeah. And the only reason why interracial marriage was legalized was so a white man could marry a biracial woman. She wasn't even black. I'm not even she was biracial. She was biracial. No, I'm not calling them, I'm calling them what they said they want to be identified as biracial. That's what they say. They want to be identified as biracial. So they biracial. And I have family members in my family that passed for white. Like you couldn't look at them and tell that they were black. Like they literally have to tell you that they black, but they are white passing. You know what I'm saying? You know why American black, because they, since slavery, they've been used to taking care of Becky kids. That's why, Jada Swirls. They've been, you know, the greatest presidents, all the damn near all of the presidents in this country been breastfed by a black woman, right? I had that picture. I had that picture too of the mammy breastfeeding a white baby. You know what I'm saying? That's why they claim Becky kids. And remember, I said Becky is Jewish, Karen is white. But they claim, and the Jews had slaves. The Jews also owned slaves too. As a matter of fact, that's where the Southern slur come from. It comes from the Jewish accent, the Jewish English accent. They came over here when they was thrown out of Europe. They was literally thrown out of Europe. Like Europe wrote a fucking decree telling them that they had to leave their fucking country, leave their country with all of their fucking wealth with them. Okay, that's what, look, I said that in the last live that I did. They were kicked out of the country and they came over here broke and poor. So they got them a few Negroes and got them some plantations, and they became the South. They became the Southern Belles. And that's where you got that Southern accent. It's fucking Jewish. It's ethnic European Jewish accent. That's basically what it is. They were slaves, they were slave owners. And most of the women who most of the slave owners were women. I mean, there's a book written about it. Most of them were women. And it was the same way with these white American males who came over here who talking about some high value shit. That's just a fucking fantasy. Because they were broke as hell. They still broke today. They killing their fucking fathers over here for lowering their fucking allowance from $250,000 to $50,000 a year. They're killing their fathers and they're going to jail. All the wealth is being passed down to the white girls, because you don't hear white girls out here killing their parents or her father because he lowered her allowance. She's going to be taken care of. She's going to be taken care of. So she gets all the wealth. And this has been going on since they came over here and colonized this country. They brought their cultures over here with them. This is why they didn't let the American slaves learn how to read, because they wasn't allowed to go to school. They wasn't allowed to learn how to read in fucking Europe. The only thing they was allowed to learn how to read was only several Bible verses. Same thing they did with the slaves over here. And then when they gave Nat Turner the book, then and then when he did what he did, they was like, oh, fuck that shit. Now y'all niggas can't even read the motherfucking Bible. Y'all better make some shit up out y'all motherfucking head. No, because he was screwing Becky on the plantation. He was screwing Becky on the plantation. He was screwing her. And like I said, yeah, they black American mammies were breastfeeding Becky's kids. Mammies were doing a lot. Mammies were breastfeeding Becky kids. Mammies were saving other slaves from getting whipped to death. And then when they did get whipped almost to death, Mammy was the one who was bringing them back to health. Mammy was the one who was keeping the mental health of the young slave girl who was just raped by Massa or raped by Bigger, because Bigger was a stud and had to get her pregnant. You know, Bigger from that stupid ass movie Harriet Tubman they done did. Somebody he gonna kill Harriet Tubman and use his damn bounty money to screw all the white whores. Boy, I tell you. Lord have, but that's what the mammy was doing. Mammy was keeping the mental health of her together after she was viciously violated by Massa and by Bigger. Okay, because she wanted to kill herself. And not only did she want to kill herself, but she wanted to kill that seed inside her womb. But Mammy saved her, and Mammy saved that baby too. Okay? So y'all keep on with that Mammy bullshit. But like I said, y'all cursing yourselves, but everybody think that shit is a joke, right? Just like they curse themselves. I'm still mad about that. Talking about they ain't gonna feed nobody damn kids. Boy, I tell you, like y'all don't know what y'all doing to yourselves. So anyway, but yeah, that's why, because they were being, Becky's kids were being breastfed by Mammy. Becky's kids were being breastfed by the nursemaid, not just by Mammy, but you had to have other black women on the plantation that just had a baby who also had to feed Becky's kids. So that's why black women are claiming Becky's kids, because cellular memory is real. You can Google that. That is a scientific fact. Cellular memory is real. They did the experiment, I think in the 70s, with the little rat in the maze. And he had to get to the end, and every wrong turn he made, it was like an electrical shock. So the first one, of course, went through all the shit, and then the second one knew where the fucking the one that gave birth to, and the one that gave birth to, and the one that gave birth to knew how to get through that motherfucking maze, because cellular memory is real. Cellular memory is real. So, I think out of more or less out of cellular memory, they are, claiming Becky's kids. And that's more out of, cellular memory, because she owned all the slaves. She owned all the slaves. She owned all the wealth. And then when she got married to the white man, who was broke as fuck, her property automatically became his. Because when you're married in this country, your spouse's property automatically becomes yours. That's why when you get a divorce, you got to go through splitting shit up. Because when you marry somebody, their property automatically becomes yours. Period. And that's how it was. And that's how it still is. That's probably why on the last thing that I showed, that's probably why 50% of adult Americans from the last 20 census are not married. It's probably why. So all that high value male shit, that's just some fucking bullshit. That's just some fucking bullshit. I think these are fucking men who are suffering from blue balls because they don't know how to approach a woman to take care of their sexual needs. Because we know that these men walking around here are not sages that don't have to stick his penis in every little fucking thing that fucking moves. We know that these men are not disciplined like that. It's so bad that they're screwing each other. Okay? They're like literally screwing each other. So they're not disciplined. Their lust is not in control. So, they're out here angry. I believe that they just fucking angry. They're angry. And then they're using, white women not having any babies as an excuse. But I could see why these white women don't want to birth these males. Like they tried to conquer, they did conquer the whole world. They subjugated black people. Black people are a beggar race on this planet. So if it ain't the white man who we begging from, is the next people are going to be the Chinese people. We're going to be begging from them. You know what I'm saying? So, and white people are our gods, no matter where we are on this planet. White people are our gods and our goddesses, right? And it's like, it's like I saw that white woman say they don't want to bring any children into this world the way it is now. And I even asked I asked a white woman that I'm acquainted with. I asked her about it. She doesn't have any children. She's she's a young woman. She's young. She's about 26. She is going to get her PhD. That's what she's trying to work on now, getting her PhD, right? She's into the arts, religion, philosophy, stuff like that, right? I asked her, because I just saw this white woman on YouTube saying it. So I was like, well, I know a white woman. Let me go ask her. Like, I know one in real life, And I asked her and she agreed. She was like, yes, that woman is very right. She was like, yeah. She was like, no, I don't want to, as myself, no, I don't want to bring any children out in this world the way it is now. And then she was like, I'm not even sure if I even want to have children, not the way this world is. And then when the Roe versus Wade came out, she said that she was gonna just go to Germany. She's gonna go to Europe. She has options. Like, she don't have to stay here. Like, she's one of those white women that when her grandparents move on, she's gonna inherit every fucking thing. She's just waiting on that to happen. So yeah, she works. She got some little bullshit job. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It's not even really all that serious. She got some little bullshit part-time job. I think she worked for Amazon. Yo, and she only work part-time. Like, she don't even fucking struggle. She don't work hard. She don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? But she can say she got a job. She got a part-time job. And she was like gonna go to Germany. I'm gonna go to Germany. I'm gonna just go to fucking Germany and get my PhD over there. She was like, fuck it. She's not trying to stay here and get pregnant and not be able to get no abortion. And I don't even think she's having sex like that. But yeah, those are Jewish women. Those are not white women. Those are Jewish women. Spirit told me to come back and say that these white men and these I'm not white men, that these black men who are dating 24% out of their race and these black women who are dating 12% out of their race, if they think that they're married or dating a white person, whether it's a male or female, it's not a white person. It's a Jewish person. And don't take my word for it. Go and ask a Jew if they consider themselves white, because they don't. They don't consider themselves white. Now, if you came across them and you thought that they were white or you perceived them to be white, they will let you believe that. They will let you continue to think that. They will do that, but they're not going to tell you that they're Jewish. They'll just let you think that they're white because they know that black people covet the white man and the white woman so much, because the white man and the white woman are their gods and goddesses. Like I said, they know that. Them Jews know that. White men don't want to have anything to do with black women unless they're using them for ritualized sex. And Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said that on more than one occasion, that white men only want to have ritual sex with black women. That is it. They are not going to marry you. They just ain't going to do it. But they'll have sex with you, though. They'll have sex with you, but that's about it. So yeah, Becky, she is Jewish. She's definitely having them Tyrones, but she's Jewish. She won't be shunned from her community. She a Jewish woman will always be a Jewish woman, no matter what she does in her life. It don't matter. Because like I said again and again, ask a Jew what makes a Jew a Jew. It's the woman. So even though Drake is Jewish because he has a Jewish mother, so he's Jewish. You have to come through a Jewish womb in order to be a Jew, whether you're a man or woman, right? But if Drake, who is Jewish, dates outside of the Jewish community and copulates, and the child produced is a white child, a Gentile, a black child, a Latino, that child will not be considered Jewish. Only Drake will be considered Jewish, not the child that his partner gave birth to will not be considered Jewish. So it doesn't matter, because Becky, who is Jewish, Becky is Jewish, Karen is white. Becky will not be shunned out of her community, not unless she is in it to pass for white, because you do have Jewish people out here, for survival reasons, like, passing for white, just like, my biracial family who are white pass for white, because shit, if I could pass for white, I'm not gonna have anything to do with Negroes either. Like, and that's just the bottom fucking line. Maybe next time I'll come back in this life as a white person, but right now I'm in the skin I'm in, and I got to deal with it, right? But shit, I got family who are passing for white, and I'm telling you, they don't have anything to do with their Negro side of the family, right? And they passed for white. And the same thing is Jewish people. They do the same thing. Like, they had to a lot of times throughout their history in Europe for their survival. They had to do that because a lot of people kept kicking them out of their countries in Europe. And a lot of people were just killing them or homiciding them because, they were Jewish, for the simple fact that they were Jewish and that they were not white. That they were not white. That was going on before World War II. That was going on since, from what I found out, that was going on since like fucking 9th century, maybe 9th century BC. Not 9th century, I'm sorry, because Europe wasn't recognized as Europe until like the 5th century BC. So I'm sorry, like maybe the 3rd, 2nd century BC. These people were always kicked up out of European countries. Like, everybody didn't want them there. they didn't want them there. They were, like they said, they were persecuted. But the difference between Becky and Karen is that Becky, regardless of who she mates with, will always be a Jew. And she will always be welcomed into her community. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now, the male might have a hard time to sell unless the male had children, and those children, reconfigured themselves. Now I'm thinking like a computer programmer, but those children reconfigured themselves back into the Jewish community, by meaning if he had boys that they would mate with Jewish women. But the Becky, the women, it don't matter. She will always be accepted back into her community. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she does. She can have babies with an alien from fucking Uranus. It don't matter. It don't matter. She will still be accepted in her community. But Karen, on the other hand, Karen has a code to follow. Karen will not be accepted into her community if she had biracial children. So much so that I saw a Karen that was on TikTok, and she was crying and asking Black women for help because her biracial child was and this Karen, I had to deduce that this Karen didn't live in Blackistan, that this Karen lives in her own community. She lives amongst her own people, her own white people. But she was crying because her son, who goes to the same 7-Eleven, I think he's like 10 or 11 years old, he goes to the same 7-Eleven in their neighborhood every day. And then the white woman came in there and said that he had a gun. It was, I don't know if she called police or whatever, but it really shook this Karen up. It shook Karen up. She's a Karen. She's not a Becky. It's that white woman that's telling her that she done broke the code, and she's her or her spawn is her biracial spawn is not welcome. That was just the white woman being on code by letting Karen know that Karen fucked up. And it's like Dr. Francis Wilson already said on numerous occasions that these people go by code, that they can't break code, and that once any one of them white people, I ain't talking about Jewish people, I'm talking about white people, once one of them even have the inkling or even suspect that you're a nigga lover, it's over for you. You have no more community, you have nothing. And for them, it's the same way, like I was saying that the Zulu shaman Baba Credo Mutwa said the same thing about African people. Like, when they didn't have a jail, they didn't have anything, the death penalty, because African people wasn't scared of anything but magic. That's why you got them burning all the little babies over there now, calling them witches. They're not scared of anything but magic. So they're not scared of death, because they're like, well, shit, you kill me, I'm gonna come back. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? They're not scared of that. They're not scared of and they didn't have jail. So when somebody in the community did something, and all the women ran the community, right? The women, the communities, the villages, the kingdoms, even though they had the king and the queen, it was still the chief advisor was the oracle and the witches, right? But anyway, he said that the witches will go around walking naked sometimes with like marks looking like tattoos over their body to intimidate the villagers, to put them in place and shit, and doing all of this magic shit to intimidate them. But when that shit didn't work, and if they did something that warranted a death penalty, and what they would do was they would kick them out of the community. They would have to wander. They would have to wander through that continent of Africa. And Africa is a huge fucking continent. Like, you can put all the European countries in Africa and China and America inside of Africa. It just looks small on the map, but it's a huge fucking landmass, okay? It just looks small on the map, but that's for political reasons, right? But he said that they would put you out of the community. And this is where I said in my last video, this is where the Moors came about, because the Moors are just people who were exiled from their communities. They had to band together, because once you travel and people see that you're by yourself, they know that you've been exiled. You're not allowed in their community. And he said that being exiled and cut off from your roots is worse than death for the African person. And it's true, because you can see these Negroes over here, it's like they're really dead. They're like cut off from their roots from Africa. They're cut off from their roots. They want to be, Pan-African. They want to be red, black, and green. They want to be connected to Africa. But child, let me tell you, you go over there, them people ain't gonna have no big party for you. They're not gonna have no big party for you, okay? The whole idea was to cut us off from our roots. So that's why I say I had no fucking desire to go to that continent. They didn't want me there to begin with. And like I said, on my mother's side of the family, we have the first fucking look. We recorded in the Library of Congress. We got the first fucking one of us that came on a fucking slave ship over here since the 17 fucking hundreds. Okay. And not a whole lot of American Negroes can say that. A whole lot of them don't even know who their fucking grandparents are. They can't even go, 40, 50 years ago to their fucking grandparents. I'm going all the way back to 1700. So you got those who can't even go back that far. Like, they feel Carnell talks about this all the time. They feel some kind of way because they've been cut off from their roots. But that was done intentionally. That was done intentionally. Exactly. Why go back? They did sell us. They sold us. They kidnapped us and sold us. They did all of that. I explained that in my last live. And the Moors are actually the culprits. And they are the ones who were the criminals and the thieves, who were the fucking murderous thieves, who were exiled from these African communities from all over different nations of Africa. And they, like, yeah, so it's the same way with white people, right? When they don't want to be cut off from their community because that's all they have. They're a minority on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want to be cut off from their community. Their community is really all they have. So when Karen or Brad, and rarely ever does Brad marry a black woman, I'm telling you, those are Jewish men. They just pass it for white, and they're gonna let you think that they white. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, white people are your gods. It's just is what it is. It is what it is, right? But Karen is not going to be accepted into her community. Just like in that video where that white woman was asking black women to help. Now she lives in her own community, but her community is shunning her. And not only are they shunning her, but they are letting her know by taking it out on her kid, on her biracial kid, that she done fucked up. And how dare you parade your nigger baby around us, you nigger lover? Like, for real. That's Karen. That's not Becky, because Becky is Jewish. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care. They'll just raise those babies up to be Jewish. That's it. Real for real. Yeah, they the biggest traitors. The Moors are the biggest traitors, but you got to remember, like I said in my last video, how they came about. And that was from them being exiled from their community for committing a horrendous crime that was not allowed. And usually those horrendous crimes was something like murder or rape. Those were like unspeakable, unfixable. You couldn't, there was like, no, like, you got to go. Like, you have to go. So yeah. And that's what they did. They, after all of the centuries, they left the continent of Africa. They all banded together. One gets banned from this community. He wandering now. He's a nomad now, and he joins another nomad that was banded. And they all left the continent that way, because Baba Credo Mutwa is Zulu, and Zulus are in South Africa. That's like the fucking tip of Africa. So imagine all of them that got banned from the tip all the way to up North Africa, like Sudan and stuff. They left the continent of Africa and they went into Europe and in Asia. Because when I was doing my history research in Asia, I found Moors over there. Moors over there working as soldiers for one of the Burmese kings who was trying to get his kingdom shit back from, I think, the Murmurs who stole his shit from his grandparents. Yo, that shit was crazy. But yeah, he called one of them Moors his brother, and his brother was like, yeah, I'm gonna help you fight and get your shit back. So they were like mercenaries for Asian people in Asia, and they controlled Europe. They controlled Europe, I think, for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 600 years. 600 years, from 500 AD to like maybe 11 to Well, I would say like they were in complete control of Europe up in from 500, not BC, I'm sorry, from 500 AD to 1100 AD, right? They were like complete control. They ran Europe. Like Europeans were they slaves at that point. Like, you know what I'm saying? They were uh raping the European women, and they were killing, enslaving the European males. The Moors was doing this. That's why they had a pact in the beginning with slavery. The European women went into a pact with the male, because I'm pretty sure she was calling him all kind of, you can't protect me and this and that. You got these people over here and this and that. Am I not your woman? And how you gonna let these people come over here? I'm pretty sure they was gonna do the same thing. So they went into agreement with each other to get out of that situation. They actually worked together to get out of that situation. The Moors were completely in control of Europe, I think from 500 to 1100. Around 1100, a little bit after that, the Europeans started fighting back. That's when they went into, at this point, the Moors was so lustful of the European women, it was easy at that point. When the European man and the European woman decided to work together, right? It was easy at that point. But and then I think because the Turks became involved, the Ottomans, they were brown skinned people too from India. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't Moors. But what I'm saying is like around a little after 1100 AD, the Europeans started to kick the Moors out. That's why they do in the Netherlands, they have like their own Juve, like how they do, I said in my last video, how they do in the Caribbean and how we used to do here on Eastern Parkway, even though it got ratchet. But when I was in doing Juve and Labor Day parade and stuff like that, it wasn't like that, and I was dressed like for a costume ball, like shit like that, like how it was supposed to be done, right? But it's the same thing like in the Caribbean. The white people also do it. I'll tell you, in the Caribbean, especially in Trinidad, what they'll do is they have this Juve, and it's a day to celebrate when they kick the Europeans out of their country and gain their freedom. And what they would do is they would put white powder on their face to make themselves look white. They would wear the blonde and white wigs. They were dressed in Victorian clothing. The Victorian clothing. Just Google Victorian clothing, right? You'll see what I'm saying. They were dressed like that, the men and the women, and they would parade, in the street or come and stand outside of their houses looking like this. So they're not white, but they were imitating their slave owners, right? Their oppressors, right? That's what they were doing, right? So that's the same thing that the people in the Netherlands do. It's not racist, because if that's racist, then you can say that the Caribbean people are racist too. But the same thing the Moors do every time they celebrate, when they got rid of their oppressors. And at that point, the oppressors was the Moors, right? The Moors oppressed these European people. And what they would do is every year they own Juve. They come out black face, paint all over their face, red lips, and these nice Afro ass wigs. I need me a wig like that though. But yeah, they be wearing these Afro wigs and shit with gold earrings. They'll have gold earrings in their ears and stuff, and they'll be dressed really colorful, or sometimes just black and white. They'll be dressed really colorful. But yeah, them wigs though, like those are the best Afro wigs I've ever seen. Like, why can't I get my hands on one of them? But anyway, that's what they do to celebrate when they got rid of the oppressors out of their country. It's the same thing. The Moors oppressed these people, and I'm gonna tell you again that the Moors were the dregs of all the African nation society. It's the same way that I learned from one of the last native people indigenous to this country, right? Who they used to call Indians, but now they call Native Americans. And I remember that she said that it was the same over here because, of course, black people were over here before Columbus got here, right? They were all over, up and down the Caribbean. Um, as a matter of fact, on my father's side, you know, they were indigenous people from there. They didn't come from Africa. They was already here, but they was in Latin America, right? But they were black because, like I said, my father is blacker than a million midnights, right? But over here in this country, on my mother's side, yeah, they came from Africa. They were brought over here on the ships as slaves, and they've been here since the 1700s, right? But the indigenous lady who told me, she was brown. She was brown, you know, and she told me that it was like over here that all the brown and black people, they lived very much like in Africa. Like, you know, you had all the different nations and all the different communities, right? And they weren't nomadic. I remember in little people's school, when I was like in the third, fourth grade, they used to teach us that the Native American Indians were nomadic and they had to go from place to place in North America because they had to follow the buffalo to eat. Now, you know, I was just taking all that shit in because this is what I was being told. I didn't know any better. And it wasn't until I was a full grown ass woman when I was finding out that I was fucking being lied to all my goddamn life, you know, by everybody, black, white, government, didn't matter, you know. But she was saying that it was the same here, that black and brown people had their own communities and stuff, and that the red people, the people that they called Indians or Native Americans, or the Indians back then, they were the red people. She said they were nomadic because they were considered savages and barbaric. So they were not allowed to be in the communities, that they had to keep it moving, that they could not stay still in their communities. And that's very much like how it was in Africa with the Moors being barbaric, kicked out of their villages for crimes that they committed that was not redeemable, and they were kicked out, you know, barbaric savages, you know, and was made to be nomadic and to roam, cut off from their roots. But this brown woman, and she was from one of those so-called Native American tribes that were how you say, protected by the government. Like, that's what my children's father, he's also like one of their people before they got kicked out, you know, of the tribes, because the Native Americans were trying to say that they wasn't Native Americans and stuff, and now they lost all the benefits that they got from the government. And you know what, with that bullshit, let me tell you, with that bullshit, they kicked these brown people out talking about they wasn't Native Americans, and now they can't get none of the benefits because he was getting some good benefits, right? You know, even his surname is not is Native American, right? His surname, right? But as one of them, he was getting good benefits. But now they kicked the brown and black people out, saying that they're not a part of the community anymore. So now they can't get any tax relief, no benefits, no nothing like that. Yvette Carnell did a fucking video about that shit because she was breaking about that. She was mad. She did a video about that. But anyway, like my children's father, he's the same way. He's one of them. So this is where I learned from the elder in the community. Of course, she was a woman who was telling me this, right? But now come to find out, I heard that Congress was now going to make all these Native American territories that kicked out all the black people, saying that you're not one of us anymore, is now going to make it American, like it's not Indian anymore. So now they won't be able to get no benefits that they was getting before. So if they got a little reservation in fucking Utah or Arkansas, it's no longer an Indian or Native American reservation. It's going to be a part of Utah State or Arkansas. Yup. And you know what? Karma's a bitch. Serves their ass right. I don't even feel sorry for them. But anyway, the elder from my children's father's Native American community brown woman. She told me with straight wavy hair. She told and um uh thick nose or wide nose and thick lips, right? Um and very Negro looking. Like you, I mean, she has straight wavy hair, but that's it. But there are some black and brown people with blonde hair, straight wavy hair. Not all of them got nappy hair like me, right? Let me just say it like that. Not all of them got nappy hair like me. Okay, I'm a happy nappy, by the way. I'm not ashamed of that. I wear my hair natural. Okay. No, it's not in locks because I don't think that looks good on everybody. But I style it naturally. I'll wear like different like poodle ponytails, stuff like that. I just style it. You know what I'm saying? I just style it naturally. And anyway, um, happy nappy, that's me. But she got straight wavy hair, wide nose, thick lips, and deep brown skin, right? So she was telling me that it was like that, that they were all settled in their community, but it was the red man who was not allowed to settle in their villages or their communities or their tribes because they were savage and barbaric. And that's the reason why they were nomadic on this country. It wasn't because of what my third grade teacher told me, because they had to eat and follow the fucking buffalo. Oh my God. I actually believe that shit, yo. I believe that. Oh my God. But yeah, so the elder woman told me it was because of, they were savages, and, the red man was savages. And most of the people that call themselves Native Americans today, they are not even full blooded. They are so mixed with Asian people and white people. They're not even full blooded red man, because you got the white man, the yellow man, the black man, and the red man, right? And then the beige man, right? So that's five. I think it was five: white, yellow, brown. I'm sorry, white, yellow, brown, black, and red, right? Those are the five of humanities, right? So yeah. So, and she was like, yeah, they were just savage. So the people that call themselves Native Americans today, they are miscegenated. They're not even like full-blooded red man. Not like red man full-blooded. And they are miscegenated with white people and Asian people. Asian people, yes. They are miscegenated with white people and Asian people, especially Asian people from like the Philippines, because the Philippines was conquered by Spain, and it was a Spanish territory. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, they are miscegenated. A lot of them are miscegenated, with Asian and white people. Yeah, yeah, white people. That's why I want to be white. Yeah, they could do whatever the fuck they want. I'm telling you, they could do whatever they want. Yeah, they claim to be native for benefits, but that's not gonna be no more, because Congress, I don't know if they passed it or they looking to pass that law where there will be no more Indian reservations, so they will get no more tax havens for they casinos, cigarettes they selling, alcohol they selling, none of that. Yup. Yup. Yes, the Hawaiian natives too. Hawaiian and Alaskan. Hawaiian, Alaskan, all of them so-called supposed to be red men are all miscegenated with Asian people and white people. They're not even full-blooded red man no more. And I'm not saying that like out of disrespect. Like they were the red man, it's not even full-blooded red man no more. But yeah, they claim that for the benefits. White people could do whatever they want to do. Well, I tell you, I want to be white too. They do whatever they got liberty, you know. Fuck a freedoms, like I said, fuck a freedom. They got liberty. They got liberty to do what the fuck they want to do. Yeah, but I wanted to play this right quick because it's going to be hard for y'all, for most people, to get out of Blackistan unless you a Caribbean or African or just an immigrant Black. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be hard for you to get out of Blackistan. And the only thing you're going to be able to do is participate in the political process if you really don't want to be in Blackistan no more. And I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Like, you're going to have to participate in the political process. Like, if you're not trying to leave the country, you know what I'm saying? And then even still, you can't, you got to be careful where you go. You still don't want to go anywhere that's as toxic as America, right? But if you're not trying to leave the country, like, and if you're just staying here, like, you're gonna have to participate in the political process, and that's more than just voting. Like, you gotta get a political education, and you have to involve yourself in the political process, like, for real, for real. But I just want to, this was made in 1976, and this was something, oh man, tell me it's not going to play. Yeah, I tell you, I don't like this StreamYard. I'm going to have to use Zoom next time. I'm not paying for this. All right. I don't think it's even gonna work. Let me see. Let me try taking me down. Maybe that'll work.
Doesn't reflect Rosedale as a whole, but no other group effectively.
Okay, like I said, this is back in 1976. This is in New York, Queens. It's a part of Queens that used to be all white. There was certain, in boroughs, there was all white neighborhoods. In this part of Queens, in particularly, that they're talking about in Rosedale, Queens, back then it was all white, but now it's like 80% Black now today. But at the same time, that 80% Black is not American Negro, okay? It's Black immigrants, all right? And
An alternative. So
those
ROE,
are the people that mostly
acquiescence of
came
people
out
who
here
would
to New
not
York,
themselves have been
and
militant,
I
became
don't want to say integrated stuff, but made the white people run. It was the Black immigrants, because they were coming over here and buying up houses and stuff like that. It wasn't the American Black Negroes. It was the immigrant. It was the Black immigrants. And so now the community that they're speaking about here in this video is 80% Black, and is Black immigrant. And like I said, in the last comptroller issue, I think it was in 2018, they said, and I was so mad about this, because they were like,
I've lived in neighborhoods that have changed.
in 2000,
I've ashamed to go back.
In 2018, the New York City comptroller, that's the person who counts all the money and shit, right? He said, and he was Asian too at that point. He said that the report he did was that 48% of the homeowners in New York City, that's all the 5 boroughs, 48% of them were immigrants. 48% were immigrants. And I'm thinking that's all the boroughs except for Staten Island, because Staten Island is still like 99% white. Is no black. There's like 7 or maybe 6% black people over there, but they keep them in a certain place. They don't let them in Staten Island like that. They are like in a certain spot by the water where if they had to, they could just push them off the shore and drown their asses in the Hudson River. Oh my God. I don't mean to laugh, but shit, it is what the fuck it is, right? So the 7% of black people they got on Staten Island is right there by the water, but they are not allowed like in Staten Island. And that's where I'm moving. I'm moving in Staten Island because you know what? I used my immigrant privilege. So I was able to get, I'm able to get out of Blackistan, but that's only because I used my immigrant privilege. You understand? If I didn't have that, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm telling you, if I didn't have that card, my American, if I didn't have my immigrant privilege card, I wouldn't be able to fucking move way out there in Staten Island where all my neighbors are gonna be white people. You understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to do that shit. But it is what it is. So I'm telling you, like, if you're not black immigrant, then you should consider participating in the political process. Like, do that, because that's what all the black immigrants did that came over here with my father and them. They all did that, and now they fucking running these boroughs. Like literally, they elected themselves in these neighborhoods, in local offices. And boy, I tell you, like, stop listening to these people that's telling y'all not to vote and not to participate and to stop doing it. Stop doing it, because you're being replaced. You are being replaced. And I'm telling you, the only thing that was able to get me that apartment that I'm moving to in Staten Island is my immigrant privilege. I had to be like, I am not like those Negroes over there. I literally had to fucking make that fucking clear. I don't think y'all really, really, really understand. I really had to make clear that I am not like those Negroes over there. So 48% of the people who own houses here are immigrants. 48%. That's almost half. And I'm believing the other 52% are white people who are Americans who live in Staten Island. Because, all the white people left, like basically they left the cities, especially before the coronavirus, when the Democrats let out all the criminals out of jail and said no bail, like y'all can do whatever y'all want, we won't give y'all no bail. Yeah, them white people left. They even knew the Upper East Side wasn't safe no more. They're gone. They're only here to probably visit summertime, and because they still got apartments and properties, co-ops out here. You understand what I'm saying? But they're gone. In the wintertime, like right now, they're here, but in the wintertime, they'll be gone. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. But this piece I'm showing you from 1976, this was in Rosedale, Queens, which used to be white. Rosedale, Queens, St. Albans, Queens, South Jamaica, Queens, and even Springfield Gardens. They all used to be white. Now, I know now they're all black. They're not white anymore. They're all black, and when I say black, I mean immigrants. Like they're immigrant black and then immigrant brown people, like from India and stuff like that. So a lot of Indian people from India own houses out there, and a lot of in those sections of Queens that I just mentioned, and a lot of black immigrants from the Caribbean own houses out there, and yeah, like y'all need to participate in the political process. Like, just stop listening to these people, and because you're being replaced. Like, I hate to say it, but it is what it is. And this video I'm showing you, I put the other 2 videos from the 1950s in the chat box because nothing is new under the sun. I think Buddha said that, right? I think Buddha actually said that. Nothing is new under the sun, right? So this was happening when they made that movie, The Banker. I think that was the 1920s. If you didn't watch that movie, watch it, because it's still happening today. And this is why I'm saying you're not going to be able to get out of Blackistan. You're just going to have to participate in a political process. Just like you can't just go to Washington and march for black girls and black women because you're not being specific. You have to be specific because, like I said, black immigrant women coming over here are protected. They're protected. You know, and their own people protect them. Like, for real, for real. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, boy, I tell you, like, all of the energy y'all are using are for other people's benefits. All of the energy, you know, like, that's the magic, right? That's like magic. I use, it's like alchemy, right? I use your energy for my benefit. You get what I'm saying? Like that black immigrant girl who did the skit about the McDonald's, and you know, she was only doing it to make money off of American Negro women's pain and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? It's like using your energy for their benefit. Like, well, I tell you, but I don't really want to get into that on here on YouTube, because there's a lot of YouTubers that a lot of people listen to who are black immigrant and who are, the way I see it, are taking advantage of the American Negro women. Like, for real, for real. They're just taking advantage of their pain, their struggle, and all of that. And like I said, I'm going to create a safe space with my ministry, and all donations will be tax deductible. So it's not like I'm like trying to take anybody's money. It's to support our outreach and our ministry. So it's not like I'm trying to take your money because I need to pay my bills, because I don't. I have a job. I have a small inheritance. You know, when my father died, he left me an inheritance. Even though I have 5 brothers, I got the inheritance, right? And then I have 2 sons that, you know, they work for the government, so they got good money and good benefits. So if I ever needed their help, which I really don't right now, because I still got a part-time job, like I still work. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's part-time, I still work. You understand what I'm saying? I don't like need your money to support myself. I'm good. Like, I don't want to sit here and I'm good. I'm good. I don't have to struggle, right? And I'm not saying that to be funny or to be bragging or anything, but I just I'm not gonna, I don't want to ask for your money and where you don't get anything back from it. So that's why it's important for me to get my 501c3 certification, so that any money that you do donate, you can get that back and write it off on your taxes. You see what I'm saying? And then not only that, but you'll also be helping other American Negro women. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, because like I explained to that in the beginning. But you have to watch The Banker. And this white man here says it all. I think I put the link in the chat. If I didn't, let me do it now. I think I put the link in the chat, because you got to listen to the whole thing. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want to play this significant part with this white man saying what he said, which says everything. And he's actually repeating what they've been saying since they've been letting it public since the 1920s. He's actually repeating it, but he is going into more detail. He's giving you more detail of what they didn't tell you in 1920 and 1950, like the other videos I put in. So let me know if you can hear it. I hope you can.
are going to help keep Rosedale just the way it is. A beautiful white. Ethnic community. And when I say ethnic, boy, we've got it. Every majority. And
I don't like this stream, y'all. This is some bullshit. I really wanted y'all to hear what this white man said, boy. I tell you. Oh my God. So Bill Moyer asked him a fucking question. He was like, well, they could afford the $80,000 for the house. You still don't want, why you don't want them to live here? They can afford it. And then he also said, well, okay, he asked that question. So then the white man responds, he goes, well, he says, I don't really care if they.
but it's not working. Nobody's fine. Nobody is fine.
It's not gonna play. He was like, I don't really care if anybody, if they can afford to live here. I don't want to live next to Negroes. He was like, I don't want to live next to Negroes, and it's my American right not to have to live next to Negroes if I don't want to live next to Negroes. He was like, I used to live in East New York, and now if you look at it, this was in 1976, mind you. He said, I used to live in East New York. It used to be an all-white neighborhood, and now if you look at it, looked like somebody dropped a bomb on it, right? Which is true, because it was so crime-ridden. East New York was like one of the worst neighborhoods when I was coming up. Yes, it was, And this is at the point where my father had gotten custody of me, and I moved to Crown Heights, Brooklyn, where it was mostly black immigrant and or Caribbean immigrant, or mainly black immigrant, and Jewish people, right? But boy, I tell you, I wish this thing would play, because he said he broke it.
If they have to move, they'll give the home to ROE. And we've been.
He broke it down. It won't play. This shit won't fucking play. I hate this thing. I'm gonna use Zoom next time. I'm not gonna use StreamYard. Yeah, but it keeps buffering. I can't get it. It won't play straight. It just keeps fucking buffering. Damn it. So he told Bill Moyer, the white man responded. He was like, first of all, I'm American. I don't have to live next to anybody that I don't choose to, which he's right. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to. If I don't want to live next to Negroes, I don't want to live next to Negroes. If they could afford the $80,000 to move in here, they can move in here. But that don't mean that we're going to, be community with him. And, I'm going to tell my people, don't say anything to him. Don't look at them. I'm going to tell my children, don't play with their children.
People, I think, out of the last 43 homes we've gotten.
See, it keep fucking buffering. He's like, I'm going to tell my children not to look at their children. Don't play with my children. And this happened in Rosedale, Queens, y'all, because it was a black immigrant couple that moved in, and their house was bombed. And of course, the people who got caught was acquitted. It keep buffering. The people who got caught was acquitted. So nothing happened to them, but they bombed the son's room, and these were black immigrants. And from what I heard, when I did the research and did like back in the 50s and 50 videos, which I put in there, they were saying that these people were intentionally coming into these white towns and buying houses like to start trouble. And they weren't American Negroes. These were immigrants coming over here and doing that. So that was one thing that I heard from two of the videos from the 1950s.
Before the Spencers arrived in Rosedale, they were.
And even if you go back to the 1920s movie, The Banker, which I keep telling y'all to watch, even him, he was fucking immigrant black. He wasn't even American Negro. He was a black immigrant. And that was in the 1920s, and he was doing that when they had them laws redlining. And boy, I tell you, it's crazy. But the white dude was like, I don't want to live next to them. I'm not going to look at them. I'm going to tell my neighbors don't look at them. Don't associate with them. Don't talk to them. I'm going to make sure my kids don't look at them. Don't associate. Don't talk with them. And, I don't even know how a person could even live like that. This is what the white man said. I don't know how a person, like, he going out to his car every morning and nobody waves to him and say hello or good morning, have a nice day. I couldn't even live like that. That's what the white man said. That's why I told y'all they be on code. Like they,
for sale.
Let's see if
We're
it'll
told
play.
there are now.
Yep, it's gonna buffer. Goddamn stream, y'all. But he was like I told y'all, these white people be on code. They be on code, right?
200.
If they don't got their community, they don't got nothing. They don't have anything. And Francis Cress Welsing said this time and time again, like they stay on code. They can't even be found out that they're a nigger lover, because if it's found out that they're a nigger lover, it's over for them. They have no more community. Like I said, with Jewish people, it don't matter. It don't matter with them, because as long as it's a Becky who's Jewish, who's having these babies, them babies are Jewish. It don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? The male, if he's a Jewish male, and if he's messing with the black woman, he's probably not even like around his family like that. He probably really isn't. He probably isn't around. He probably doesn't go around his family for Hanukkah and all of them Jewish holidays, that they get off in school for here. He probably doesn't even do that.
People act as if it's.
And it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't really matter, because he's a man. You see what I'm saying? He's a man. So it wouldn't even matter. But that's why I said community. Community is important for them. So that's why the white man was like, I don't even know how this Negro can live like that. You living in a neighborhood where nobody even, you're not even a part of the community. Like, how could you do that? He was like, I wouldn't do it. That's the white man straight up said, I wouldn't do it. He said I wouldn't do it. So then he also said that the neighborhood, he said this is how it happens. He says you got, because Bill Moyes was like, well, he could afford the money. This black family could afford that $80,000, to buy this house.
It's happening, and did
Let's
it happen?
see. It's not gonna play.
Or is
It's
trying
still
to stop
buffering.
it.
Yeah, it's still buffering. So then the white dude was like, look, this is how it happens. He says, first you got the black middle class that come in the neighborhood, right? And he says, and I'm going to just be real. I'm going to just tell the whole truth here. He says, you got the black middle class family that come in the neighborhood, but some of my white neighbors are not going to like it. You know what I'm saying? So now they're trying to sell their house, because they already thinking they property value going down, more Negroes are coming in, and they can't do that. They don't work all their lives and so hard to buy this house, and nobody gave them anything. They never got a handout. They didn't collect the food stamp. They didn't collect the welfare check. They worked 8 years to save to buy this house, and now they just got to give it away. No, and live next to Negroes. No, we cannot do that. So what's going to happen when this black middle class person move in here? My white neighbors are going to try to sell their house now, because now they just want to get the fuck out and go somewhere else where there's white people, right? And there's no Negroes. So now if they can't sell their house, they're going to sell it to the real estate. If it's a year and they still didn't sell a house, then they're going to sell it to the real estate. So now this is what the white man is saying now. So now the real estate is going to take the house and now rent it out to low-class black people. He said they're going to rent it out to low-class black people. And then they're going to be bringing in all the low-class black, and then all the crime and all the drugs and everything bad is going to come into the neighborhood. And then the black middle-class family is going to move out of there and move into another white neighborhood and start this shit all over again. I was like, damn. So even back in 1976, which isn't even 50 years ago, they already knew. They already knew. You got so-called middle class. I'm not even gonna call myself middle class, because according to Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, like, I really don't got no money. I ain't got shit, not compared to the white American that got all that wealth transferred to them. You understand what I'm saying? Shit, I'm not even fully American. Leave it up to them. Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, none of us are. We ain't even American. You understand what I'm saying? But boy, I tell you, I don't consider myself middle class, but I've never had to like worry about how I was going to feed my babies, or if somebody was going to bring McDonald's for all my babies. I never had to worry about, my lights being kept on. I never had to worry about none of that. And I'm telling y'all, even when because I never married their father. I got married, but that was way after. I never married their father. But even when my sons were born, and I stopped working, because I've been working since I was 14 years old, and minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. But when I got pregnant, I stopped working. I didn't work anymore. And at that point, up until I was my youngest, I think, was 2 or 3, I was still with their father. So he worked. He had 2 jobs. I ain't never had to yell at him. So maybe because he wasn't, an American Negro, he was like Native American. I don't know. But I ain't never had to yell at him to go get a job or anything like that, because he had 2 jobs and I got both them paychecks. He had a side hustle. I let him do what he want with that side hustle. He could keep that money. That was his money. But I got both the paychecks, and I paid all our bills with, because we even lived in separate apartments. Because like I said, I'm not like built for that. Like, like I said, men for me are an accessory. Like if I need companionship or something like that, or an accessory. I'm not like built to, and I'm just not built for that, having a man. Or listen, I'm gonna tell you now, I thought it was gonna be a problem for me, like, because I was so close with my sons. I thought it was going to be a problem for me when they got grown and moved out. But no, I was happy when that happened because I see that I can't be around testosterone like that all the fucking time. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. And just because, I'm not built to have a man around me 24/7, 365 days a year, it doesn't mean that I can't rest in my femininity. Because let me tell you something, when I got pregnant, I wasn't working. And I wasn't married to their father. Like I said, and I got both them paychecks, and I lived on my own place. He lived on his own place. I paid all the bills. I didn't work. And even when I stopped dealing with him and I got on welfare, I sure did, because my youngest was only like 2 or 3. He wasn't in school yet. I wasn't trying to go to work and leave my babies with some fucking body. I don't care. I mean, I'd rather leave them by themselves, and I couldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So fuck it. I got me a welfare check and I got food stamps. I figured, why the hell not? Shit, I've been working since I was 14 and minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. So I paid into that shit. I damn sure did. So yes, I collected a welfare check and fucking food stamps when my youngest was like 2 or 3. I don't know. Whenever I left their father or got rid of him, whenever that happened. And I did that until my youngest went to kindergarten. And even when because my oldest was already in 2nd grade, but I still had the baby at home. And I still didn't go to work. I was still collecting the welfare check, you damn right. And I was collecting fucking food stamps, you damn right. And I paid into that shit because I had them when I was like 30 and 32, and I've been working since I was like fucking 14, and minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. Okay. Yeah, Jada Swirls, black women do work too damn hard, but I wasn't trying to work while I was big and pregnant. I wasn't trying to do all of that shit. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get pregnant by my damn self, so somebody was going to help. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I got both them paychecks, and it was not a problem. And we didn't even live together. We didn't even live together. And I got both them paychecks. It was not a problem. And then when my youngest finally went to kindergarten, that's when I went back to work. And I still didn't like work all, like I didn't have a job where that's when I went into the medical field. I did it mostly because of personal reasons, because my oldest was diagnosed with all types of allergies and asthma, and they wanted to fucking stick shit up in his ear, and I wasn't trying to let them like do surgery on my baby. He was like only 3 years or 2 years old. Like, what the hell? So I had to learn about stuff that I didn't want to learn about in high school and college, but at that point I was soaking it in. So I learned everything about biology, all of that stuff, chemistry, biochemistry, the basics, and physics. You know what I'm saying? And I went into the medical field as an allied medical professional, right? But that's when my youngest was in kindergarten. So I actually changed careers, because before that I used to work in corporate America, where you had to look white, talk white, and all of that stuff. I used to do that. I hated that shit, because I hate having to be something that I'm not for like most part of I hated that. I hated it. I hated it. I really fucking hated it. So as a allied medical professional, I was able to just be my fucking self, like real talk. And I liked it so much better, right? Because I didn't have to be like this. I didn't have to be like that fake TV shit, like I had to do in corporate America here in New York City. I don't know what it's like for other people in other parts of the country. I'm just talking about where I'm at in New York City. It was difficult. But when I used to work, I used to work like in corporate America, and I would assist on the executive level. So I was doing jobs like working for like the president of finance of, banks and advertising companies, and, different industries. But it was always, as an executive assistant on the executive level. So when my baby went to school, that's when I started getting training so I can go back to work. And I did the training while they were in school, and then before I even finished school, I was already hired. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, the medical field was just so, like, the openings, it's so bad that they have immigrants coming from other countries doing these jobs, like my grandmother, my father's mother. Not to be funny, but yeah, like, I don't know why they don't train American Negroes to do it, but they just don't. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's just so bad that you got a whole lot of immigrants in the medical fields. Now, I don't know what it's like in other parts of the country, but I'm telling you, here in New York, like, you go to the doctor, and if it's a black person, trust, they are not American Negro. They are not American Negro, okay? They either a black person from a Latin American country that can speak Spanish and translate to the Spanish clients, or they're black from, like, the Caribbean, but they are not American Negro, you know. But I had a job waiting for me before I even graduated. And even when I did went to work, that was another thing that I liked about it, because I was able to, like, pretty much make my own schedule, because they were just so desperate, you know what I'm saying, to have people to work. Yeah, like I said, they was bringing people in from, other parts of the world, to do these jobs. But I was just working while they were in school. I would work. I would work after I dropped them off from school, because I used to drive them to school every morning, and I would pick my babies up from school every freaking afternoon. They didn't go to no after school program. They ain't did none of that. All right. At 3 o'clock, I went and got my babies. Okay. Because, like I said, I wasn't leaving them with nobody. I'd rather leave them by their damn self. Okay. Because people out here are wicked. They wicked. I don't care how much you paying for a babysitter or for a daycare or what family. No. Mm-mm. No, I'd rather leave them by themselves. Right. So, yeah, I always worked where they were in school, so I can work those hours. And, it's the medical field. So I was making good money. I didn't have to work like 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week. You get what I'm saying? I was good. I was good. But I don't know. I was just talking about that white man. I don't know why I was talking about that. But anyway, this white man was like, yeah, Jada Swirls, black women do work too hard. I like living alone too. I was so glad when my sons, let me put up this invite. I was so glad when my sons left. I thought I was gonna be lonely, and but you know what? I realized it's because of them that I learned a lot of patience, because I didn't have any patience, especially with men. And they taught me a lot of patience, because I've learned through having them and through raising them that men are really slow. I don't care how smart or how genius they are, because both my sons have very high IQs. Their IQs are actually higher than mine. You know what I'm saying? And I have a high IQ, right? But they're slow as fuck. Like, I mean, they are slow. Like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Oh my God, man. They are slow to, like, in terms of um like, they're smart when it comes to, like, doing their work, when it comes to creating things, when it comes to building things, because, like I said, my oldest, he's very creative. He makes his own art, his own music, stuff like that. My youngest, his side hustle, he teaches the younger kids or the younger children how to program computers, how to program robots, build robots, stuff like that. That's a side hustle, because they both work for the government, right? So they so good at that. But, like, other things, like, I don't know. I can't really explain it. But when I don't know. I guess it's because they have that Y chromosome, and it's kind of like short circuited. they don't see like the full circle thing. They're more like on a linear type of thinking, right? Like I try to get, like I could see in advance like the chess moves, right? You know, I actually taught them how to play chess. So they was playing chess when they were like little, right? Because me and their father used to play chess together. And you know, I taught them when they were like 4 or 5. I don't remember, but I taught them how to play chess. But it's like, you know, in chess moves, when you play chess and you know what's gonna happen in advance, because you're contemplating the full circle, right? The complete picture, the full 360 degree. But they not on that 360 degree full circle. They on that angle, that linear type shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like certain things like politics, social awareness or social things, just certain things that I try to get them to see like the full picture, but I see that they can't see the full picture. It's still like they're kind of like cut off from that. So it's like it either has to happen or they would have to experience it for them to be like, oh, okay, now I see, you know. But like they're geniuses, but they're slow as fuck. Like they are fucking slow. Okay. And I love my sons. I don't care what nobody's saying. I don't care what nobody think about that. I love my sons. You know what I'm saying? But they slow as fuck. They just slow. You know, they just slow. And I realize it's because they're only men. You know what I'm saying? And it's because they're only men. And I really do think it has everything to do with that short-circuited chromosome. That Y chromosome is mutated and short-circuited, and because of that they can't get the full picture. Like they only think a certain way, like men do. Men are different. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. There was a book about that, and if you can get that book, y'all should get that book. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And it's true, they think differently. And you know, I've never like been in a long relationship like with a man before. Like for real, for real. Like when I say long relationship, I mean like, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, right? I've never like I'm saying in an intimate relationship, right? Because like most of the people that I've dated in my lifetime, like I knew them like from childhood, right? So, but that wasn't a relationship. We would just, you know, used to go outside and play and shit like that. Like we associated like that. We used to hang out together. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of like being in a relationship like that, like, oh my God, no, I couldn't. And they taught me a lot. And one of the things they taught me was patience. That with men, I really, really have to be patient with them because they just different. They think differently, you know, they move differently, you know, they're just different. They, you know, like they're just different. And I love my sons, but they slow as fuck. They are slow. They're geniuses, but they're slow. At the same time, they're slow. Some things they just can't get. But that's because, you know, they just men. They think like men think. You know what I'm saying? And men think differently. Men really think differently. So I've learned from them that with men you really have, and if it wasn't for me having them, I wouldn't have even learned that lesson. So I actually think the fact that I couldn't make any girl children and only had boy children, it was my karma. Because I was always told that, like my father used to tell me that shit, you too mean to have any girls. Like my nose sweats. So right then and there, he told me that I was mean because my nose will sweat. It'll be below zero out here in this city. And every part of my body will be cold, even my fucking nose. But that shit will be sweating bricks. I'm telling y'all. But my father said, you know, in his country, they say that it's because you're mean. You're a mean person. And I think I am mean. I think maybe I should just come to terms with that because my own sons told me on occasion that you know, I could be mean, you know. I never really thought it was true when everybody else used to tell me that. But when my sons was like, I was like, you know what, maybe I am. And then I was also told, my father also told me that's why I couldn't have any girls, because I was too mean. You see, but it's probably good that I didn't, because I'd probably have to, you know, homicide somebody out here over her. And I'm trying to get through this lifetime without having to homicide anybody, and that's just real talk, right? So is probably best that I did have boys, because they are naturally men. They went through a rites of passage by nature. I didn't have to teach them how to be men. I didn't have to tell them they have to respect women or to respect the divine feminine. They came like that already. Like, they came like that. So I don't have to worry about, like, like, they'll protect me, and they'll protect any wife they choose to have, right? Or any wife that choose him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to worry about that. That's not even, but this white man was saying that, he said that once the middle class black people would come in, then all the poor black people will come in, because the white people will try to sell their houses but can't. So they'll sell it to the real estate. Then the real estate will rent it, like on Section 8, and to poor black people on welfare, and then all of them will come in, and they'll just fuck your shit up. My father bought a house in fucking Pennsylvania, and it was dilapidated, and he even put money into fixing that shit up. And then he rented it to some Negroes on Section 8, and they tore that shit up. And he was like, never again. He was like, never again. He just sold the damn house. He just sold the damn house. So they was like, the white dude was like, yeah, so this is what will happen, but yeah, I was on welfare. So I'm not trying to say that I'm middle class, but I've just never really had a struggle like that, right? I've just never had to, like, bust my ass, and I just didn't have to live like that. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was in collective fucking welfare and food stamps. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't got no shame in saying that shit either. And if anybody make you ashamed of saying that, then you got a whole lot of issues you need to deal with before even thinking about even getting in a relationship with a man. Like, real talk. Like, I can't understand these people. But this white man was like, yeah, and then and then you got the middle class black people now. All the black people moved in and made it into Blackistan. Now they want to leave. Talking about, I'm getting out of Blackistan. I'm going to move to another white neighborhood. And he was like, they going to start the whole process all over again. Let me put that link in the chat, because it won't play on here. It won't play.
With some unusual tactics. When a white owner is sold to...
I keep trying to get it to play, but it won't play. But yeah, that's white flight. And he blamed it on the black so-called middle class. That's who he blamed it on. That's who he blamed it on. He blamed it on the black middle class. So I'm wondering if, anyway, you heard it from the horse's mouth. I think you just have to
has followed that family
participate in the political process.
Demonstrated outside their home and told their new neighbors that this family sold to blacks. Roar is an angry outfit. The Justice Department has asked for an injunction against Roar's activities, accusing them of harassing and intimidating tactics. Some moderates say its militance doesn't reflect Rosedale as a whole, but no other group effectively offered an alternative. So Roar, with the acquiescence of people who would not themselves have been militant, became the only game in town. Who then is Roar?
I've lived in neighborhoods that have changed, and I've ashamed to go back, afraid to go back. It wouldn't be safe there. It's not a case of discrimination or bigotry. It's a fact because blacks, well, put it this way, you can't take them on an individual basis. In cases like this, you have to take on what happens as a whole.
Joe Soltis, grandson of Czechoslovakian immigrants, shined shoes 10 years as a kid to stay in school and help support his family. Navy veteran, father of 4 daughters, sanitation worker.
This is something that someone dreamed up that we have to mingle. I don't really think that's life. I think we have basic differences. Our lifestyles are entirely different. If I don't feel that I want to mingle with blacks, there's no law in the world that can make me. And this is the issue here.
Mike Biggio, unemployed accountant, bought his house in Rosedale for his mother, now deceased. Biggio is one of 2 men charged with bombing the Spencer home. They were acquitted.
The rights of white people in America have been taken away from them. The politicians are taking the rights of the white people away and giving it to the minorities. By busing, by jobs, by everything. You name it, and you see that the white people are getting the short end of the stick.
Jerry Scala came from Italy at age 6 with his father, a bricklayer. Worked in a defense factory during the war. Now a plant manager and 7 times a grandfather. Has lived in Rosedale 20 years.
I moved to Rosedale 3 years ago. Now, I've been married 10 years. It took me 8 years to save money to buy a house. I got this house here. It's an old house. I worked on it for 1 year before I moved in, fixing it up to the way I want to live. And I worked hard on it. And I'm not going to just say, here, it's yours. I'm not giving it to anybody, and I'm not going to run, because there's nowhere to run today.
Joe Ewald, ex-Marine, riveter, now a concrete worker. Tried to become a fireman, but says he was told the job must go to someone from a minority. Father of 2 girls and a boy.
I move from here, I'm going to run into the same problem 5 years from now, maybe. And, there's no place to go. We worked hard for what we got. Nobody's ever given us anything. And we're not going to just back down and lose it. We're not going to, blacks are trying to come in. We're not moving. We're not going to run like white people have been doing for years. We're going to stay and we're going to fight for our neighborhood.
They're afraid of losing everything that they've worked for.
Why should they lose it? Because a black family moves in? That they should be afraid of losing everything they worked for? How would they lose it? How would they lose it? You tell me, how would they lose that?
They'd say to you, there's going to be crime here.
We've got crime by the firebombing and the pipe bombing that was projected by the whites on a black family. So there's crime right here. There's crime in all neighborhoods, so we're not going to bring any more crime.
They'd say our property values are going to go down.
It certainly hasn't, and it certainly does not go down.
They'd say my daughter is going to be mugged in school. My wife is going to be raped by a black person.
Vice
Going
versa.
on before we got here.
That could easily happen to anybody, blacks or whites. I mean, nobody wants this for themselves, but as a white family wants their children to be raped, black families wants their kids. Who wants that?
I mean, it's been proven in neighborhood after neighborhood. When they come, what happens in the neighborhood? I mean, you could go right from here in towards the city. You got Laurelton, which was beautiful. You got Springfield Gardens, that was beautiful. Nobody from Rosedale walked down Merrick Road in Laurelton at night. No white people.
Now, until this here starts and the people are educated to the point where they can live with white people, but white people are not going to accept them. At least I'm not. If they have the money to buy the house, why can't they come?
Because they're going to, white people, well, because they'll come first. And then maybe a couple of people will panic in the neighborhood. This is what happens. We'll be truthful. A couple of whites will panic. And they'll sell, and if they can't sell right away, it's in a real estate a year or so, maybe they'll sell it to the real estate. And the real estate will maybe start renting it to welfare. And then you start getting the lower class in. And then the people next to these low-class people, these low-class blacks, maybe they'll sell. So then you got 3 houses with blacks in it. And then the next 2 go, and then the next 2 go, and then the next 2 go. And before you know it, you got all the low-class in here, and here is your middle-class black running again. And he goes in and screws up another white neighborhood.
I say, if I can afford to buy this house, wherever it is, that's where I'll be. And he can't dictate to me or tell me where I should be. the Constitution and the laws of this country says that each and everyone has equal rights, and I am demanding my equal rights.
We are here to stay as a race and
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know. Let's see if it, because what I did was I didn't put it on the same tab. So let's see if it'll come back up.
right now as a people, we are right here. We're going to stay here. Nobody's going to change that.
I look at it this way. When the house was up for sale, it was open to anybody. There was no notices anywhere saying that no blacks allowed, or no Spanish allowed, or no Haitians, or no Jews, or no Italians. Therefore, since I was able to buy the house, I have a right to it. I have a right to live in it, and I have a right to do what I like in this house, because it's my home. It's as simple as that. No one else has any form of, or any reason to tell us what we should do, that we can't live here, or we shouldn't live here, or we've got to move. No one else. We decide that.
Well, I can't deny them their right to live here, but yet I don't have to associate or even look at them, and I'm not gonna. And I won't let my children look at them, and I won't let my children play with them. If they want to live in that atmosphere, so they can, as far as we're concerned. We just tell our people to ignore them. Don't bother with them. Don't look at them. If a guy wants to come out every morning to get in his car and go to work, and nobody on the street will even wave good morning to him, I tell you, I wouldn't want to live like that.
The easiest thing for us, for anybody, be it black, be it white, it's always the easy jump out of the situation. Okay, we can move. We can go back anywhere. We don't have to live in this house. We don't have to live here. We don't have to. We can move. And this is what happens all the time. Everybody says, we can move, we can do this, we can do that. But we have got a right, as people, as human beings, to live where we want to live.
Aren't we people? If they can determine that we are not people, then they got a point. If they can't determine it or they can't prove it, they better shut up. The color of our skins don't make us any less. We are people. We like to believe that we are human beings, and we like to believe that they're the same, but it's given us a lot of doubts.
Okay, I'm gonna cut that part out because it's the same with Negroes always
their house
begging
line in the struggle for turf.
to be seen as human, and a beggar race will never be respected. Like Marcus Garvey said.
Rosedale, support for the Spencers came from beyond.
We need you when we walk the
Then they got them in church and stuff. Look, white people don't want to be around you. So them white men that you think you married to are just passing for white. They're Jewish. Becky is Jewish. She's not Karen. Karen is white. Becky is Jewish. Karen don't want to have any babies. Karen will be shunned from her community if she had any biracial babies. Becky is accepted into her community with all of her biracial babies because she's Jewish. She's Jewish. And Spirit wanted me to come back today and let y'all know that all these white people y'all think y'all married to, they're not married to you. They're Jewish. They're Jewish. They're not white. Jewish people don't consider themselves white. Just ask a Jew. Because he's not going to tell you. He's not like going to come up and tell you, oh yeah, I'm Jew. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. And if you're just going to go ahead and interact with him based on the premise that he's white, he's going to let you do that. Because like I said, he already knows that, They're your gods. White people are your gods. White people are your gods, y'all. White people are your gods. Yep, they are. They are your gods. Like, you even got to keep, you still begging to be seen as human by them. Like, really. Like, you're still begging to be seen as human by them. Keep saying you human beings, you begging, you begging, you begging. Boy, I tell you, I couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I couldn't do it, but this is based on, like I said, that video is based on a neighborhood in Queens that is now 90 or 80% black, and it's immigrant black that own those homes. It's not American Negro blacks. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I think most of them are like dying out, being I don't want to say miscegenated, but what can you say? Like, I'm mixed, like I'm mixed ethnic. I'm a mixed ethnic person, right? I'm still brown, but you know, I got one side of the family that's immigrant, and I got one side of the family that's American descendants of slavery. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like a mixed ethnicity, I guess you would say. Definitely mixed culture. That's definitely because the culture is like totally different on my immigrant family side. Like, totally different. Like, totally different, right? You know, but those white people, like, you, they're telling you to leave Blackistan, but the white people see you coming and they're not going to let you in, and they have every right not to let you in, and they're not going to let you in because they see you coming. Like the dude said, you know, one middle class American family come in and bring in all the poor people, then the middle class family run back to another white neighborhood, and the whole cycle starts all over again. You heard him say that shit. You know, I put the link in the chat. You heard him say that. You know, they see you coming, they're gonna assume it don't matter how much education or how much money you got. Like, that's how they all think. They're gonna assume that the rest of them are coming with you, and they just don't want it. They just don't want it. You know, and even the people that was protesting on the black people side, they were Jewish, right? They were Jewish, who was saying like, yeah, I didn't play that part of the video, but go watch it. They was like, yeah, anybody should be able to live where they want to live. Da, 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 da. But let me tell you, they not in that neighborhood no more. Boy, I tell you, the Jewish people not even in that neighborhood no more. They got ghosts right along with the white people, right? Boy, I tell you, they got ghosts right along with the white people. Even in Crown Heights, where you still have the mix of Jewish and Caribbean people, there is still a line. Like, there's still, like, across the railroad tracks, even though there's no railroad tracks, we have parkways and shit like that, highways and stuff like that, avenues and boulevards. You know, so across the boulevard, across the parkway, you know, you'll have the Jewish people. And then on the other side of the boulevard, or on the other side of the parkway, you'll have the immigrant black people. So it's still like that. It's still like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. But yeah, even the Jewish people that lived in Rosedale back in 1976, they left. They left too. So while they was popping all that shit about, yeah, you should be able to live wherever you want to live, blah 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 blah, they got ghosts right along with the white folk. They damn sure did. They got ghosts right along with the white folk. And then, you know, you got the white folk. Well, even you got Jewish neighborhoods. You got Jewish neighborhoods all out through New York City and New York State where there's no black people. Boy, I tell you. So look, so unless, you know, they Becky there with Becky's biracial children, and Becky's biracial children are not going to be raised as black. They're going to be raised as Jewish. Okay. Boy, I tell you. So yeah, Spirit wanted me to let y'all know that y'all married to Jews, that y'all not married to white people. White men only use black women for sexual ritual sexual purposes, like um Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said, they got to stay on cold, so they're not trying to marry you. You know, so you running into you're not really running into their arms, but they're also watching, and they also see like you advocating uh lost black women, young women, to run into their arms, to take, you know, to take care so they can rest in their femininity. And the black women, these young women, can rest in their femininity, and while these white men pay their bills and whatever. Well, I tell you, I mean, like, unless you want to be like somebody's concubine, yeah, I guess that's okay, right? But and then you saying you're doing it for protection. Do you really think that dude is gonna protect you when shit hits the fan? When that civil war come through here? Like, do you really think? Do you really think that dude is gonna protect you? Like when shit hits the fan? Like, really? But you know, if you're okay with being somebody's concubine, then you know that's on you. Go ahead and be a concubine. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't think you should, like I said, be running into a relationship with somebody um bef- why your low, your self-esteem is on the ground, your self-respect is on the ground, your integrity is on the ground, and you ain't even pick that shit up and put it in your back pocket. Because a lot of y'all ain't really right with yourself. And look, I want to get into Medusa again, because that's the whole thing about the mother of humanity being taken off her throne, and how the story of Athena, the white woman, and Medusa, you know, the black woman with the dreadlocks in her head, you know, who was raped by Athena's husband Poseidon. And you know, Athena wasn't mad at her husband, she was mad at that black woman, because she was her husband desired her. And just because somebody desires you don't mean that they value you. Because you know, uh Poison, or whatever, Poseidon, whatever his name is, didn't even value her enough to come to her rescue when Athena took her anger out on the woman who was violated, right? Did he show up anywhere? No, he didn't show up anywhere. You know, so you know, just because somebody desires you doesn't mean that they value you. But Athena, the white woman, was jealous and mad at the fact that this woman was desirable. So that's the mother of humanity. And like I said in my last video, the mother of humanity was the standard of beauty before she was knocked off her pedestal, right? And she was knocked off her pedestal. But before that, she was the standard of beauty. She was the object of desire. She was the goddess. She was not only the goddess, but she was also, you know, the warrior goddess. Doesn't mean that she wasn't resting in her femininity. I don't know where you know, I'm proud. Like, I don't, okay, like, I don't call myself like black because I'm not black anymore, but that term strong black woman, it was demonized and used against black women. You understand what I'm saying? Because you know, like, shit, I'm a goddess and I'm strong. I'm not gonna let nobody walk over me, whether it's physically or mentally. Okay, I'm not gonna let anybody laugh at my pain, because I'm gonna be doing all types of magic up in here to fuck with your shit, and alchemy and everything to fuck with your shit. If you think you're going to be laughing at my pain, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let anybody walk all over me. I'm not going to let anybody use me. I'm not going to let anybody screw me in the behind. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And you damn right, I'm going to fight for what I feel, you know, I'm going to fight for I'm going to fight and advocate for myself. I'm going to fight and advocate for myself. I'm going to fight and advocate for those that I gave birth to. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And that warrior spirit in me is going to, I have to do that. I can't just sit down and just, let people shit all over me, or shit all in front of me and shit all over me. And then, expect me to like it. I'm not going to do that. And I don't feel like I need a dude around me to, like, boy, I tell you, listen, the word anatomy, which is knowing, if you don't know what anatomy means, please look that up. Look up the word anatomy, because I had to study that when I went into the medical field, right? I had to study anatomy and physiology, right? Anatomy is a compound word. Anat, which was a goddess, okay? A Sumerian or Kemetu goddess, what y'all call Egyptian is Kemetu. She was a Kemetu goddess. Her name was Anat. She was the goddess of war. She was the one that, who was it, Ramses or Seti, or even maybe both, called on when they left in the tombs of all of the people that they done conquered. It was her that they called on. It was Anat, the goddess Anat. She is the goddess of war. So why y'all over there talking about, oh, I'm going to just sit here and rest in my femininity, and you need a white man to go and do that. You need a white man so you can sit down and rest in your femininity. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, well, they called on a black goddess Anat. Actually, our progenitor, she is a goddess. She was the god of love and war. You know what I'm saying? All is fair in love and war. You ever heard that before? She was the goddess of that. She was the goddess of love and war. Of course, white people get her misconstrued because, based on their level of, vibration, they can only interpret it a certain way. But she wasn't, the whore wasn't what y'all were taught that it was. And a virgin isn't what y'all taught it was, okay? Well, I tell you, but I'm gonna get into that in the private stuff. But she, our progenitor, the goddess, she was the goddess of love and war, okay? That means she will bust a mofo ass, and mofos called on her when they needed to tear shit up. They called on the goddess, okay? That's the mother of humanity. So, like, yeah, they weaponize strong black women against, like they did to her, like they did to our progenitor, the goddess of love and war, like they did to our progenitor. They did the same thing. They made you think a whore was something that it is not, and a virgin is something that it is not. And they made you think that, whatever, boy. I tell you, I just can't. But they weaponized strong black women, just like, and they demonized it the same way they demonized women when the mother of humanity, when they took her off her throne, because God is a woman. And even during the cycle of the divine masculine, the woman was worshipped. Yeah, it was the same way during slavery. Jada Swirls, you're correct. The white women abused the black slave girl who was being raped by her husband. She took it out on the slave girl, and that's in the book. I mean, I knew it before this woman wrote this book. They were her property. She would not only abuse a slave girl, but she would kill the children of that girl, beat them to death, because her husband went and raped the slave. Like, how dare him desire that non-human being? And that's the same thing that Athena did. That's the same thing that Athena did. And she got mad, and she punished this black girl. And she punished her by taking her, the black woman, off of her throne. And like I said, she was on that pedestal. She took her off of her throne and she made her undesirable. So now anytime a mofo when her man look at her, he's gonna freeze up and think twice about fucking with that bitch. That's what's gonna happen. Turning the stone is just like it's a metaphor. It's symbolic. It's symbolic of this, her man not like, no, I can't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Because my woman is gonna be icy cold. You know, she's not gonna like that at all. You understand what I'm saying? And that's probably why these white men only see black women as uh sex for, as like a sex object, ritual sex. That's the only reason why, that's the only thing that they'll have to do with them, is as a ritual sex. And then I'm gonna go deeper into it when, you know, we in our private space. I'm gonna go deeper into what's his name, the dude with the wings on his feet, I forgot. I can't remember his name, but the one who tricked Medusa by using the shield that he got from Athena to go and kill Medusa, right? I can't remember whose sons that was. It wasn't Athena's son. It was somebody else's son that did this. So he was like a demigod also. I can't remember who it was who went to slay Medusa. I think she gave him the shield and the sword. Or he got the sword from somebody else. He got the shield from Athena. He used Athena's shield to show Medusa's reflection in the mirror. And when she froze, that was the only way he was able to cut her head off. When she turned to stone. That's also fucking symbolic and a fucking a metaphor, which I'm going to get into. Because the mother of humanity, when she truly I'm not going to get into that here, but it's very symbolic. It's very symbolic of her finding out who she is and 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 almost freezing up or turning to stone or when she finds out how she compromised herself and lowered her standards and compromised herself when she was the one who was violated to begin with. So her seeing her reflection in the mirror or Athena's um shields is, yeah, Hermes. I think that's his, was it Hermes who slayed Medusa? I can't really remember. But yeah, it's her looking at herself. It's the black woman looking at the mother of humanity. That's what I'm talking about. It's the mother of humanity looking at her reflection and seeing, you know, how she been living when she wasn't supposed to be living like that. Seeing how she never, because she was so, she was, when she got turned into Medusa, she actually got turned into Medusa by when she was worshiping the white woman. She was in the white woman's temple worshiping the white woman. Remember, I already said white people are black people's gods and goddesses. She was in there worshiping this white woman, Athena. Not knowing who she really was. So her looking at herself in the mirror and turning to stone is almost like she's realizing that she compromised her own goddesshood. She compromised her own goddesshood. She was too busy resting in her femininity, which is why this white woman was able to turn her into, or make her not the object of desire any longer and take her off of her pedestal. you know. I think black women started worshiping them when black men did. You know, I think I think like you could be I think you could be right. I think it also has to do with the second uh bloodline, or the second race of people. I hate to use that word race, or the second set of people. I think it was them. I think it was her, because she's over here worshiping this white woman, but she was also the same part of the sisterhood of Satan that took down. And I'm going to get into this in that private space with black women, because I really don't like discussing this on YouTube. But she was a part of the same sisterhood of Satan, who I've spoken about before, who are the sisterhood that worship Satan, that are the real patriarchy. Feminist patriarch doesn't really exist. It's always been a matriarch in all of the sun cycles. We got 13 sun cycles of 26,000 years. Each sun is 13 sun cycles, and each sun cycle has 26,000 years. And I'm going to get into that too, but I don't really like. What I'm saying is it was that second set. It wasn't the original goddess. It was two sets, right? And the ones who are a part of the um patriarchy, those are the feminists, right? Because there's really no such thing as patriarch. It's always been a matriarch. It's always, since the beginning of time. The mother of humanity has no beginning, and she has no end. The Alpha and Omega, who is spoken about in the Bible, is the man. He is the beginning and he is the end. You get what I'm saying? Like, he began through his existence of the mother, but he has an end. She doesn't. The mother doesn't have an end. He does. He does. But I don't really want to get into all of that. I'm going to do that in my ministry in a safe space. But it's always been a matriarchy. It was never a freaking patriarchy until the last few thousand years of the last sun cycle that we just left, which was the divine masculine. That was the fifth sun cycle. We got 13 sun cycles. The last one we just left was the fifth sun cycle, and we just left that December 21st, 2021, just 6 months ago. We just left that sun cycle. Now we're in the beginning of the sixth sun cycle, which is the divine feminine. And this is the return. This out is no more return of the great mother. She's here now. She's here now, and she wants her shit back. She wants her pyramids back. She wants her throne back. She wants her humanity back. She want it all back. She wants it back. She wants it back. Well, we actually have 13 zodiacs. So the last we have 13 zodiacs. The only reason why they're doing the 12 is the Gregorian thing, but I'm gonna get into that also, because I follow the 13 moon calendar. I don't follow the 12 uh sun calendar. I follow the 13 moon calendar, but there's actually 13 zodiacs, and we just left the age of oh my goodness. What's his name? We just left the age of Aquarius. We left the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of I can't say his name, but we're in the snake zodiac. We're in the serpent zodiac right now. Let me Google it right quick. 13 zodiac. I keep forgetting, but it's the serpent. right? It's the serpent zodiac. That's Ophiuchus. That's it. Ophiuchus is the 13th zodiac. So the age of Aquarius was supposed to be like the water bearer, the person who is supposed to, or that's symbolic of the one that how you say, that's the one that's supposed to how you say, bring the information, like the age of information they kept talking about, and all this information, and mofos is still dumb as fuck, don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be the age of information, the Aquarius. We just left that shit. So now we're in the age of Ophiuchus. That's the 13th zodiac. That's the serpent. The serpent is wisdom, but the serpent is twofold. The serpent is wisdom, but the serpent is also not resting in her femininity, meaning she brings wisdom, but she also brings her sword. She'll bring her sword and she won't hesitate to take a head off that is inappropriate, a head that is inappropriate, a head that is disrespectful, a head that is just not right, that is just against the divine feminine. She is not going to hesitate. So she comes with wisdom, but she also comes with her sword. That's the age of Ophiuchus. And that's why the Greeks got the white dude, their symbol of Ophiuchus is the white dude holding back the serpent, right? Because, when that serpent get in your ass, you fucked. Basically. Boy, I tell you, because I'm going to get into that too on my private with just safe space, but I'm gonna get into the serpent, like the Nagas. They're called in India, they're actually called the Nagas, right? In or Kush, but that Kush was India, right? But it's the Nagas. It's actually a serpent. It's a serpent people. Like I said before in one of my videos, I don't remember. We're all not one, right? But we're all connected. I hate when they be like, oh, we're all, no, we're not. We're not all one, but we're all connected, right? We're all connected to the same roots, but we're all not one. You get what I'm saying? Because the roots, you got the tree, the stalk, then you got the branches, and you got the leaves, and you got the flowers, and then you got the branches from the limbs, and so we're all connected, but we're not all one, right? Because if we were all one, we wouldn't be so diverse as we are. Our diversity is it just what's that word I'm looking for? It just reaffirms our connectedness, right? It's okay to be diverse, and it's like I said, unity doesn't mean that everybody have to be doing the same damn thing. I don't know who got that or why people think that, but unity, people coming together in unity doesn't mean that everybody got to be doing the same damn thing, right? But we're in the age of the serpent, Ophiuchus. So that's the serpent sign. And if you Google that, you'll probably Google a picture of that 13th zodiac, and you'll probably, because the Greek portrayed it as the dude like holding on to the snake. It's not like he's like strangling the snake, or it's like he's carrying that snake. Like, I guess he's being cautious, The way I interpret that is that he's just being cautious about letting that serpent go, because when he do, all hell is going to break loose for anybody who has been disruptive, or all the derogatory shit against the divine feminine. It's a wrap. Like I said, people done curse themselves, put it out in the universe, talking about they're not going to be feeding nobody kids, like over that McDonald's shit, where this immigrant chick making fun of American Negro women pain. Like all of them, even her, all of them are, they're gonna get theirs. I'm telling you. And if it's not them, it's gonna be their kids. And like I said, kids are sacrifices. That's what traditionally we do. Kids are baby goats, and by tradition, we eat them and we sacrifice them. Right? Ain't nobody to go over here. I don't allow my children to use those slang words from them Negroes over there. Ain't nobody a goat. We eat goat over here. And I particularly like mine's curry. Okay. I like my goat curry. We eat goat and we sacrifice them. That's what we do with them. Okay. But boy, I tell you, they're not gonna they're gonna feel it. They're gonna feel it. They are gonna feel it. If it's not them, it's their kids. While they out here, boy, I tell you, that was just so disturbing to me. That was just so disturbing. But yeah, that snake, that serpent is coming after them, because that's the age that we're in now. We're in that age. It's the dark age. We just left the age of light. Now we're in the age of darkness. And I'm gonna tell you, in the age of light, when we was in the age of Aquarius, and that was the age of information, and everybody, all that light, and nobody couldn't see shit. I'm telling you, all that light, I see everything in the dark. I see everything in the dark. All that light, can't nobody see shit. You know what I'm saying? But we're in the age of darkness now. Right? And yeah, we're in the age of darkness, and it's going to be either humanity is going to be into extinction, and white people see this. That's why they trying to, they see that their birth rates are low. It's not just here in America, it's also in Europe, because in America is anti-family. It's very anti-family here. But in Europe, like, they give these white women stipends and pay them government checks and welfare just to have a baby. And if they're working, they'll still pay them a government check just to have a baby. The laws over there in Europe are like, you could take a whole year and a half off and have a fucking baby on maternity leave, and not just you can do it, but your husband or baby daddy could do it too. We'll give him a check too. For I tell you. But yeah, they do that in Europe. But America is anti-family. It's very, very, it's anti-family, and it's anti-Europe. That, and anti children. It's anti-family and anti-children. That's why I don't think that Roe versus Wade is going to work, because most of the white women that they do want to have these babies, they have the option to, like the white girl that I'm acquainted to, she's just going to go to Europe. She's going to go to Europe. They have that option to do that. It's not like they're going to be worried about it. Like, they're not going to be worried about that. And the ones that are getting pregnant, they are having their babies. They're not aborting their babies. They're having their babies. The ones that are getting pregnant, I'm talking about the Karens. I'm not talking about the Beckys. I'm talking about the Karens. They're having their babies. They're not aborting their babies. But yeah, America is very, very anti-family. That's why I don't want my grandchildren raised here in this country. So my sons already know that, like, don't even do it. Like, nope, don't even do it. Don't even do it. Like, that's why I just encourage them every day to just finish, their degree, and where they can go and live in another country and be a productive citizen and raise their children. That's it. Because yeah, I was watching some video on somebody else's channel, and she had these, I don't know, this black dude talking about all the good brothers are moving. All the good brothers are leaving the country and moving. And then all the countries that he named that all these so-called good brothers were moving to were like third world Latin American countries where you go for sex tourism. He didn't name not one fucking European country. Okay. I'm like, dude, y'all like not even going nowhere to be a fucking productive citizen. That's why you couldn't name no fucking European country. You naming places like Colombia, Thailand, where you can get plenty of boy toys in Thailand. As a matter of fact, in Thailand, they got the best fucking surgeons in Thailand that make transgender. I forgot they got a certain name for them in Thailand. Like they actually don't shun that over there. I forgot they got a name for it. I can't remember what they call it, but a lot of white men go over there for them boys that been turned into girls, and they got the best surgeons in Thailand. Thailand people are the best surgeons when it comes to transitioning uh giving boys girl genitals. Let me just say it like that, or just chopping they phallus off, right, and tucking it in so it can look and feel like a vagina. They got the best surgeons in Thailand. Yeah, but yeah, like he was naming these countries, Brazil, like nothing but sex tourism, like and like, y'all better be careful. I'm talking about you G Floyds and Negro males that got a passport just so you can go and spend $3 for some third world coochie, right? Y'all better be careful because they saying y'all up. Because I noticed a lot of them that do go over there, they don't come back because they either are in jail for life or they were homicided. And like nobody cares. Like the American embassy is not going to do anything about that. They're not going to investigate. They ain't going to do none of that shit. So y'all can go over there for sex tourism if you want to. But I noticed he ain't named not one damn European country. Boy, I tell you. And not only did he not name one year, he ain't named Japan or China. He did name Asian countries, but those are the Asian countries that you can go for sex tourism. Like Thailand and the Philippines and stuff like that. Thailand and the Philippines, and then the rest he named were like Colombia, Nicaragua, Latin American, middle American countries. Boy, I tell you, y'all better be careful because their men they're setting you up. Put it that way. They're just setting you up. You know what I'm saying? So because they already know you're not coming over there to be no damn productive citizen. But anyway, America is anti-family and anti-children. That's why I don't want my grandchildren reared in this country. I just don't want them reared. And I made that very clear to my sons. I made that very, very, very clear to them. Because I know anywhere they decide to go in this world, and it's more than likely not going to be a Latin American country, right? I know, or Africa. I know anywhere they decide to go in this world, or any sex tourism Asian country. Let me just throw that in there. I know it's not going to be any of those, but I know anywhere that they decide to go in this world, they will be productive citizens. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't want my grandbabies raised here. But the age of we're in the age of Ophiuchus. That's the serpent. We got 13 zodiacs. We have 13 zodiacs, and we're in the 13th zodiac now. They mentioned it on the news back in 2012 when they was like, oh, the hidden zodiac. It ain't no damn hidden zodiacs. There's always been, I don't know. I used to watch a lot of sci-fi when I was little. One of my favorite ones too was Battlestar Galactica. And in Battlestar Galactica, they was looking for the 13th planet, which was Earth, of course. They were human, but they weren't from Earth. They was from another planet, right? And they was looking for the 13th planet. That was Earth. And they call it their sister planet too. But there's 13 zodiacs. There's 13 zodiacs, and we're in the 13th zodiac. Now we're in the beginning of the 26,000 years sun cycle of the sixth age. Okay. And each age have a 26,000 year sun cycle, and in these 26,000 years, every 2,000 years is a new zodiac age. So we're in the first one, which is Ophiuchus, right? So at the end of this age, we'll be leaving Aquarius, and then when we go into the seventh, and none of y'all will be around here for that, but when we go into the seventh year sun cycle, we'll be again in Ophiuchus, but that's not going to be for another 26,000 years, and it'll be in the beginning of the seventh sun cycle, right? So Aquarius was the last age. They even what they did, that play on Broadway. Y'all remember that famous play? Like, if y'all are old as I, it was a play called Hair. And that stayed on Broadway for like 20 years. And one of the famous songs in that play was Age of Aquarius. And they were singing, "We are in the age of Aquarius." So yeah, we're done with that. We're done with that. This is a whole new, we're in a whole new cycle now. We're in a whole new beginning. And if you didn't get the information that Aquarius brought to you, then you're going to be like literally judged by the serpent. Like, really. So, and the serpent is not resting in her femininity, and she's not taking no shorts, and she's not pulling no punches. That's why I believe I see the way the Greeks have old boy holding on to that snake, because it's more like precautionary. Like, he just can't let her loose like that. And also the serpent is also symbolic of the feminine and the divine feminine. It is. So yeah. So, but I'm gonna get it. Okay, Jada Swirls. Yeah, that was like in the 70s. Yeah, that was on Broadway for a long time. Yeah, but they were singing that song Age of Aquarius because we was in the age of Aquarius, but we just left it December 21st, 2021. Yup. And that was the information age. Like, people were supposed to get this information to wake up and evolve, but it didn't happen. And I think that also has a lot to do with Satan or Saturn. I think it has a lot to do with that, with the new with the technology that they're trying to bring in. It's almost like they're trying to, I remember seeing a scientist say that they was trying to break the code of the cosmos. And I'm like, y'all can't do that. Like, they was trying to break her code. Like, y'all can't do that. But I think they're trying to do it with their technology. And wow, it's just a lot. I don't want to even get into it on here, because a lot of it has to do with Anunnaki. A lot of it has to do with extraterrestrial beings. A lot of it has to do with humanity. A lot of it has to do with white people. And I just don't want to get into it. And a lot of it has to do with the mother of humanity, because that's who they are really, really after. And it's like when what's his name showed Medusa her own reflection on Athena's shields, it was like she turned the stone, because she realized like too late that she compromised herself. She compromised herself. And I was saying before that these women were not the goddesses. The ones who was in there worshiping this white woman Athena, they were the very reason why the matriarch fell, because the men couldn't do it on their own. As a matter of fact, it was women running shit. It was women running the communities. That's why I said that, a man couldn't even be a king without the woman. And that's in any culture. You go to any culture and you'll see that unless the woman, he couldn't be a king. He couldn't be ordained king by God unless it was through the freaking woman. Like, I don't care what culture you go in. It was like that all over the world. All over the world. All over the world. It was like that. And boy, I tell you, she was the second set. She was the second set. She was the one that helped bring down the matriarch, because it was never, I know I just started running my mouth, but it was never a patriarch. It was always a matriarch. And they couldn't bring down the matriarch without her, because men couldn't even get close to these women. They couldn't even get close to these women. I mean, it was like this. Even the Celtics, even who I love so much, and who I really believe my surname is like on my father's side, because I got his name, right? But I even believe I did my research, come find out that yeah, it's like a fucking Celtic name, right? But even they respected women. I don't know if y'all saw that movie, The Northmen. That was so good. I loved it so much. And I found out after watching that shit that's what Shakespeare actually based, was it Hamlet on. Yup. To be or not to be, that is the question. Yes, they actually based that off a damn North a Viking story. I love that movie. It was called The Northmen. And it was like I was saying before in one of my other videos, they would listen, y'all gotta watch that movie. But it was like I said, they even like respected women. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like they wasn't like your typical white American men, right? It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. But they knew better. Even they God lost his eye. I don't know, but I've been reading since I was 4, and I used to read all the Norse stories about all their gods, all the Vikings, everything like that, right? But even their god Odin lost his eye trying to find out the mysteries of women. And I said that in one of my last videos before I even saw that movie. And I loved how they put that in there when the king's son was going for his initiation to become a man, and they took him to see the man shaman, and they was getting high and shit and going through their ritual or whatever and shit. And the father asked the son something, and he was like, yeah, why did Odin lose his eye? And the son was like, because he was trying to find out the mysteries of the woman. And then the father was like, yeah, so what does that teach you? And the son was like, never try to find out the mysteries of women. The women are the keeper of the mysteries. I'm telling you. And this is in all cultures, because we are the mother of humanity, but we pass that down to everybody. We pass that down to all women in all cultures. The women are the keeper of the mysteries. And their own great god, Odin, lost his motherfucking eye trying to find that shit out. Okay? Yeah, all of them. The pharaohs, not just in Africa. This is all over the world. In Europe, in Asia, in South America, in North America, in the Caribbean. This was all over. It was based on the women. It was based on the women. You couldn't be a king unless the women said so. I don't care how much that kingship throne was ordained by God. Okay? Because God was the woman. And you couldn't sit on that throne unless that woman said so. Period. And when she looked in that reflection and she saw that she compromised herself, she compromised her own goddesshood. She compromised her own goddesshood. So going back to what you said, Jada Swirls, black women worshiping white women when black men did it. I think that they would have second the other bloodline, right? That were jealous of the matriarch, because it was the women that were running the communities. It was the women that was doing it. It was the women that was doing it. And the men, they, like even in ancient times all over the world, they had certain rituals to bring them into manhood, right? They did like certain rites of passage, rituals to bring them into manhood. But this, even through that, it was a woman who was doing it, like who had to put them through these rituals. It was a woman who had to put them through the rituals. You know, even in the Norse thing, when they went to go and see the shaman, they couldn't even get to the shaman. They had to get past the woman first. Well, I tell you, they had to get look, they had to get past her first. They had to get the okay from her, not from the male shaman. They had to get the okay from her. And she was the one that gave them the permission, the okay. Yeah, it's okay for you to go back there. Boy, I tell you, but they were jealous. They wanted, and they took down the matriarch. And I'm saying, like, the same way that like you couldn't get next to these women. They were like protected. They were really protected. Like you had to go past people and obstacles and shit just to be in their presence. Like literally. And the only way that these men were able to do that were with other women. And it was other women that helped bring down the matriarch. They were jealous. And like you can see it, you can see that woo manifested today. I don't say manifested, I say woo manifested. You can see that shit woo manifested today. Mothers jealous of their daughters. Black women on fucking YouTube and social media talking about them ain't my kids. Why should he have to go and buy them kids some McDonald's? Why he gotta feed them kids? He ain't made them kids. I wouldn't feed them kids either. They ain't my kids. Look, let me tell you, that's the other bloodline. That's the other bloodline. So you could see that shit today. Them fucking bitches on here talking about they wouldn't feed them kids, and that man ain't got no business buying McDonald's for the other kids. Them bitches, like, for real, like, that's the same bloodline that took down the fucking matriarch and helped the men to do it. Because these bitches were on here talking about, oh, he ain't got to buy them kids no damn McDonald's. Them ain't his kids. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, them are the bitches that was jealous that helped them Negroes take down the matriarch. Just like this immigrant black chick who used an American Negro female's plight, her pain, to make money from, and was approached by a man to do it. It was the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. Like, you could see the shit happening right now here today. You could see it right now here happening today. It was the same fucking thing. I said earlier in the video, I saw it on TikTok. She was on a podcast and she said the dude approached her. Cause she trying to get big and clout because she's a comedian. And when I looked at her fucking TikTok, it was nothing but her making fun of baby mamas, and all the types of baby mamas. And this chick is an immigrant. She's not even American. She's either a first generation, but she doesn't have a lineage here in this country that goes back to a grandparent, a great grandparent, or 1700, since the 1700s, like on my mama's side of the family. Okay. So here she is using black women's pain, the mother of humanity pain. And she was okay with that. She ain't give a fuck. She got her coins, even though she only got one baby daddy, but her and the baby daddy ain't together no more. So her baby got a stepdaddy, but apparently this stepdaddy ain't doing nothing for that kid because she claiming that she is single mother and she got to get her coins to take care of her child. You see how she takes up for that stepdaddy who's not even doing anything for her child, but she's using the mother of humanity pain to I guess get her hair done, get her nails done, and feed her child. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing happening now. And then a Negro male approached her to do this shit. And she still didn't even get, according to the podcast, this bitch said he still ain't paid. She's still waiting to get paid. And then the lady, the black lady on the podcast was like, so you were exploited. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, it's them type bitches. They were jealous. They brought down the matriarch, and the men needed the women to do it. They needed the women to do that. So the one who was in Athena's temple worshiping her and then turned into Medusa, she was the how you say, she was the traitor. She was the traitor, the sisterhood of Satan. That's why she was in a white woman temple worshiping her. You know what I'm saying? She was the traitor, but that's also symbolic of what they did in slavery also. So ain't nothing changed because cellular memory is real. You know what I'm saying? And once we were taken off of our pedestal, the white woman was put on our pedestal. She don't even belong there. She's just on there for the time being, right? But she got on our pedestal and did the same thing. You're right, in slavery. You're right. She was she would abuse the slave girl after the slave girl was raped by her husband. And it was the mammy that saved the sanity of that raped girl, and most times when she could save that child from being homicided by the white woman who owned her because she was jealous that her husband desired this fucking non-human being in rags, basically, that couldn't even speak proper Southern English, that wasn't even a Southern belle, you know. Yeah, but boy, I've been on here. Nobody want to come up. I think I left the thing up, but okay. But boy, I tell you, that shit with that McDonald's shit really disturbed me. But them people are gonna get it because you know the the serpent is here. This is, we're in the age of Ophiuchus. So all of them people that spoke that shit out and put that shit out there in the universe, they shouldn't have just said, they shouldn't have even opened up their mouths and said anything. They should have just kept their fucking mouth shut if they knew that they didn't want to if they don't ever want to feed nobody else's kids or offer nobody else's kid food or think a man shouldn't come with McDonald's for everybody. They should have just shut the fuck up about that. But they really screwed their own self. They really did, putting that shit out there in the universe. Watch what the universe bring you back. Just watch what it bring you back. But that's what it was like in the beginning. It's the same thing. You can see it now. You like it's the same thing. It's the same thing. But I'm gonna just leave it at that. Hopefully when I come back, I will have the because it's in a process now. So we're just waiting, and hopefully it won't be that long that I get my 501c3. So any donations that will come, it will go to the ministry, and then we can I can create a safe space, because there's a lot of things that it's just a lot of things. It's just a lot. And I don't want to do it on this platform. I just want to do it in a safe space. So yes, I will charge a monthly pledge fee. It's not for a membership. It's just like a pledge. Like you'll make a pledge to pay a certain amount in a year, and you can pay it monthly. I can give you like the receipt that you'll need to write it off on your taxes, or you can just donate if you don't even want to participate. You can donate and you will still be able to write it off on your taxes, and you'll also be helping an American Negro woman who needs to get out of a domestic violence relationship, or who needs to like literally leave her state with her children, because that's a lot, to get out of that situation. So I mean, like, you don't have to join, but I'm definitely going to do that privately. I don't want to do that on YouTube. I don't want to do that on I don't even want to do that on Patreon because my website is almost done. We're still working on it because everybody works, so we do what we can. But the important thing is the 501c3 certification from the IRS. The website will come. But once I do that, I have that. We're gonna do that on the ministry's website. I want to make that really, really, really private. And even if I do a Patreon, I would still be able to. You would still be able to write it your fees off as a donation, but I don't think it will be private or safe there. You know, I don't think it'll be safe or private. I don't want them like, oh, we're shutting you down for any reason. You know, I don't want that. So I'm just gonna do a whole private. I'm gonna have to use other ways and stuff. So yeah, that's hopefully that will be coming soon because it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. But yeah, Medusa turned her into stone when she saw her own reflection. She realized that she compromised herself and she was used as, you know, as a trick. She was basically used as a trick to bring down the matriarchy. And so and she compromised herself. She compromised her own goddesshood. Like, you can't do that. Like, you really can't do that. You really, really can't do that. But yeah, I don't want to talk about that on here. I'm gonna really get into it because it has a lot to do with a lot of that myth, legends, Anunnaki, extraterrestrials, aliens. And you know, extraterrestrial and aliens are two totally different entities in its own right. They are not the same entities. You should know that. Just like mankind, human, and humankind are four entirely different entities in its own right. They are not the freaking same. So please, okay? And neither are aliens or extraterrestrials. They are totally different entities. And the Anunnaki are not what white people told you that they are, okay? They're not what white people told you that they are. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get into that, and I'm gonna talk about the pharaohs in Egypt. Most of them were women. They weren't even men. They weren't even men. They were women. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, see, I'm gonna get into all of that, but pharaoh, it doesn't translate in any language as the word king. That's not what it means. But I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into that. Aren't we their descendants? Who uh who which particular people are you talking about, Jada Swirls? I'm sorry. Because I was just talking, I don't know, who are you talking about in particular? Um, I don't know, who are you talking about. I know there were two bloodlines, you know, the Anunnaki. Right. There were two. Yeah, I want to get into that too. Some of us are and some of us are not. You know what I'm saying? There were two separate bloodlines. Some of us are descendants of them and some of us are not. You know. But I'm gonna get into all of that. I'm gonna get into all of that on a private. Yeah, some of us are, because like when they say like um there were other beings here when they got here. When the Anunnaki got here, there were already other beings here. Exactly. And Zora Neale Hurston, one of my favorite authors, and she's an American descendant of slavery. She said that all skin folk ain't my kinfolk. That comes from Zora Neale Hurston. She said that, you know, she said that. That's one of my favorite authors. Oh my God. I love her. That's one of my favorite authors. As a matter of fact, I still use the spells that she catalogs, you know, because she was also an anthropologist and she went through all the Deep South, you know, collecting memories, which I'm so glad she did. I think, you know, her and Dr. John Henry Clark, they were like the last of a dying, they were the last of a dead breed. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad she did that because I like, boy, I tell you, last time somebody laughed at my pain, boy, I tell you, I picked up one of them books she wrote and I used one of them old goddamn Southern Mojo spells, whatever they want to call them, hex, whatever. I used that black magic. She wrote about, yeah, well, she didn't have spells. She collected them from the South. She collected some from men and women. And one of the women she collected from was what's her name? The damn mulatto woman, the biracial woman, Laveau, Marie Laveau, something like that, from Mississippi, New Orleans. From Mississippi, New Orleans. No, she didn't. I don't think she did root work, but she collected them. That was, I think, one of the universities here, Columbia University in New York, funded her to do that. They actually paid her to go to the South where all the American Negroes were that was still close to slavery. Because, you know, slavery was only over like 147 years ago. It ain't been that long. So when she did this, it was only like maybe 100 or 85 years that, you know, slavery was done. I don't even know if it was that less, but I think she was funded by, I believe it was Columbia University. I could be mistaken, but she was funded by a university to go to the old American South and collect the memories of these American Negroes that were still close to slavery, that still had the old ways. And she did. She collected what's that lady name? Marie Laveau. I was just talking about her in the last damn live and can't remember. The New Orleans lady, she was real famous for doing all types of root work and shit on white people. Damn. Marie Laveau, something like that. Something Laveau, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, she even got her stuff. Girl, what's the name of that book? I'm gonna have to put it on my community page. I really didn't want to get that out, but I did use one of them spells when somebody laughed at my pain, boy. I was like, no, you know what? Let me go in here and look at this damn old shit from the root work, because a lot of times I find that like a lot of the old stuff that people like disregard, don't believe in, and don't use anymore, those work really well. Like if you use them now, they work really fucking well. And I pulled one of them old shits up, boy. I tell you, yup. And I was like, you ain't laughing at my pain. You know what I'm saying? Later for that. Yeah. Boy, I pulled one of them shits up. But I noticed that the old stuff, it'll work. If nobody is using it, it'll work. Yeah. So yeah, that shit worked. But what's that lady name? She's from New Orleans, and she did all the root work. She was famous for doing all the root work on all of them. She was the biracial lady, the mulatto lady that did all the root work against the white people out there. Marie Laveau, I think that's her name. Yeah, they discouraged Black women from using it, but at the same time, they're using her own science against her. All that marching and usurping her energy, they're using that for their own agenda, for their own white magic. You know what I'm saying? For their own Kabbalah. Marie Laveau, that's it. They using that for their own shit. They use, and the same Black woman who laughing at that shit, like, or like it's spooky and she in church, and you know, they using that shit against her. You know, I said that before. Like, nah, that's okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. My father's family, they from a Latin American country. So for them people over there, that's like an everyday thing. It's not like something you gotta go to school for, like Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? For them, that's a way of life, right? Over here in the old South, the people that was close to slavery, it was nothing to them. They was always doing it, but it was the generations that came after, like the baby boomers. It's the baby boomers that put a like a stop to all of that. They put it. It was the black baby boomers. They put a stop to all of that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but if you go in the South now and you still got the people that's very close to slavery, not that far removed from slavery, because slavery only ended like 147 years ago. So if you go back and you find some old people that's still living like 85, 95, you know, they'll tell you all about that stuff. They'll tell you, yeah, I think the baby boomers are the only generation of American descendants of slavery that didn't pass anything down to their children. And I'm saying that from experience because on my mama's side of the family, they had all of this land. And you think we got any of that shit now? Nope. And that land is worth fucking billions of dollars now. But you think we got any of it? Nope, we ain't get. I'm a Generation Xer. My children are Generation Zers. No, we ain't got shit from them. The baby boomers fucked the shit up. I'm talking about in the black community. They fucked everything up. They the only generation. If you look through all the history from when they were slaves until they were even free, they the only ones that didn't leave anything or pass anything down to their children. That's why they out here looking like fools talking about don't no motherfucker need to be buying no McDonald's for no kids that ain't his. That's why you can hear them say that, because they the only ones that don't leave anything to their fucking children. They the only ones that do that. American Negroes specifically. American Negroes are the only ones that don't leave anything for their children. And it started with the baby boomer generation. It started with them. And I'm speaking from experience because I should have that land on my mother's side of the family that I don't have because they fucked that shit up. Now, my father's side of the family, that's different. But shit, he wasn't American. He was made into a he was naturalized as a citizen. But, you know, this wasn't his culture. This Black American culture was not his culture. So I'm not saying that I'm middle class or I'm rich or anything. But whatever little bit he had, he left that shit to me. He left that shit to me. And I'm the only girl, and he left it to me. Not to his sons, he left that to me. You understand what I'm saying? But he was a naturalized American. He's not like born and raised here like my mother people. They've been here since the 17 fucking hundreds. Yeah, and I'm so pissed at them about that into it. They ain't leave nothing. Like they ain't leave nothing. And I'm just like, I tell you, I don't like none of them. I just don't. I just don't. And American Negroes, the only ones that don't leave shit for their children. That's why you hear them arguing about a fucking McDonald's hamburger. How much is a fucking kid meal? Like $2.99 fucking cent? Are you serious? And these Negro females over here, he ain't got to feed them kids. They ain't his kids. Oh, they ain't my kids. I ain't feeding them kids. Why y'all think he got to feed them kids? Everybody got a fucking podcast on that shit. Everybody got a fucking podcast on that shit. Why he got to be feeding them kids? Hey, I ain't feeding them kids. What? They ain't my kids. Should he have to feed them kids? And then the worst part is you got fucking women up here. Fucking women saying that shit. I could see these worthless ass Negroes saying it, but damn, you got women up here. I'm like, God damn, y'all peasants and savages. Cause I wasn't taught that way. But then again, I wasn't taught by my American side of the family. I was taught by my immigrant side of the family. And we just don't do shit like that. We don't eat in front of people. If we ain't got enough to offer people, we don't go to people's house with food. If we ain't bringing food for every fucking body in that motherfucking house, and we not inviting people over to our house so we can eat in front of them and not offer them anything. Like, you don't do shit like that. You don't fucking do that. You just don't fucking, like, God damn, that's like, your soul should tell you you don't fucking do that. A fucking grown person shouldn't even have to tell you. Your own fucking soul should tell you that. These motherfuckers over here, let me tell you, I done already said into it, they done cursed themselves by even putting that shit out in the fucking universe that they not going to feed no kids. They should have just kept their fucking mouth shut, because ain't nothing right. The universe is going to see them about that. The universe going to see them, they kids, and they fucking grandkids, if they even get to have any. I'm telling you, the universe going to see them for that. We in the age of Ophiuchus, the serpent. Yeah, the serpent gonna get their ass for that shit. I'm telling you. They should have just kept their fucking mouth shut. I'm over here in fucking South Korea looking at this shit. Like, I can't fucking believe this. Niggas is talking about not buying 2 more kids a fucking Happy fucking Meal from McDonald's. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's some fucking peasantry, savage shit. Like, that's some real savage pet. That shit bothered me so much. Like, I'm still ranting about that shit, but that shit bothered me so fucking much. But yeah, they the only ones that don't leave shit for their children. They the only ones. They the ones that expect their children to go out there and get their own. Go get your own. Why you can't get why you can't get this? Why you can't get that? Oh, what's his name? That rapper dude from Death Row, the rapper dude who left his daughter out there strung out, struggling, the black girl, his black daughter out there struggling, and I see people on social media. Oh, should he be giving her any money? She grown. She should be able to take care of herself. Look, ain't no white people gonna do that to their own. I don't give a fuck how grown they fucking kids is. They fucking kids be 50 fucking years old, and they still be giving them money if they fucking need it. Okay? White people do that. White people do that. Jewish people do that. Because Jewish people don't consider themselves white. Yeah, thank you, Jada Swirls. Dr. J. Drake. Yeah, people were like, yeah, she shouldn't be she should be able to take care of her. This child fucking homeless living in her fucking car. My father, who is not an American fucking Negro, he's an immigrant, and I gotta keep stressing this because the culture is different. I swear to God, my father would never fucking let that shit happen to me. Me fucking being in the motherfucking street, sleeping in a fucking car. I don't give a fuck if I was fucking 85 years fucking old. It don't fucking matter. It don't fucking matter. My pops would never fucking had done that shit. Left me strung out there. And you goddamn right. This child was young. She was like 27, something like that. I don't know. She was still a fucking baby. God damn it. Let me tell you something. I'm a grown-ass woman, fucking 35, 40 years old. You don't think my father ain't give me no money if I asked him for it? My father gave me money if I asked him for it. All right. He wouldn't be like, oh, you 40 fucking years old. Why you can't pay your rent? Why you can't pay your bill? Why you need my money for? I ain't giving you this little $100 because you asked for it. You a whole grown ass woman. You can't go get your own $100. Oh my God. Y'all are sick. I swear I don't like none of y'all. I don't like none of y'all. And that includes my American Negro family on my mother's side. I don't, because they are like that too. They are fucking like that. They don't give a fuck. You can be out there homeless in the street with your fucking kids. They don't care. They'll just talk about you like you ain't shit. That's what the fuck they'll do. But my father and his mother, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. And I was taught by them, because when my father was able to get custody from me. And I just thank God is every day that he was able to do that. When my father was able to get custody of me, you know, I was raised by his immigrant family. I wasn't raised by my American Negro family, okay? And I'm glad. I swear to God. I swear, I thank God is all the time for that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I thank her all the time because that family, my American Negro family, they dysfunctional as fuck and they fucked up. And they talk about one another instead of trying to help each other. They pull each other down. And they will be like fucking Dr. Dre, let your ass sleep out on a fucking park bench. You and your kids won't even bring your kids McDonald's, and we'll talk about you. We'll talk about how you couldn't feed your kid McDonald's and how you fucking sleeping on a fucking park bench. That's American fucking Negroes. They don't leave shit for their fucking children. Exactly, Jada Swirls. Longevity and security. And these Negroes, the fucking baby boomers, are the only generation of American Negroes that didn't pass nothing down to their fucking children. I'm telling you. That's why I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with them. I'm telling you. I said that in one of my first slides. My own sons don't even know that. They don't even know their grandmother. Who is they don't know their maternal grandmother. That would be my mother. They don't know who she is. I'm trying to tell y'all, and I have no fucking regrets. I have no regrets not bringing my children up around those people. I'm telling you, none. Because I'll be damned if they be over here talking about, oh, I won't buy that little kid no damn McDonald's. That's my $2.99. Why that kid can't get his own $2.99? And he got a mama, and he got a father. He can't go get no McDonald's. Oh my God, boy, I tell you. Oh, I don't like these people. I don't like them. Yeah. They'll steal from you. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, they will. They will. Look, I don't even fuck with my American family. I'm telling you, I don't have no regrets. I have no fucking regrets. I don't fuck with them. And I have no regrets. I have no regrets at all. I don't fuck with them like that. I don't even fuck with them like that. Cause they'll be sitting out here talking about them ain't my kids. I ain't getting them no McDonald's. I wasn't taught like that. That was so savage to me when I saw that shit all the fuck away in South Korea. I'm like, damn, y'all being watched all over the world, and y'all don't know how y'all fucking look. Like, apparently not, because motherfuckers was on here doing all types of fucking podcasts on fucking McDonald's and whether or not you should give it to a boy. I tell you, savages, boy, peasants, fucking peasants. Like I said, everybody who was kidnapped and brought over here was not royalty. A lot of them were peasants that were just snatched up in the fucking bushes. Boy, I tell you, while they was taking a piss or a shit. Fucking peasants. Fucking peasants. Boy, I tell you. Yes, into it. Never. I never had my my sons around them people, my own family, and I have no regrets. They don't know who them people are, and I have no regrets about that. And they grew up to be very decent young men, compassionate, and respective, and here to protect the divine feminine. And they wouldn't be nothing like that if I had them around them people. I'm glad they don't know who they are. They don't need to. And if your American Negro family side is like that too, into it, your daughter don't need to know them either. And don't have no regrets about that shit either. Don't have no regrets about that. Yeah, Jada Swirls, Blackistan is Hades. It's Blackistan is a state of mind. It's a behavior, it's a mentality. It's all of that. It's not just the physical location. Blackistan is a state of mind. So you can like you can take the man or the woman out of Blackistan, but you can't take the Blackistan out the man or the woman. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a state of being. It's not a physical locality. Blackistan is a state of being. It's a state of mind. It's a state of I am. I am Blackistan. You know what I'm saying? It's a state of being. And these mofos, like they mentality, like you thinking you really gonna go and move to out of the physical location of Blackistan and move around some white people? Like, first of all, they're not gonna let you in. They're not letting you in, because I already played the video, and y'all please go back and watch that. The white man already said how it happens. White people ain't letting you in, and Jewish people are not letting you in. Okay? They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. So first of all, they're not doing that. And then even if you did get lucky, you're still in that Blackistan mind. You're still in that state of being. You're in a Blackistan state of mind, like that rap song, New York State of Mind. You in a Blackistan state of mind, right? So then you gotta bring all the Blackistani people with you. And I'm telling you, like, all of the people they putting out with Section 8 are black women. All across the country. All across the country. All of them black women. All of them black women, they putting them all out, all across the country. Because they don't want to give them a chance to bring in the rest of the people, the rest of the Negroes. They don't want that happening, and they know that she gonna bring in all of them Negroes, because, like, really, the black women are the black community in this country, in America, black women are the black community. When they talk about the black community, they're talking about black women. That's code. That's code for that's political code here, right here in America. When they're talking about the black community, they're saying they're talking about black women. They're talking about black women. So, like I said, like, y'all gonna have to if y'all not gonna, because y'all not gonna be able to really go anywhere. I don't care how many times people tell y'all to get out of Blackistan. You got to get out that state of mind. If you can get out that state of mind of Blackistan, which is a state of being, it's not a physical locality, then you can save yourself. But you have to get out of that. Like, you have to, like, you have to get out of that state of being. And one sign of showing that you've gotten out of that state of being is participating in the political process. That shows maturity also. Participating in the political process, just like every American does when they, even when they come over here, like my father's people, and become naturalized citizens, they participated in the political process. And just like those Caribbean people in the video that I just showed, where the white people said they ain't want no black people coming in here, all of them participated in the if you go to that neighborhood now, not only is it 80% black, but the local politicians are black, and more than likely, like I said, they're immigrant. They are immigrant black. They are not like, legacy people, lineage, been here since the 1700s, right? Like my mother's side of the family. Just like in Brooklyn, in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, where I was born and bred at. Same way. Same way. It's like you got to participate in the political process, like, because if you don't, then your energy is just being usurped. It's being usurped to benefit other people, like other people who will come over here and are not totally American or have an American lineage here, and will be like immigrant or first generation immigrant, and will come over here and use your pain to pay their bills. You know, like you'll pay $3,000 for a class did that really benefit you? Did that really benefit you? Like that class you paid that $3,000 for, like, did you really, was it even tax deductible? Because I'm not giving nobody, I think like white people, I'm not giving nobody no $3,000 unless I can write that off on my taxes. Okay. I'm just not doing it. I don't give a fuck what you offering. I better be able to write that shit off. I better be able to write that shit off. Like for real, for real, for real, for real. But then you got, like I said, you got people on this platform using the American Negro women. They because they know that you're the black community, and they know that you're the one with the pocketbook. Like they already did an article saying that black males are costing the black community 50 million or $50 billion a year. Who do you think that? I think it was 50 million. Who do you think that black community is? Who do you think is black women? And everybody knows that except for the American Negro woman. Everybody know that but her. She's steady over here complaining about these Negro males that only she mess with. Because I'm telling you, immigrant women, even first generation immigrant women such as myself, don't fuck with American Negro males. Like, we don't fuck with G Floyds. Like, we just don't. Like, I'm just telling you, like, we just don't. Okay. We don't fuck with American Negro males. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, she's talking to the American Negro woman, and the American Negro women, are like, yeah, we ain't gonna mess with them. We just gonna go to white people. Don't think that. Let me tell you, these people are watching. These people, like I said, I saw this McDonald's mess all the way in South Korea. I was in South. These people right here are watching, and I've noticed a lot of their subliminal, their subliminal retaliations against this movement. And I say that with my fingers in quote. I see that these white males and these white females are subliminally retaliating against this quote unquote let's go get a white man movement, because that's what I'm gonna call it. I see them taking shots subliminally, but I know who they taking shots at. They taking shots at those people who's out here like, yeah, let's go get us a white man. You know what I'm saying? But boy, I tell you, I don't care what color this dude is. You don't need to be paired up with a dude to be resting in your femininity, right? And just like they demonized women, during the last sun cycle, they demonized women. They demonized Lilith. She's not, anyway, I'm not going to get into Lilith, but she's not a demon. And actually, the dude that killed his brother in the Bible, that was her son. That was her son and Adam's son. Okay. But I'm going to get into that privately. I'm not even going to discuss that. She wasn't even indigenous to this planet. Lilith was not indigenous to this planet. Okay. But they demonized her. They demonized her and made her into a demon who likes to eat children. Right? Because she didn't want to be on the bottom, right? This is the excuse that they say. She didn't want to be on the bottom, so she ran, and then the Most High God turned her into a demon and made her go in the cave and eat babies. Boy, I tell you. Oh my God, boy, I tell you. Well, the same thing that they did to Lilith, the same thing that they did to our progenitor by saying, oh, she's a whore and it's a bad thing, and the same thing, like they have to demonize women in order to stay on top, right? They have to do that because they used to be the bottom. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to like put it like that, but in Roman times, even Romans, they when they went to war, a part of their arsenal was rape. That's what they would do. They would rape women and they would rape men. And the reason why they would rape men is not because, I don't want to say that they were gay. For them, it was power. The person who was on the bottom was actually giving up their power to the person who was on the top, which means that the person on the top controls you. The person on the top oppresses you or control you. You're giving away your power because you're a bottom. A lot of the black males in the LGBTQRSVU community, a lot of them are bottoms. And like I said in one of my last videos, a lot of white men who are gay and a lot of Jewish men, well, a lot of white men who are gay who fly the Confederate flag will never let you know that they like to Pulp Fiction black males in their basement. I remember there was a case one time where this gay black guy was homicided by a white dude because he couldn't take being rejected. This is the excuse that the white guy gave. I don't think the white guy got any real time. I think he got like probation or some shit. But what happened was the black gay guy went to his house. They used to be lovers, and then the white dude was like, I don't want you no more. And then the black dude got all in his feelings and felt like he could go to this white dude's house. But when he got to his house, he got homicided, and the white dude used the fence excuse. He came in his house and he felt threatened. So I think the dude got he got probation. But I'm saying that to say that a lot of the white males, they're not flamboyant. The gay white males who are flamboyant, they're Jewish. Those are the Jewish ones who are out there flamboyant with it, like yeah, and trying to imitate the mother of humanity, because they try to imitate the mother of humanity. So those are the Jewish ones. The ones who are, you wouldn't be able to tell that they're white, like Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm sorry, you won't be able to tell that they're gay or have a fetish for boys. Those are white men with the Confederate flags that will Pulp Fiction a Negro male in his basement in privacy. They even wrote a book about it that's on college campuses and universities across this country, and I put it in my last chat. It's called The Delectable Human Negro and Male Homoeroticism in Slave Culture, United States Slave Culture. Yes, that's a whole fucking book, and they actually use that on college campuses and universities in this country. Okay. So the ones that be hiding, those are the Confederate white dudes. The ones that like to Pulp Fiction black males in their basement, in private. And then the ones that are flamboyant about it, those are Jewish dudes. And I remember watching this Jewish guy who now I'm for sure he's Jewish. I'm subscribed to his channel. He's a comedian, and he actually did some joke where he was making fun of black women. And I even wrote a comment in there. He probably erased it. I don't really care, but I was like, it was just totally disrespectful, his joke. And I was like, but thank you for demonstrating my talking points. You understand what I'm saying? But I figured maybe he was a Jew, but I wasn't sure. I figured because of his last name, it had like the Jewish thing, like, Steinfeld, Steinberger, shit like that. It had the word Stein in it. But anyway, that last, I didn't like it because I think I put it in my playlist, my light playlist. You're right, Jada Swirls, very sick stuff. I put it because he had on a dashiki and a head bonnet or one of them head wrap scarves, and he went in front of, and he does these jokes in person at town hall meetings, at mostly town hall meetings, congressional meetings. He was at a town hall meeting, I think in Texas, dressed in a long dashiki and had on a head wrap, and I think he had on earrings, talking about he get raped all the time. He got a right to his vagina. Why is anybody trying to take away his power? If he want to get an abortion, he should get an abortion. He's sexy. He get raped all the time. I just thought that was just so disgusting. But he's Jewish and they run this country, and he's, he could pass for white, and they could do whatever they want to do. Nobody at that town meeting stopped him from saying anything, because when you go to a town hall meeting, I know a lot of y'all don't go, but I go to them, they give you a certain amount of time to speak. And I think his time was like 2 or 3 minutes. And there was one black person. These are elected officials. If y'all don't know what a town meeting is, please go to your local town meeting, your local town hall meeting, okay? But there were elected officials there, and people in authority, and I think only one person was black, and of course he was a male, and he thought that shit was funny. He was laughing at that shit. He didn't say anything. Like, it was just disgusting. I mean, this dude was like, I get raped all the time. Like, that's a joke. That was a joke. Yeah, the delectable human. Thank you, Queen. The delectable human. But he laughed at that shit. That was like a joke. That reminded me of another white male. I think he's also Jewish, but I unsubscribed from him because it was just disgusting. He was trying to say that somebody was racist. Some white woman politician said that black men rape white women, and then this Jew guy came in and said, yeah, so now everybody's gonna think, because he was basically saying what she was saying was true, and that now all of the liberals are gonna come in and call her racist. And I'm like, this is so disgusting. Why do you think joking about rape is funny? I don't care what color the person is. That shit is not fucking funny. Why are you joking about a woman being fucking violated? Like, how sick can you fucking be? But these were men doing it. These were men fucking doing it. And I think I put that shit in my fucking like playlist. Because I left that comment. I told him, I was like, that shit was so fucking disrespectful. But thank you for proving, demonstrating my talking points. This dude over here talking about he get raped all the time, joking about it. I got a right to my vagina. If I want to get an abortion, I'll get an abortion. Dressed in a fucking dashiki with a head wrap on. Trying to give the culturally appropriation, given the appearance of a black woman, and then yelling and being loud and boisterous like the stereotypical black woman. And boy, I tell you. Anyway, I saw another one of his videos before that. That was before I left. He was in New York City at that time, and there was the LGBTQRSVU out there protesting about, I think it was the abortion, but these people, there was no black people there. They were just all white and Jewish maybe, but I'm thinking mostly Jewish because this is New York and a lot of them are here in New York. So he was, yeah, that is crazy, into it. Well, yeah, because in a way, Strong and Humble, I want to, like, the white people who Pulp Fiction Negro males in their basement, that's more like a Roman thing, power, because the Negro male is the bottom bitch, basically. And for them, it's more like a power thing. Like, yeah, they subjugated these Negroes. Like, it is what it is, But after they do that, they'll eat them. The delectable human, that's, like a taste. They'll eat them after that. So they're mostly doing it for like a power thing. It's not for a lust thing, right? I think the Jewish gay males, it's a lust thing, because you have a lot of them imitating the mother of humanity. They all imitate the mother of humanity. You understand what I'm saying? So for them, I think it's a lust thing. For the Jewish male, gay males, I think it's a lust thing. But for the white Confederate males, the ones, who fly the Confederate flag and will eat a Negro and Pulp Fiction a Negro, for them it's power, like the Romans. It's for them, it's more about power. Because that's what the Romans did. Rape was like a part of their arsenal. That's what they did. Once they conquered somebody, everybody was raped. Like nobody was safe. Basically, nobody was safe. You know what I'm saying? That's why they were so feared. That's exactly why they were so feared. It's not because they were probably good with the sword. It's because what they did after they used their sword. But yeah, they were eating them on the plantation. They were eating them on the plantation, Jada Swirls, and they was using their skin to make furniture, lampshades, all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? Rugs, all types of shit. Money pouches to hold their dollar bills in. Yeah, all types of shit. So yeah, they was eating them. They was doing all of that. But shit, they wrote a book about it. They wrote a book about it. Shit. I couldn't stomach it, so I didn't read the whole thing. But if anybody can stomach that shit, read that book. The Delectable Human and Homoeroticism in U.S. Slave Culture. Yes. Read that book. But this same Jewish guy who was making fun of black women about abortion rights, while he was saying that he's always being raped, and he deserves the right to do what he want with his vagina, while he was in a dashiki and a fucking scarf and yelling the stereotypical way, loud and boisterous, like the stereotypical black woman. And I'm saying that in quotes, right? He also did another video where he was in New York and they was protesting, and he was like making fun of them, talking about, yeah, thank you. Yeah, they was actually protesting him, because I think he was supposed to be on the late show, Jimmy Kimmel, or one of them late shows that's here in New York. He was supposed to be, and they was actually protesting him, the gay LGBTQRSVU people. And there was no black people there. There was only like white people, and I'm assuming Jewish people, right? Or I'm Jewish people, but I'm assuming white people too. But it was no people of color there. There were no Negroes there. It was just them. And they was protesting this dude, this comedian, who made fun of the black women. And they was like, yeah, we don't want you here. We don't want you here. And then he was like, oh, thank you everybody for all of the clout and publicity you giving me. I appreciate y'all, even though you hate me. He was like playing around with them. And then one of them came, he went to one of them, and one of them was like, I hate you. I hope that you die. I hate you. I just die. And then he goes, when he starts to walk away, because the dude was like, yeah, well, I love you. You hate me. You want me to die? Well, I love you. Then when he was starting to walk away, he was like, you're a Shonda for the Goyim. And if y'all don't know what that is, please look that up. Let me see if I even have that here. He was like, you're a Shonda for the Goyim. I was like, yeah, he definitely Jew, because only a Jew would tell that to another Jew. You know what I'm saying? They won't tell that to a Gentile. They only say that to another Jew. Let me see if I boy, I tell you, Shonda for the Goyim. Okay, I did. To be a Shonda for the Goyim is to confirm the most hurtful stereotypes, thereby doing damage twice. A Jew who dishonors Jews by not only doing something bad, but doing something that confirms the worst fears of others about Jews in general. And I got this from the Washington Post. I got that from the Washington Post, and this is another description. It says, the Yiddish, and that's Yiddish, y'all, because they speak Yiddish. They speak Yiddish. I think they read their Torah in, I'm not even sure. I think their Torah is even in Yiddish. And that's another thing, because when I read this book called the origin of the Jews, it was very interesting because a Jewish person wrote it. I think it was written like back in 1905. Remember, I told you I like to read them old shits, right? Because the older they are, the closer to the truth you'll get it, right? But in in I think it was like 1895 and 1905, but it's a book called Origin of the Jews, volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And I think it was called Origin of the Jews. I think that's what it's called. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4. So when I started volume 1, because I didn't get to the rest yet, but it basically goes through like it's like their Torah. It's like their Bible, their Torah. And it was interesting to me that the author kept mentioning the Torah as a she. Whenever he spoke about, in it, a she, y'all, a she. There, what I tell y'all, we going back to the woman being God and giving power, right? But anyway, another a Yiddish, a Shanda Ferde Goyim, that's in German, literally means a shame for the nations, describing embarrassing behavior by a Jew where a non-Jew can witness it. So this dude was like, "You're a Shonda for the Goyim." Boy, I tell you. So that's what a Shonda for the Goyim is, y'all. So only a Jew would tell that to another Jew. That's how it confirmed to me that this guy was Jew. I already suspected it because his last name, but I got the affirmation when the gay Jewish boy called him a Shonda for the Goyim. A shame before the nations, describing embarrassing behavior by a Jew where a non-Jew can witness it. Like how these American Negroes, always doing embarrassing behavior, like talking about they're not going to buy McDonald's for nobody else's kids. They just gonna be bringing McDonald's for that one kid because they ain't give birth to them other kids, just that one kid. Like, yeah, embarrassing shit like that where non-black people could witness it, like they did in South Korea where I was at. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so embarrassing. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. The woman on the high priestess card held the tarot. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, into it. They're still doing it. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Buddha said that. Ain't nothing new under the sun. They still doing it. They still doing. I don't know. I couldn't stomach that book, Jada's. I couldn't stomach it. But this dude is and it's like I said, the guy, he was gay, but he was Jewish, because only a Jewish person can say that to another Jewish person, right? They're not gonna say it to a non-Jew. They're only gonna say it to another Jewish person. So that's how it affirmed to me that this guy was Jewish. But they don't like him because he goes to like gay bars in Texas and stuff like that when they're having like family day, like at a bar, family day where children can dress up as transvestites and stuff like that. I don't even know if I can even say that word. Cross dressers, when they can go to a bar and do that, and he'll show up at like libraries where the cross dressers will be there reading books to children, probably little Jewish children, little white children. I don't know. But yeah, so he does that a lot. He does that a lot, and they don't like him, But Shonda for the Goyim, boy, y'all need to let me put that in the chat. So, because maybe my accent, as a matter of fact, I would Shonda. Okay, I'm putting that in the chat. That's in German. I wrote it in German, and now I'm gonna write it in English. Y'all can just Google search that. That shit's gonna come right up. I don't know if y'all know what a goyim is, but to to the um to the Jewish people, goyim is like they're not human. Okay, like like how they treated us while they were slave owners. In the South, like less than human. Actually, they actually said that we were less than human, right? We were only like uh 2/3 human or some shit like that. I don't remember, but yeah, the, I think in goyim actually means non-human. Like part animal, which is very fucking cynical and ironic. And I don't want to get into that here because then I can get probably a violation. But I'm going to get into that on a private live. Why that is so cynical, because I remember listening to a Japanese samurai talk about the origin of the Jews. Yup, a Japanese samurai. And it was very spiritual what he was saying, but yeah, it was, boy, I tell you, I can't even discuss it here because I would definitely get in trouble because they own YouTube. You know what I'm saying? They own YouTube. But I'm gonna have to do that on my own website because they won't own that, right? And it'll be private. But yeah, we're not, but yeah, I'm gonna get into that, boy. I tell you, I just can't do it here, Jada Swirls. No, we're not the Neanderthals, but I think some of us used our wombs to like regenerate them. I think some of the mother of humanity, her womb was used to to regenerate the Neanderthal and keep them out of extinction, basically. Because I was always saying this like 12, 13 years ago, and then it was just recently, a few years ago, that they were saying that African people have uh Neanderthal DNA in them. Yep. Yep, they sure did say that. Now the way it was described in the way it was described in the medical journal was that it's not like full blown DNA, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's traces of it there. And I suspect that those traces of the Neanderthal DNA in African people are from back then when they tried to maybe humanize the Neanderthals, humanize them, keep them from extinction because they were being extincted out. And like I said, like I'm not going to get into it here, but when the Anunnaki came here, there were other beings on this planet. Like they weren't like the only ones here. When they came here, it wasn't empty. There were other beings here on this planet when they got here. So, but I'm going to get into that. I don't know why they're promoting interracial relationships. Maybe, well, they were at a time. The only reason why I can think if they did promote interracial relationships is so that they can don't go extinct. But then you got to realize it's not the men who will keep a being of people from extinction. It's the women. It's the women who will keep a being of people from being extinct. That's why they overturned Roe versus Wade. Because white men can go and screw anybody they want, and that's not white white men can go and screw anybody they want who's not a white woman, but the child that they procreate with that other women will not be a white child. It will be a child of whoever the mother is. Just the way a Jew is a Jew through the woman, you are what your mama is. Period. You are what your mama is. Period. Yes, we are the mother of humanity. Yes, we have the genes, and it's in our all the fucking so-called races or groups of humanity are within the mother of humanity's DNA. That's scientific fact proven. Okay? That's what they meant by the Eve gene. That's what scientists meant by the Eve gene. We have all of, we can make anybody. We can make any fucking body we want to. We can make Asian, we can make white people, we can make red man, we can make yellow man, we can make white man, we can make brown man, we can make black man, we can make all of humanity. We are the mother of humanity, and we have all of the genes of all of humanity within our DNA, within our mitochondria chromosome. We're the only ones that have that. Other women do not have that. Other women cannot make, a white woman cannot make a black child, a Asian child, a red man child. A white woman cannot do that. She can only create her. She can only create her. Same with an Asian woman. She can only create her. Same with the, well, they're extinct now, but if they were still here, same with the red man, you know, the Native American, the red man, if he was still here, she could only create the red child. You understand what I'm saying? But we're the only ones that could create everybody because we're the mother of humanity. We're the mother of humanity, but everybody else can only procreate themselves. That's why the women are important. So, like, that's why the women are important, you know, and that's why they're doing the Roe versus Wade. Now, in order for them to stay alive, yeah, like the biracial princess, from the black mother who's married to the ginger, the Duke of Sussex, right? Henry, Prince Henry. Like that way they can survive because they'll have the melanin passed on in their future generations to keep them alive. You get what I'm saying? But look at it. Even though she's biracial, she gave birth to white babies. She gave birth to white babies. And you know, I think her baby son is so handsome. I think he's so cute with his little red hair and stuff. He white as white can be. And she just had a little baby girl. They white. You know what I'm saying? They're white. You know, they couldn't use an Asian woman to pull that off. This is what I'm saying, right? They couldn't use an Asian woman to pull that off, right? They can use a black woman to pull that off. And then they can use the what was produced from the black woman to further them. So from her children on, her babies are going to marry into white people. But that's how they keep their that's how excuse me, that's how they stay alive, because they're gonna pass that melanin down. Queen Charlotte was mulatto. She was also biracial. All her babies came out white. But she was also biracial. All her babies came out white. I believe her father was a Moor. Queen Charlotte, her father was a Moor. And I think she came down, like, it took a long time for that to show. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they're going to stay alive. Like, at least the British royal family, now that they got that biracial girl giving birth, you know. That's how they're going to stay alive. And those babies, I guarantee you, those babies are not going, they're not, well, they're royalty, first of all. And then they're English, they're British royalty. So it's no way in hell that they're going to be, how you say, reared around any black people and brought around any black people unless, you know, they're going around black people that their queen mother subjugates, right, or colonize, right, as, you know, like a show of charity or whatever, you know, just to remind the people that we still running shit. You get what I'm saying? But that's the only way they'll be around people of color. But trust me, they're gonna go to schools with white people. They're going to go to debutante balls with white people. They're going to marry white people. They are going to copulate and breed with white people. And that's how they're going to keep their race alive. They just need a little bit of melanin. They don't need all of it. They just need a little bit of it. Just that one drop. You know, that one drop rule. That's all they need. They just need a little bit of it in order for them to live, you know, or to survive on this planet that they keep complaining about global warming, because the damn shit don't bother me. As a matter of fact, I got my hair done where it's all parted so I can go into the sun and, you know, that sun hit my whole full scalp and that shit feels so damn good, boy. I tell you, I got it parted up and put in China bumps. Yup. I've twisted it and put it in China bumps so I could feel that whole sun on my scalp, and it feels so good. But yeah, they just need a little bit of melanin. They don't need a whole lot. Like, they don't really need a whole lot. If they had a little bit of melanin, they'd be able to make it through for several more generations. You know, they just need one drop. The 13 bloodline conspiracy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. The Moors lost their power. They got gully, and the European women went into contract with their men to get them out of that subjugated situation, because they was complaining about how their men was weak too. You know, same way black women complaining today about how black males are subjugated. But shit, if they subjugated, we subjugated too. You know, and then we talking about, you know, going into relationships with white men, but it's really they're Jewish men. And if they are with a white dude, he's not marrying her. She's just a concubine to satisfy his little ritual sexual, you know, stuff that he got going on. And that's about it. That's about it. The Moors lost their power because the European woman and the European man came together. And the Moors were so controlled by their lust for the white women, because you even got paintings like from the 1800s, you know, with these Moors and their white women slaves and concubines and stuff. Like, I'm gonna show that, you know, private, because I don't want to put that on YouTube. But you got like paintings of that. You got paintings of that. You got paintings of black males being pulp fiction by white men and getting off on it, having orgasms. Yeah, I'm gonna show all of that. But they got together, and the black male lust was so undisciplined, uncontrollable, like it is now. Like, they'll, you know, that's why they all are screwing each other now, basically. And a lot of them are double dipping, meaning that they're screwing other men and they're also screwing women too. That's what double dipping is. But it's they were so their lust for these white women was so powerful that the white women was actually able to pull it off. They were able to pull it off. They got into a contract with their own men, for their own men, to get them out of this situation that they were in, with these Moors being subjugated and used as concubines and raped and stuff like that by these Moors. And the white males were subjugated. They were, you know, they were slaves, and probably more than likely being raped too, because uh, boy, I tell you, the Moors also used to fight in Roman wars. Boy, I tell you, these people got around. When I was doing my research, man, they were all over age. Look, boy, I tell you, they got around. So if they was a part of that Roman culture also, I'm sure they was a part of the raping the males when they conquered somebody, right? So I wouldn't put it past them for doing it to them Europeans also when they was controlling Europe. Yeah, they was in Europe from 500 AD until 1492, when the last Moors was kicked out of Europe. And I think that was in Spain. They was kicked out of Spain, and when they kicked the Moors out of Spain, they also kicked the Jews out. That's how I believe that Columbus was a Jew, but that's another story. But that's how they ended up over here, because they ended up here broke, because they was told to leave all of their riches there, and they came over here broke, and they came up off of the Africans that the Moors had kidnapped and brought over here. Yeah, they even navigated the ships over here. They would, the Jews and the black people, they have a long relationship. They like the Moors, they got money together. That's what they did. And I think at the time when the Moors got put out of Europe and the last country was Spain, I think they was trying to like salvage whatever power they still had over Europeans. You know what I'm saying? And since the Jewish people were like the how you say, like the blacks of the Europeans, so to speak, you know what I'm saying? It was the Jews who were like the blacks of the Europeans. Since it was them, I think that they tried to use them to salvage any power and hold that they used to have in Europe. But of course, it backfired, right? Because the Jews turned on them. You understand what I'm saying? But they came over here. They used all the Africans as slaves that the Moors got for them, right? Then they turned their backs on them. I was reading something. Of course, I tell you, I read a lot of old shit. This was written in 1895 by a Jewish guy. It's just an essay. It's from another book that I was reading, which was full of essays and poems of Jewish people. This one was published in like 1890, right? And one of the essays that I was reading was from a Jewish dude who was talking about the Falashas, who those are what the white Jewish people call the Hebrews that's in Ethiopia. They call them Falasha Jews, right? So he was talking about them, and the way he was talking about them was so fucking disgusting. So fucking disgusting. And then, like, yeah, because Jews are like a persecuted people, but they'll get over it. What? Like, it was just so fucking disgusting. Like, yeah, they, oh my God. I think I'm gonna put that also in on private, because if I say, even though it was written in 1895, if I say anything about it now, and what I think about it, I will definitely be considered anti-Semitic. But what he was saying about the Hebrews in Ethiopia, it was very disgusting. It was very disgusting. And with all of that disgust, he still called them his brethren. Boy, I tell you. Yep. Council of Nicaea, girl, all of that. We're going to get into all of that privately, because I can't do it here. I can't do it on YouTube. But boy, I tell you, it's just so fucking much. It's just so fucking much. It's not even funny. It's just so much. But I think the Moors, the Jews turned on the Moors when they got America. And of course there was Jewish slave owners. They were Jewish slave owners. That's just it. That it just is what it is. It is what it is. And they had to come up because they came over to this country dry. They had to leave all of their riches, and these were the wealthy Jewish people that was kicked out of Spain. They had to come here and live in the gutter, in the street, off the land. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah, that's when the Moors lost their power. After they brought the Columbus over here, who I believe was a Jew, because they navigated the ships. Those people thought that, well, the world probably is flat, but you can't go over it, right? They were scared that they would go over the earth if they sailed. They didn't know that America was here, but the Moors did, because they, Africans been over here already. Like I said, like they were indigenous to, boy, I tell you, it's a lot. But yeah, that's when they lost their power, when the Jews turned on them in 1492. That was it. After that, they didn't have any more power. They actually gave up in Europe. They went to Asia. That's when they helped. I told y'all I was doing research on Asian history, and they helped the Burmese king get his kingdom back in Burma. Boy, I tell you, these people was all over. They were all over. But that's when they lost their power. And the European man and the European woman came together in contract, and it was easy because, like how these Negro males go on sex tourism and they end up homicided, because the woman in Colombia set them up. You know what I'm saying? Same difference. Like the Negro male is not thinking about anything but some cheap pussy that he ain't gotta pay no bills for. He ain't gotta buy her kids no McDonald's. He ain't gotta he ain't gotta do nothing but pay her a little $2-3, and he get to spend a whole 3 weeks with her. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, well, they get set up by them women in those countries to get either jailed or homicided. You know what I'm saying? And that happens a lot. So all of these American Negro males in particularly that go to these third world countries for sex tourism, it doesn't end up well for them because they're not white men. White men can get away with it, but everybody knows that, well, at least they know that the American embassy is not going to fret over an American Negro male in a Colombian jail somewhere, or that's been homicided in Colombia. The only thing, they'll maybe send their body back in a pine box, and that's only if the embassy asks for it. Okay. Because if they don't, your ass will be right there where you've been homicided at. Real talk. Like the embassy have to ask for your remains. They have to ask the other country for your remains. Other than that, the country was, the country that, boy, I tell you, look. Yeah, but that's what he think. He getting set up. He getting set up by these women whose men are with that shit. Who's with that shit. Yeah, he might let her go and prostitute, but Negro, you thinking you coming over here, and no, guess what? We not only gonna get that $3 that you gave her, but we gonna get that $500 that you came down here to spend on some weed or whatever too. We coming to get that too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they did put a target on their back because, like, the whole world is watching. Like, look, let me tell you, the whole world is watching. The whole freaking world is watching, Jada Swirls. The whole world The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. And that's just, boy, I tell you. But they getting set up, and that's the same way when the Europeans were able to kick the Moors out. They did it the same way. They used the lust of the black man, and the women set them up. The women set them up. They was able to free all of their men out of this, and then they men was able to take up arms and get rid of these Negroes. That's how that shit happened. That's how that shit happened. They were traitors, they betrayed them because they gave all the power. The Moors gave all the power to the concubines, to the white women, and they kept the men, afar, working, slaving, but they gave all the wealth and all the authority to the concubines. You understand? That's how that shit happened. That's how and they never thought in they mind that this woman, this European woman that they put on the pedestal, was going to betray them. But they did. They betrayed them. They even got a story about that in the Bible. What's her name? Was it Ruth? I think she cut off one of their heads. She cut off one of their heads. I think it was Ruth. She was supposed to be a Hebrew woman. She was supposed to be a Jewish woman. I'm sorry. She was supposed to be Jewish, because Jewish is imitation of Hebrew. And if you know anything about the English language, the suffix ish, ish, means kind of, like boyish, girlish, childish, Jewish. Okay. So that's the imitation of the Hebrew. But even her, it's in the Bible. I think the girl name was Ruth. She chopped his head off. She chopped one of the Moors' heads off. I think he invited her, or not invited her, but he summoned her. He summoned her into his royal quarters. No, not Samson. Not Samson. That was Samson and Delilah. That was the dude with the long hair who was betrayed by the white woman. He was the one with the strength. I'm talking about the Jewish woman, and Samson and Delilah. She gave the power to the men to take over Samson. But this was a Jewish woman. I think it was Ruth. If I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna go back, but I think it was Ruth. And the Moor summoned her. You know what he summoned her for, and she was very apprehensive about this. She didn't even want to go. She didn't want to go. But his lust for her so bad, and of course, she was subjugated at this point. He never saw it coming that she was going to use his sword to chop his fucking head off, and she did. Like, she cleaned his head off. Okay. I think it was Ruth. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Ruth. I'm gonna go back and look, but I think it was her. But yeah, she was a Jewish woman. That was in the Bible. That's in the Bible. Like, that's in the Bible. Yeah, but that's how they lost that power. Their lust was too great. It was just too great. They couldn't think. How the dudes be like, give me some head, and they talking about they phallus. Well, that's the only head they could think with. They couldn't think with the head that was on their shoulders. The only head they ever thought with was their phallus. That's why, that's the only head they can think with. They can't think with anything else. They can't. They can't. They have, like, when my sons were young, I bought this book for them. I think I posted it in the last chat. How to Control Your Dick. And I know the title sounds vulgar, but it was actually an acronym, And if you read the book, it was written by a white man who is Catholic. And I think he was a professor at a university. But if you read the book, Ashley, and I think everybody should read it. I don't think just men should read it, even though he wrote it for men. But if you read the book, it's more like a spiritual thing. It's talking about the sacredness of sex and how a man should like really hold his sexual energy and his penis sacred, right? And he shouldn't just be, you know, skeeting everywhere, all over the place. You understand what I'm saying? It was like a spiritual thing. Like he was explaining how to the metaphysics of it, the metaphysics of sex, the sacredness of it, basically. So yeah, I bought them that book when they were like prepubescent. They were like 12 when I bought that shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these Negro males couldn't control their lust. That's how they lost to Europe. Basically, it was their penis that got them in that trouble. It was their penis. They couldn't think with any other head but that penis. And they lost. They lost. Yup. And they've been subjugated ever since. So now, you know, they lost, they've been subjugated. They get no respect in the world because even though they were Moors, they were still African and they sold their own people. Like they get no respect anywhere, like anywhere on this planet. Like nobody respects them. Like, you know, I know that I'm American. I was born here. But if I was to go, like, let's say South Korea, for instance, when I go there, nobody would know that I'm American unless I open up my mouth. And I'm gonna tell y'all, around this world is there is a strong dislike for African people. And even though you may not have been born on the continent, and if you were born South America, the Caribbean, North America, or even in the UK, you know, if you go anywhere on this planet that is predominantly European, or in some instances predominantly Asian, like China, South Korea, you know, places like that. If you go there, and even in Japan, I heard they even cracking down on Africans in Japan now. Like, damn, you can't go any fucking where. But yeah, oh boy, I tell you. But you go anywhere, people are going to interact with you first, or based on the premise that you're African. That's how they're not going to be able to look at you and tell that you're American. They're not going to know that until you open up your mouth and speak. They're not going to know that you're from Brazil until you open up your mouth and start speaking Portuguese. They're not going to know that you're from Chile unless you open up your mouth and start speaking Spanish. They're not going to know that you're Mexican, and yes, they do have black Mexicans, unless you open up your mouth and start speaking Spanish. They're basically going to look at you as they're first going to treat you based on the premise that you're African. And it may be the first impression you'll get is very disrespectful. But then when you open up your mouth and start speaking, their whole attitude would change. And it'll almost be apologetic. Like, oh, I didn't know you were American. I thought you were one of them. Like, I'll tell you, Africans get no respect on this planet. None. Anywhere on this fucking planet. You're right, Jada Swirls. Look at how they treating the Africans in the Ukraine. And I said that in my Desperation Breeds Contempt video. I was talking about that shit. Like, nobody respects them. They was talking about, oh, they discriminating against us. How can you fucking pull a race card when, first of all, you went over there on your own free will? Ain't nobody drag you and kidnap you and sell you and human trafficking you on a fucking boat into slavery. You went over there on your own free will to make money because your country ain't shit. Like for real, for real. And then at the same time, while they was crying racism, talking about they won't let us leave, look at the government in their countries, wherever countries they were from in Africa. They wasn't making no type of incentive to go and get their people out of there. But them Indians did. They had, and I won't forget this, they call it Operation Ganga, because Ganga is like a spiritual word. I don't think it's Hindu, I think it's Sanskrit, but it's a spiritual word. It's like a power word, right? Ganga. They had Operation Ganga, and that Indian government went and got their people out of the Ukraine. They was like, fuck that. We ain't leaving no man behind. We coming to get our people. Fuck that shit. But them Africans stuck like Chuck, looking crazy, looking stupid, looking like a beggar race. And like Marcus Garvey said, nobody will respect the beggar race. Nobody will ever respect a beggar race. But nobody respects Africans. Like, look what they did. Like, you sold your own people. You sold your own people, because ain't no fucking 50 Africans come up in Africa and kidnap millions of fucking Africans and bring them over here. It just did not. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That shit ain't happen. Ain't no 50 Europeans run up in Africa and do that shit. All right. So they sold people over here. That was after they killed all the kings, because they didn't leave any alive. They killed all the kings and sold the concubines, the queens, and all the children, the servants, and everybody who was loyal to the royalty. They all got sold first. Then they took over the murderous, lying, treacherous, traitorous thieves. Those are the descendants who are running these African countries today. And look, they don't even keep their kids over there. They send their kids over here to America to replace you. They send their kids over to the UK to get educated. They send their kids over to Europe to live good and get educated. They don't even have their own kids in their fucking countries in Africa. I'm telling y'all that now. I'm telling y'all that now. They send them out the fucking country. When they gotta fucking get a surgery done, do you think they go any fucking where in Africa and get that surgery done? No. Where the fuck do they go? They go to fucking Europe to see a fucking doctor, y'all. Come on. Don't nobody fucking respect them. And the people who are running these countries now are the descendants of the traitorous, treacherous, lying fucking thieves who own all the wealth in those countries now. And own all the wealth and sending their kids over here to take your place. Sending their kids over here to take your place, to check the black box and get all your motherfucking benefits. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, don't nobody respect them. And like, that's just wherever it is on this planet. So if you ever decide to get your passport and travel the world, I'm just giving you a heads up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you a heads up. Because before you even open your mouth, they're automatically going to assume that you one of them people. And they have a strong dislike for them people. A strong dislike. I don't want to say that it's racism. I'm just going to say it's a strong fucking dislike. A strong one. But you know, when you sell your own people, then you run your continent to the ground where you can't even grow anything on that shit anymore. Then you sending all your kids all to these other countries and trying to, you know, get them to take over over there, and your country is still full of shit, or you know, yeah, full of shit like a sewer. You know what I'm saying? And you sending your kids over here, and then you got the people who can't even afford to fucking eat running to other fucking countries and trying to get jobs and stuff, and because they boy, I tell you, yeah, don't nobody respect them. So I'm just giving y'all a heads up. So, you know, I don't want to say that it's racism, but it's not race. America is nothing like it here. Like, this is ingrained into the system here. It's systematic here. So there is no racism in the world like in America, the strong hate that they have for the Negro, in particularly the American Negro, because they're much nicer to the immigrant black immigrants than they are. As a matter of fact, they allow the black immigrants to come over here and step on the American Negro, you know, for their come up. Like really. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother's brother actually owned a house in one of those Queen neighborhoods that used to be all white that I showed the video of. And like I said, it used to be white people there, but when they started coming in, they all left. But when you go there now, they're all immigrants. It's no American Negroes that own that property. They're all black immigrants, right? So they're allowed to come over here and check the black box and get all the benefits for the American Negro. So the Africans send their kids over here to do the same fucking thing. You know, you think they don't? Boy, I tell you. So don't be surprised if you go somewhere and, you know, before you open your mouth, you're treated or looked at a certain way. And I don't want to say it's racism. I just say it's a strong dislike. Over here in America, white people, it's a strong hate. That's different. Because, you know, I don't hate people. I just have a very strong dislike for them, because when you hate somebody, not only does that age all of your organs and age you and make you sick, you know, but it can literally kill you. It can like end your life when you're spending your energy hating something. That's not good. You can have a strong dislike for something. That's different. You understand what I'm saying? White people over here have a very strong dislike for the American Negro. For the American Negro and the American Negro only. The black immigrants, the immigrant blacks come over here and, you know, they're good. They get whatever they need, like for real. They get to step on the American Negro so they can get whatever they need. They're not hated by the white people in this country, because they yeah, that's exactly why, Jada Swirls, because hate is a very, yeah, it'll kill you. It'll age you, and it'll distress all of your organs. Like that's not, it's a poison. It's a poison because it's putting a certain chemical in your system. Like, yeah, I don't hate anybody. I can't do that. You know, I don't care. I can't do that. I can't hate anybody. I can have a strong dislike for that person, but that's it. And I think that's what Europeans have. I don't think that they have the hatred that white people in America have for the American Negro. I think the Europeans more have like a strong dislike for the African. Like they don't have respect for them. Like, you know, it's a strong dislike out of their disrespect for them. Like they don't like you don't respect anybody that would, you know, step on your mother. Like Europeans ain't getting down like that. They just not. You know, and I think European men are more manly men than white American men. I think white American men are a little bit more on the pansy side, whether they're Jewish or not. I think they're more on the pansy side. I think European men are more like manly, like they're manly, like, you know, they're like manly men, you know. I don't know. That's just the way I see them. But I don't think it's like racism. I'm not going to say it's racism. The Europeans are more to a strong dislike, you know. Yeah, well, nobody, you're right. You're right, Queen. No, they don't. It's because they are, yeah, yeah. It's because of that, of them being immigrants or refugees in these other countries. But you're coming to another country when you come from a whole continent that's supposed to be full of riches, and you're not even competing in the world economically when your landmass continent have all of these riches, and you have to leave to go to these European countries for a job, to make a living, to live like an immigrant or a refugee. Like, who's gonna respect anybody like that? Is anybody gonna so it's more than just them being an immigrant. Why are they an immigrant in these countries? Who's gonna respect somebody like that? Who is going to respect that? Nobody's gonna respect that. Nobody's gonna respect that. Like, you got all of these riches, you colonize, as fuck, and then where you're not colonizing, you using child labor in mines to dig out what was that shit I saw on that documentary? The shit that they use to make my damn cell phone and my computer with, that I cannot live without. Girl, I can't live without my damn laptop and internet. The cell phone, maybe, because I don't even talk on that shit. You know, I hate texting, and I barely talk on that shit. You know, I only use it if I gotta call a lift, or, you know, if I need to call my sons. That's it. Other than that, I don't use my damn phone, right? But my laptop, I can't live without. And my internet, I would be like frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog if somebody took that shit away from me. So I need that laptop. And there are African children, I think it's called nickel or some shit. I don't know, whatever metal they use to put in our laptops. They're slaving these African children over there in the mines, and they're risking their lives. They're also dying, right? And these African males are controlling all of this labor here, right? They're controlling all of this labor where they got all of these African kids in here dying in these mines, and they selling it to the white people, to the Europeans and everybody else for like 2 cents a pound. Like, who the fuck does that? You selling it for 2 cents a pound. Like, when I heard those fucking numbers, I was like, oh my God. Like, oh my God, boy, I tell you, I'm exaggerating with the 2 cents a pound, but it was still too fucking little that these African people who are controlling this labor was getting even paid for this. Like, man, you're being robbed. You're being robbed. Then on top of that, you're not even paying the people who's dying in the fucking mines. Not only are you not paying the people who's dying in the mines, but you're not even paying for their funerals. You're not feeding the mothers who, you know, who kids snuck away from home, just go work and bring home 2 pennies to rub and shit. Like, boy, I tell you, who respects that? I was watching a documentary with a Chinese man who was out there building a railroad. I think he was building some shit. He was there with the Chinese entourage building the railroad, and he decided to stay. I think he owned a restaurant or some shit out there, and he got some Negroes working for him. He got some African people working for him, and he was even like, in this documentary, even the Chinese dude was like calling them lazy, like they don't want to work. And then he was asking the African dude, look at all of this. Why do my people gotta come out here and build this stuff? Why can't your people do this? Like, the Chinese dude who was actually, you know, who the African dude worked for this Chinese dude. And if it wasn't for that Chinese dude, this African dude wouldn't be able to eat or feed his family. And the Chinese dude wasn't holding shit back. He was like, why does my people have to come out here and build these fucking things? Why can't your people do it? That motherfucking African ain't had no motherfucking answer for that Chinese man, okay? And not only that, but he laughed like it was funny. This nigga laughed like that shit was fucking funny. Like, yeah, so, yeah. Nobody respects a beggar race. And Marcus Garvey said that already. Nobody respects a beggar race. So you coming over there to another person to immigrate to another fucking country to work because you can't feed your people in your own country? Come on, like, boy, I tell you. But I'm gonna go ahead and get off of this live. Yup, that's why they ages milk, sons of Satan. Hilidor said sons of Satan. Oh my goodness. I don't know. But if the black woman is God, then the black man is the devil. And as a matter of fact, I know I said I was gonna get up, but that just brought something up. In astrology and cosmology, Satan is actually the father. But I'm gonna get into that, girl. I'm gonna get into that in our private space because I'm not letting none of that off here on fucking YouTube. But yes, Satan is the father, yo. Satan in cosmology and black cosmology. Satan is the father, girl. Satan is the father. Yes. Satan is the father, Mars is the son, um, Venus is the daughter. That's in black cosmology. In white cosmology, I think Mercury is the mother. I gotta go back and check my notes again. But yeah, Satan is the father. Satan is the father. So if the black woman is the mother of humanity. If she's God, then the black man is Satan. And the devil and Satan are two entirely, totally different entities. And Lucifer and Satan are two totally, entirely different entities. I know people like to mix them up and confuse them and like it's one, but no, they're all entirely different entities. They're different entities. Okay. Lucifer, well, I'm not even gonna get into that on YouTube, but Lucifer is the woman. Okay, the fallen ones. But I'm not even gonna get into that. That's gonna be private. So let me go because goddamn, I've been talking for 7 hours. Yes, he is into it. Satan is the father. In black cosmology, he is the father. He is the damn father. And yeah, those are two totally different entities. Satan and Lucifer are not the same. Um Lucifer is a woman, and the fallen ones. Boy, I tell you, it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot, boy. I tell you, it's a whole lot. Fallen ones are the black women. The fallen one. She's the one that's fallen. She's the one that's fallen from heaven. She's the one that's fallen off her fucking pedestal that the white woman is on now. The European woman is on her pedestal, imitating the goddess. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, it's a mess out here. But you know what? The serpent Ophiuchus is gonna fix all of that. What is that? Yahweh is Satan. Is that what that thing is? I can't tell because shit, I'm blind too. I ain't got my glasses on, girl. Jada Swirl. Is that Satan? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe that's Satan. I don't know. But a devil is not what everybody thinks it is. Actually, a devil is also feminine. A devil is feminine. It's actually from a Sanskrit word. Sanskrit. I can't know how to say it. It's an ancient language. Sanskrit is an ancient language. It's related to Coptic, but and Phoenician also. But it's a really ancient language, and Sanskrit is actually devil is from that word. And European people, they made it out to be the bad guy because they need something to blame for. Everybody needs something to blame. You ever notice that whenever you do something good, it's God, and then whenever you do something bad, it's the devil. It's Lucifer. It's never attributed it to the human being that committed that act. Like you can't say, oh, you a good human being for giving these children McDonald's. That was God. You know what I'm saying? And then when you fuck up and do some stupid shit, oh well, that wasn't you. Don't worry about it. That was devil. That was Lucifer. Lucifer made you do that. Boy, I tell you. Men need somebody to blame. They need an object to put the blame on. That's why they got this group called the Manosphere and single men going their own way bullshit and all of that. Because they need somebody to blame. Look who they blaming. they blaming women, y'all. Boy, I tell you, they forsaken their God. Okay, they've not only forsaken a God, but they also forsaken their devil, right? So they're not blaming God or the devil anymore. Now they put all the blame on women. You see that shit? But let me tell you something. We're in the zodiac sign, the age of the serpent, and that divine serpent is gonna fix every. Boy, I tell you, just watch. But look, we're gonna get into that. The 13th zodiac, that's right into it. The 13th zodiac, that's the age we in now. Ophiuchus, if I even said that right. Ophiuchus, the 13th zodiac, the divine serpent, which represents the divine feminine, or is a symbolic of the divine feminine and wisdom. Yup. So if nobody got anything in the age of Aquarius, all the information that they were supposed to get in the light, because the light blinded a whole lot of people. They're going to see a whole lot of shit in the dark, because now we in the age of darkness. The last age we left was the age of light, the divine masculine. And all of that information from Aquarius, nobody could see shit. You know why? Because they was blinded by the light. Y'all better stop following that damn light. But now everybody going to see shit. And they're going to see that shit in the dark. Boy, I tell you. And for you white people out there, y'all need to stop fucking with them Ouija boards. Stop fucking with them shits. I'm telling you. Those are otherworldly beings that don't like you, that you fucking with. Stop fucking with them goddamn Ouija boards. Stop doing it. I'm telling you, because I'm subscribed to some boy. I tell you, y'all need to stop fucking with them damn Ouija boards. I'm telling you to stop doing it. Because y'all calling in the ancient ones, and the ancient ones don't like y'all. Okay? Y'all calling in some otherworldly beings that don't like you. Okay? I think H.P. Lovecraft wrote about that shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't like y'all. Stop using them damn Ouija boards. I don't know why every time something fall off your cabinet, and I've noticed that a lot of y'all are being plagued by these entities. I noticed that it's mostly y'all being plagued by these entities. But let me tell you something. The divine serpent is here for y'all ass, for anybody, not just white people. Okay? It's here for these Negroes too. Look, boy, I tell you, I'm not even gonna get into that. I can't do it here. I can't do it. But stop, white people, because some of y'all I really like who I'm subscribed to. I really like y'all. Stop fucking with these damn Ouija boards. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. If a chair start moving in your kitchen, if motherfucking knives and forks and spoons start flying out your motherfucking kitchen drawer, don't get a Ouija board. What you have to do is you get an elder person who's closer to the pagan ways in your community, because there are elderly white people like that, or European people like that still exist. All right. And if you can't find anybody like that, get okay, I don't want to say, because the white girl that I'm acquainted with, she told me that was like, a derogatory thing to call these European people that we know as gypsies. I've been calling them gypsies all my life, but the white girl told me that was derogatory, that I need to say Romani, right? Romani. So if you can't find any ethnic European people in your community, that's with the pagan old ways, with the heathen ways, because I wouldn't even say pagan, because Christianity is still like pagan, but who are heathens, right? Like myself, okay? If you can't find one of them old people, then you got to go and get you a Ramana. They will help you. I mean, you pay them, of course, you give them their tithes and stuff like that, but you have to get a Ramana. Don't fucking go and get a Ouija board. I'm just telling y'all that now. Please stop fucking with the Ouija board. If you can't get a European that's close to heathenism, like myself, then go and get a Ramana. They're like the only Europeans left, that are still into the arts. Okay. They will help you. I'm telling you, they will help you. Okay. But do not fuck with the Ouija board. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, that's where the light is really into it. You're right. It's in the dark, and we're in the age of darkness. That we're in the sixth sun of darkness. We just left the fifth sun of light. Now we're in the sixth sun of darkness. And this is the divine feminine. That's the whole cosmology. But I'm going to get into that privately in a safe space for just American Negro women, right? I can't say black women because I'm not allowing everybody. This is just for American Negro women who are, who are just like, yeah, but who are yeah, whose power are being usurped and they don't really understand that. Like they laughing at it and thinking that it's a fucking joke. You understand what I'm saying? They're laughing, but they were made to do that, and then their own sciences are used against them. Yeah, so like people like immigrant black people who are women, they don't laugh at shit like that, right? They don't laugh at shit like that. Like, well, I tell you, but yeah, I'm just gonna do something because they they need to learn this. So I'm going to go back to my teaching, but I'm going to do it in a safe space where we can be safe and we can say whatever the hell we want. We can use the F word, because I use the F word all the time in my home, just like the white people use the N word all the time when they're in the comfort and the safety of their own home, right? They throw around the N word like it ain't nothing. And I throw around the F word like it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? I do that in the safety and comfort of my own home. So I'm going to create a space that's just like that, the safety and comfort of my home. And just like white people got the safety and comfort of their home to say whatever the hell they want to say. Okay. So I'm going to create a safe space. Yes, into it. I will. I just finally got my articles of incorporation amended. And so now we're in the process of getting the 501c3 certification from the IRS. I want to make sure I have that first, because anybody is donating, I want them to be able to write that off on their taxes, because I'm not trying to collect money or anything, to like pay my bills or, feed myself or anything like that. I'm not on here to make a living, right? I have a part-time job, and I'm okay. I'm good. Like I'm not struggling like that, right? But but I have um I have a part-time job, so I'm not struggling like that. So I'm just waiting on the 501c3. So I've been working with some. Oh, thank you, Queen. I think she meant to say good luck. Thank you. But I got some consultants that I'm working with that they're like actually doing all the paperwork for me. So I had to get my articles amended, because I'm even though I'm an ordained minister, I want to be able to ordain other people through my ministry. So that's why I had to get it amended, because I wanted to make sure all the legalities were there. I want to be able to, and I can now. Now I can legally ordain other people through my ministry, and that's a goal of mine. I want to ordain women. I'm really looking to ordain women, because men, nah. As you can see in the world, they're not doing a good job, being pastors of these churches, right? They're not really doing a good job, and that it doesn't matter what color they are or what level of melanin they have. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even matter. They're not doing a good job, and it's always a scandal. So yeah, I was able to it's crazy, but I had to get an accountability board, for legal reasons, even though my accountability board is just saying that they could remove the pastor from the ministry for any what's that, immoral behavior. But I'm not looking to use my ministry to rape women or molest boys. Okay, that's so I don't think that my accountability board would ever even have to meet, because that's not my intentions. I'm not using my ministry for that. I'm using my ministry as an outreach, for American Negro women, and also as a teaching platform. So yeah, but I'm waiting on the 501c3 by the IRS. Once I get that, that's official, because the company is official. We have the account and everything. Like, people could start making donations now to the ministry, but I don't want that yet. That's why I didn't advertise that yet. I want to make sure I have that certification from the IRS before I do that, because I want whoever is going to donate, regardless of what color they are, I want them to be able to write that off on their taxes. I'm not here on YouTube or whatever, trying to I'm not trying to come up off of Black women's pain like a lot of these people on these platforms are doing. Like, they're here just trying to pay their bills off of other Black women pain. And like I said, a lot of them are not even American Negro women. A lot of them are on this platform. They're immigrants and first generation immigrants. Oh, that's good. You got ordained into it. Yeah, and I got my I'm working on my master's. I'm almost done with my master's of divinity. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you're licensed. Okay, that's different from being ordained. Like, I'm looking to ordain women to give them full rights. A licensed minister or pastor don't you won't be able to ordain anybody else. You're just only licensed to do certain things that a pastor can do, but you can't do everything that a pastor can do. It's like you're almost like an assistant to the pastor, basically. But I want to ordain women. I don't want to license them. I want to ordain them to give them the power to do that to others. And the only thing is that they just have to be like, it has to be, yeah, because my ministry is basically, it's called the Queen of Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration. And it's basically to restore God as a woman. Okay. That's what it is. And whoever is going to be ordained through my ministry will be like-minded. They will have to be like-minded. They would have to agree that God is a woman, and their mission, like mine, is to restore her on her throne and make her the way, put her in her rightful place. Yeah, I'm almost done with mine. I'm doing my master thesis. I'm almost done with mine. And then I'm gonna go for my doctorate in divinity. I'm almost done, because I use some of my videos, my earlier videos on the Great Mother, as part of my master thesis, and I'm going to use the rest of it for my dissertation, for my doctorate. Yeah, because it's so much information that it's a lot of information. So I was able to even add more to that. So I didn't even have to even use all the videos, because what I did in the videos was just like, it was not even a fraction of the information. That's why when I go on privately, for our own sacred space, I'm going to go into more detail about the Great Mother videos that I did, and the cosmology, the sun cycles, all of that. Yeah, but yeah. So, oh, okay, you was ordained. Okay. Okay, good, good, good. Oh, the church wouldn't do it. See, yeah. Wow, that's crazy. So you didn't get ordained through the school that you got your divinity degree from? Because the school that I'm going to, is actually a requirement to be ordained in order to receive the master's degree and the doctorate of divinity degree. Inbox me. Email me. I'll give you the information. It's an online school. It's in Canada. It's a Canadian school. Email me. I'll definitely be more than happy to give you that information. I'm putting it in my right now. Okay, yeah, I'll send you the information. So yeah, they actually have two schools, one in Canada, one here in the States. I think it's in Florida. So when I finish with their sister school in Canada with my divinity degree there, I'm gonna do the other school in Florida because they actually have a degree in paranormal psychology and ontology. So yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that too, because I don't want to say I'm a psychic. I'm more like I don't want to say I'm a psychic because I don't I don't talk to dead people. I don't. Well, I do see dead people. Like I see them all around me, walking around all the time. Because you already know your spiritual death is your first death. But I do see dead people, but I don't talk to dead people. Like the people who's been put in the ground, that second death. I don't see dead people like that. Um, Wait, it didn't. Okay, it went through. So I don't want to say that I'm psychic. I'm not clairvoyant. I'm more audio. I forgot there was a word for it. You got clairvoyant because that's people that can see shit. Then those are people that see dead people and talk to dead people. No, I'm not like that. I'm more the other word is audio voyant, some shit like that. That mean I can hear spirits. Those voices in my head are not me being crazy. There are entities actually talking to me. This is why I had to come back and do that video to let people know that they're not married to white people. They're actually married to Jewish people. Becky is a Jew and Karen is white. And Karen is not marrying no Negro males. It's Becky's that are having these Tyrone babies. It's the Jewish women. And like go back to what I said before, because they're not going to be excommunicated from their communities, Jewish women. That's not going to happen. They can take those babies that they have in their interracial relationships and they're going to raise those babies as Jews. Yeah, they're not going to be excommunicated from their communities. But Karen is white. Becky is Jewish. So these Negro males are with Becky. She's Jewish. These Negro females who are with Brad is a Jew passing for white. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, clear audience. That's it. Jada Swirls. Thank you. That's what I am. That's what I am. So I'm clear audience. So the spirits talk to me. I used to argue with them a lot. But I just stopped doing that shit. I just listen and I'm like, okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask the gods for anything because the gods got mad jokes. So I never ask for shit, right? But I think, well, I don't think, but I know that part of the reason why I'm here is because I'm supposed to be giving these messages, even though I do it sometimes in a condescending way because I don't want to be doing that shit. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm like, I have to do that. It's like I'm here contracted to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And yes, they use my lust for food and chocolate chip cookies and good steak and fucking lobster and had me incarnate here on this earth. And I did that condescendingly. But they bribed me. I have a lust for food. Like good food. I have a lust for that. So I was bribed to come back here, chocolate chip cookies, steak, and lobster. Because, when you're in that spirit world, you can't taste anything. There is no taste of anything, right? Like, there isn't, you know. But I don't ask the gods for anything because they got mad jokes and they will fuck your shit up. But they'll give you what you want, but you have to give something up to get it. So I don't really ask for shit. So I'm not into, like doing magic for money and all of that shit. I don't do it. I know one person who did something and they needed some money and they asked for money and they got into a car accident and it was the insurance that paid off that money. But they could have lost their fucking life. They was lucky. All they had to get was physical therapy. And I had to tell them, look, God's got mad jokes. That's why I don't ask for shit. I'm good. For real, into it. They do. So I don't ask them for shit. They got mad fucking jokes. I don't need nothing. I'm good. Like, no, leave me alone. But I used to argue with them a lot because a lot of things they like. One time I was fucking around with these humans and I told them to go ahead and read the Necronomicon, knowing that they didn't know any better. And they got on my ass. I'm telling you, spirits, they got on my ass. They was like, you can't tell these people that shit. They are not responsible like that. You can't, like, that was like a crime what I did. Basically, they told me that was a crime and I needed to give retribution to that shit. That I actually, and they was on my ass so much that I actually had to go back on fucking Facebook and do another post and say what my crime was, which was telling these people that they need to go and read the Necronomicon and conjure up all these ancient ones that don't like them. You know what I'm saying? And I had to let them know what I did, that I wasn't supposed to do it. And I didn't say sorry, but I said I apologize. Because I ain't never sorry. But I did apologize. But so they got off my back for that. But I was arguing with them about that. I was like, and it was like, nah, you can't do that. You gotta let them know. No, you gotta go back. So yeah, the only reason why they stopped that shit is because I did go back and tell people that I was wrong for telling them that they shouldn't be, dabbing in the shit that they ain't got no business dabbing into, right? But yeah, like I used to argue with them a lot. But now I don't even argue with them anymore. When they say that I gotta come out and start talking, then that's what I do. I just have to come out and say it. I don't even argue anymore. That's why I had to come back and say, that they wanted me to actually come back and tell these Negroes, American Negroes, that they're not married to white people, that they're not interracial couples with white people. Is Jewish people that they're interracial couples with. I actually had to come back and say that, because the numbers, the math ain't mathing right. If only 11% of white men and white women are on the census are in interracial relationships, and they didn't even say who they were in interracial relationships were. And I'm guessing 9.9 times out of 10 it ain't a Negro. I'm just guessing that because they didn't even want to break that down. But they said it was only 11%. And you got to remember that when you do the census, like Jewish people are not going to come out and say that they're white to black people who automatically assume that they're white because, those are our gods, right? But on the census, you don't have to say your name or anything. So they will admit on the census who they are. That's why the government knows what neighborhoods are Blackistan, what neighborhoods are white, what neighborhoods are Irish, what neighborhoods are Jewish, right? Because it's on the census. They don't necessarily have to have a name because you don't even have to put your name on the census. You don't even have to do that. I think all you have to do is verify your address. I don't even think you got to put a gender. I think you just put your address, your date of birth. I don't know. I did it last 2 years and I never remember, but It wasn't really that much. I just had to put my address, how many people were in the household, and what we identified as. And on the census, I just put American descendants of slavery. I didn't check the African box, and I didn't check the African American box, and I didn't check the black box. I actually wrote in American descendant of slavery, and I did that because I participate in the political process, right? So that was a part of participating in the political process. I wrote in American descendant of slavery to be counted as that, right? So I'm sure, boy, I tell you. Anyway, the spirits wanted me to come back and say that. So I know a lot of people be on these platforms just saying any fucking thing, but I don't do that. I don't just say any fucking thing. I can't do that. I can't just, because they will get on me if I even did some shit like that, like they did before with the Necronomicon. I can't come on here and just say any fucking thing. So I don't do that. I know a lot of people be on here, boy, and I tell you, they be saying any fucking thing, boy. I tell you, they will say any fucking thing. But no, I don't do that. But okay, wait, I don't know what you're trying to say, Queen. The vice president, that's Kamala Harris, told their I don't know. So I don't know what you're trying to say. The British don't know how to act. I don't know. The British are good. I mean, they're the only European people that think that they're like, out of all the European people, they actually think that they are like, the creme de la creme, and they believe that all other Europeans are like barbarians. But that's just how they always been. The vice president just told the whole nation that they got to get guns because the British don't know how to act. Who said that? Kamala Harris? Boy, I tell you, because the Negroes don't know how to act. Yeah, well, I don't know where the falsehood is in that. Like, they don't even want to. Boy, I tell you, you can't trust anybody who think they shouldn't be giving no kids a McDonald's $2.99 McDonald's Happy Meal. I wouldn't want nobody like that in my circle. Like, no, they don't know how to act. Like, I'm all the way in South Korea and they over here being embarrassing. Like the other Jew guy said to the other Jew guy, "You're a shanda for the goyim." Yeah, they don't know how to act. That's the same thing as being a shanda for the goyim. Boy, I tell you. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, like, there ain't no lie in that. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm back already. I'm back already. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, I'm ready to go again. I was gone for 2 weeks. I just got back. I just got back Wednesday. I'm still trying to get the my equilibrium together with the time day change. That's probably why I'm still up talking. I loved it over there. I can't wait to go back. When they found out that I wasn't African, it was all good. I loved it over there. I can't wait to go back, girl. Oh, I'm used to it. Spicy as fuck. Spicy as fuck. I'm used to that though. You know, that's my black immigrant side. Yeah, I'm used to that. Like hot sauce and everything. That's the South. That's the American South in me too. So I guess I got it from both ways. Cause you know, black Americans in the South, they hot sauce and every damn thing, girl. Boy, I tell you, my youngest was like that. Hot sauce and everything. Rice, eggs, didn't matter. Hot sauce, hot sauce. Boy, I tell you. But yeah, I'm used to the spices. I'm used to that. So yeah, I love their food. I love their food. It's good. It's good. So yeah, yeah. I can't wait to go back. I can't wait to go back. I'll be back there next summer. I'm going back next summer. I actually went with a Korean church. I went there with a Korean church. They minister in several countries, and one of them they minister also here. Um, they have ministries here in America, one in New York. Well, they have one in New York and they're in several locations in New York. I think they also have one in Texas and in California. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of people from the Texas ministry that showed up too. A lot of them. Yeah, I loved it there. I can't wait to go back. No, I didn't have time to do that cuz it was only 2 weeks and I was it was like how you say, the first week I was involved, it was like an international youth ministry where they have the youth from all over the world. They come and they host this thing every year, this Korean ministry, this church. And it was like for a whole week. And so I was just involved with that. And it was just nice to see, you know, youth from all over, you know. It was nice. It was nice. I think next year when I go, well, they did take video and everything, but next year when I go, I'll be prepared because you can't, I didn't really go with anything that I can cover my shoulders with. And you can't go in well, the first week it was the international youth thing. And then the second week, I was like an exchange, foreign exchange person. I stayed with a Korean family. I stayed with a Korean family, but I was too busy like sightseeing other places like the restaurants because you know, like I have a lust for food. You know what I'm saying? So like that was very important to me. The restaurants and the other places, you know, and I didn't you can't go in their temples like dressed like an American, right? You can't do that. It's like disrespectful. You have to have your knees covered and your shoulders covered. So now that I know that, the next time that I go anywhere in Asia, I'm gonna make sure I bring an outfit just to go visit the temple. Like I can go outside, but I won't be allowed inside. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to do. I want to go inside. So I didn't get to really like see any temples where I could like go inside. But yeah, you have to have your knees covered and your yeah, you can't go in there like an American. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have any clothes for that. I didn't have any clothes for that. Oh, really? I haven't been to Europe yet, but I plan to visit that too. I actually want to visit Switzerland, the Netherlands, the Balkans regions. I even want to visit Russia. Oh, really? Wow. In the Catholic churches in Europe. Wow, that's interesting. So now I know that too. Make sure I have like if when I do go to Europe, not if, but I do plan. I want to visit when everything gets cooled down. I do want to visit. So yeah, that's a definite. I'll definitely bring something like that too for there. All right, because I would have never thunk that. I would have never thunk that. Not in Europe. I would have never thunk it. But okay. That's good to know. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, but yeah, these Negroes don't know how to act. Like they wilding out over here in New York. They wilding out over here in New York. They know they don't got no bail. The city council, the Democrats, the liberals, they done took away all the bail so they can commit any crime that they want to do here. It don't matter. It don't matter. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. But not only is like if not only do you need guns, but you need bulletproof vests. So I'm telling you that investment that I made 3 years ago, I don't regret it, right? They got bulletproof hoodies, they got bulletproof backpacks and all of that shit, right? So I invested in that, and I invested in how you say body cams. Because like I said, it's not just enough to know how to protect yourself and walk with a gun and know how to use a gun. You understand what I'm saying? Like really, you like really have to be prepared. Don't be half-assed with it. Go ahead and get the bulletproof shit too. You know, go get the bulletproof stuff. Boy, I tell you, it's a mess out here. I can't wait until boy, I tell you, I can't wait until I'm just done with this shit. I can't wait until I'm just done with this shit. Next week I'm gonna be moving. So I'm gonna be boy, I tell you, I'm gonna be moving out of physically out of Blackistan. My mind was already gone out of Blackistan, but my physical location will no longer be Blackistan. I will be moving to where all the white people that's left in New York City live. I will be going to that borough, and I will be changing my status as a Republican, because when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Because on that borough, all of them are Republican. You know what I'm saying? So, yep. And I won't have to worry about no damn Negroes saying excuse me, Negroes taking up all the space on the sidewalk. Like, oh my God, it's just a mess. You can't even walk down the fucking street without having to go around these mofos. They just standing there taking up fucking space. And I hate that shit. I'm just so disgusted with that shit. Like, why? Boy, I tell you, I'm so glad that I'm gonna be gone, and when I won't have to be like, you know, I won't even have to see them anymore. Not unless I come across the Hudson River. I'm telling you, not unless I have to come across the Hudson River. And even if I do come across the Hudson River, I'm gonna be like in Koreatown or Little Italy or in Chinatown. That's where I'll be at. Okay. I'm not gonna Little Italy. There's a neighborhood in New York near the Flatiron District called Little Italy, and it's right next to Chinatown. They got Chinatown, they got Koreatown. That's where I'll be at when I come across the Hudson River, okay? I'm not gonna be anywhere near black people, and I don't regret it, and I don't regret even saying that shit. I really don't. I don't want to be around them females. I don't want to be around them males. Boy, I tell you, it's a mess. Boy, I tell you. Oh, she said they were gonna Well, she said they were going to take them, and it's because of the behavior of the Negro population. Really, Boy, I tell you. Well, you know what? That's what the Black Women Excellence voted for. I'm sure when she said Negro, she wasn't just talking about the males. I'm sure she was talking about the Negro females that harbor these males. You know, that harbor these males, the same ones they're harboring that keep homiciding their asses. You know what I'm saying? And even when they call police talking about he got a gun, and police see the gun and the dude tell him he got a gun, they still leave and let her black ass get homicided. That happened to that chicken. Boy, I tell you, I think in Pennsylvania, I don't know, but it's a mess. It's a mess because of the Negro pop. Boy, I tell you. So she said she gonna take everyone's guns. because of the Negro population? Well, you know, that's Camilla said she was black. She came and checked the black box, girl. And then you had all these American Negro women talking about, yeah, black woman excellence. Ski wee. Boy, I tell you, what was that? The AKA Howard University call ski weeing and shit. Yeah, we gonna get us a black woman as a child. Boy, I tell you. Do y'all really think Kamala Harris checked that black box? Do y'all really think Kamala Harris checked that black box? Come on, and boy, and she was acting when she was like in the debate talking about, how can you say that, Joe Biden? I was one of those black girls that had to go to a segregated school. She's a liar because she lived in an affluent neighborhood right here in New York and went to an affluent school that there were no Negroes at. You better believe it. Liar. But she put on that app for y'all. And y'all was like, yeah, black woman, excellent. Because like I said, y'all can't, like anybody could come over here and be black. Like this, my biracial family don't want y'all calling them black. They biracial. So they don't even want y'all calling them black. Stop it. Stop it. Well, she was eating fried chicken on camera. Damn. Boy, I tell you. Look, and these Negro women, yeah, ski wee, black woman excellence, but look, stop it. That's why, boy, I tell you, y'all talking about black femicide. Listen, there are American Negro women that's being homicided. So you got to be specific when you say you want to make these black women that's being homicided a protective class. You have to be specific. That's how you participate in the political process. Just be specific on who you trying to protect. Because I'm telling you, ain't no immigrant black women coming over here feeling in fear because they're not messing with black American males. They're just not doing it. They're not messing with black American males. They are not doing it. They're not messing with black American males. And they come here and they're protected by their own communities, right? They're not messing with black American males. So they're not being homicided by them. You know, but you got to be specific. You got to be specific. So I don't know. Yeah, like, yeah. Yes, Jada Swirl, stop including biracial women. Like, they're not black. They don't want to be identified. They all over TikTok saying that. I love me some TikTok. I get hooked to that shit, but they all over TikTok saying that they're not black and they don't appreciate black people calling them black. They not black. Why people mad that they don't identify as black? It's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's like literally okay. Yeah, they do. They undermine them. That's why white people was ready for them to come on the front line for abortion. They came on the front line for gay, lesbian, LGBT rights, and here you got these gay, lesbian, LGBT people imitating them, making fun of them, white ones and the black ones, imitating the black women, making fun of them. The whole YouTube channel based on making fun of black women and imitating them and making fun of them with all of their stereotypes. Boy, I tell you, yeah, but black women fought for their rights. They was on the front line marching for them for other men to suck dick and take dick and whatever they want to do with a dick. You know what I'm saying? They was on the front line for that shit. And that's why you had that other dude, that Jewish dude that made that disgusting video where he actually went to a town hall meeting dressed as a dashiki and a head wrap scarf and portrayed his behavior like a stereotypical black woman, talking about, I get raped all the time. It's my vagina. If I want to get an abortion, I can get an abortion. for abortion rights. Yeah, it was supposed to be black women in the front line for that. And I've seen some videos where they had black women in the front line for that. And I'm like, they're not gonna learn. They're not gonna learn. They should, but boy, I tell you, yeah, front line, crazy. Yes, of course. Yes, Jada Swirls. The biracial women are protected by their white mothers. They are. Or they Jewish mothers. But they're protected. I don't think the biracial women are that much protected by the black males though. Because the black males are out here just homiciding them too. They out here homiciding them too. They homiciding them, and it's because they're probably used to thinking that they should be privileged to, but they out here homiciding them women too. The replacement women are taking over women's sports. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. They helped them do it. They helped them, I just wanted to crack up laughing. What's her name? That gospel singer. Um Jesus, what's that gospel singer name? It was the black gospel singer who said that transgenders are not women, and now she's being blacklisted from everybody because she said that transgenders are not women. Oh, she's homophobic. She's a bad person. What's her name? Something May, the gospel singer. Damn, I forgot. Something May something. I don't know, the gospel singer. And now everybody's down on her throat because she doesn't support them as women. And I actually read something from a black person who considers themselves, a transgender, who was actually like saying, well, thank you, Macy Gray, Jada Swirls, Macy Gray. And I was reading some article somebody posted on my shit about yeah, she just said that they're not women. And it was somebody rebutting a black person who is a transgender and African. At that, I could tell by the surname, it was the African name, right? And they rebuttal was disgusting. And then try to put themselves in, well, black women are the most disrespected and less protected. So how dare her say that I am not a woman. Boy, I tell you. I just can't, boy. I can't even say what I want to say. The hard F words, you know what I'm saying? But boy, I can't with them people. I can't with them people. Yeah, I believe she do sing God. I believe she was a gospel singer. I could be wrong, but I believe Macy Gray was a gospel singer. I know she been in. I know she been in the business for a long ass mofo time, like decades. Like decades. Yeah, Jada Swirls. They want to rest in their femininity. They want to rest in their femininity. Okay, that's what they want to do. They want to rest in their femininity. Because like, what else can you do when you subjugated? What else are you gonna do? You don't want black women to rest in their femininity. You know what I'm saying? So you'll do it. Like, what can they do? They are oppressed though, Jada Swirls. They are oppressed. They like the American Negro, male and female, are a permanent bottom class in this country. In America, the American male and female are a permanent bottom caste. and everybody can come over here to this country and use them as a doormat to step on, and their shoulders to stand on to get every fucking thing that they need for them and theirs. And that's just real fucking talk. And I can't reiterate that enough. I can't reiterate that enough. Cause I'm speaking from experience. Look, half of my I'm ethnically, culturally mixed. I'm bi-ethnic. You know what I'm saying? I'm bi-ethnic up in here. I can't stress that enough. I cannot stress that enough. They are the bottom class here. Okay. As a matter of fact, when they come over here on the banana boat, they're told through immigration not to even, don't even associate and integrate yourselves with the American Negro male and female. That's what they're told. That's what they're told when they come up. The black immigrants, not the white ones or the European ones. The black immigrants are told by immigration, when they go through immigration to get here, because that's what you have to do. You got to go through immigration. They are told not to interact with the American Negro. That's what they're told. And the black immigrants that come over here, for the most part, that's what they do. They don't interact with the American Negro because basically that makes them white, or that makes them how you say, they're nigger now. Now they're nigger. You know, like the white dude who lived in upstate New York, who traveled 300 miles just to go shoot up black women in a grocery store. And one of the 911 operators from that case is being sued because when one of the black cashiers called the woman, of course, she called 911 and she had to whisper because the dude was still in there with his AR or AK or whatever he had. She was whispering, and the fucking the white 911 operator hung up on her, told her to stop fucking playing around, and hung up on her. So that person is being sued over that. But yeah, like, took her as a joke. Like, bitch, what you whispering for? Like, boy, I tell you. But yeah, just like the white dude had to go all the way over 300 miles just to shoot him up some American Negro women in the grocery store, you know, I guess to take it out on them for giving birth to these males, right? So in his town, in his inbred town, with the population of only 5,000 people, that population never grows. That's how you know it's inbred, when that population never grows, right? And that town is only 5,000 people. And out of that 5,000 people, only 50 fucking people are black. And I'm not even sure if the biracial people identified as black, but it's only fucking 50 of them. Yes, 48, 49, 50 black people in his town. Now, those are his niggas, because if they wasn't, he would have shot them up instead of going 300 miles across to go shoot up some American Negroes. He wouldn't have drove 300 miles for that, because those aren't his niggas. The 50 that live in his town, those are his niggas. So basically, what I'm trying to say is the black immigrants that come over here, they become white America's niggas. You get what I'm saying? And when they become white America's niggas, they get more privilege. They get more privilege than the American Negro, you know, that's been here since slavery, since they've been enslaved, brought over here, kidnapped, and brought over here as slaves. They get more privilege than them. You understand what I'm saying? But we live in a victim culture. I don't know, because I've never been weak and oppressed, and I don't know if that's because of my immigrant side, or if that's because I stand in my goddesshood and my goddess power, right? So, you know, I've never been weak and oppressed, and that's analogous to saying a strong black woman that people are trying to demonize and make it seem like, it's a bad thing, but again, I'm gonna get into that, but I stand in my goddesshood. So, and then I don't know if it's because, but I've never been a victim. I've always been a survivor. I've been a survivor, right? But it's a shame that, because life is not about surviving. Life is like really about living. It's not about surviving. And when you have to be in survival mode, then you're not really living. You're just existing, basically. When you're in survival mode, you're just existing. So I don't know who wants to be a victim, but all people got to do is just participate in the political process. Because all I'm saying is that when immigrant black people come over here, they become white America's nigga, and basically that means that they're gonna be bypassed, and they're gonna be bypassed when they're gonna pretty much be bypassed when they looking to have a picnic. When white America is looking to have a picnic, black immigrants are pretty much going to be bypassed, unless it's a situation like I think that was in Texas, with that white police officer lady who shot that black dude in his own apartment. I don't mean to laugh, but he was an immigrant. He was a black immigrant. He wasn't even America. So unless it's a case like that, something like that, they get a pass. But for the most part, they will bypass a black immigrant to have a picnic with an American Negro. Yeah, this is the Twilight Zone. This is the Twilight Zone, definitely. But it's just real. It's just real. American Negroes are a permanent bottom class. There's no victim about it. It's systematic. It's in the system. They are a bottom permanent class. That includes the male and the female. I don't care how much more education the female has. Look, like she has to go and get a white man to pull herself out of that. You know what I'm saying? And even still, it's not even a white man. It's a Jewish dude who's passing for white. Thank you. Amber Geyer, her. Yeah, she shot that dude in his own apartment. He was an immigrant. He wasn't American. He was an immigrant. That's why his mother and that's why his brother lied and hugged her. Well, I don't know if he lied, but he hugged the cop. He went on there with all of this God forgiveness stuff, testified with God forgiveness. The mother did the same thing because they thought they was going to be able to win some money from that. Because, normally when American black male get picnicked by white America, whether it's police or not, when it happens to a black American male, the mother gets paid out, right? The mother gets paid out if it happens to her. Like the dude who was like, well, I don't even want to talk about that because, I think that was, I'm not even going to talk about that because I'm in New York. I'd rather do that in private, right? But it's like when American black dude get homicided by white America, when he get picnicked by them, the mother gets paid out. The mother will get paid out. She'll get millions of dollars for her son's death, right? I haven't seen that happen yet when a black woman get homicided by police, like old girl from Texas and old girl from Kentucky. They got homicided by police, but I haven't, and they are American Negro women. I haven't seen their families get paid millions of dollars. The only reason why that light-skinned girl, I can't remember her name, who was into all of that more stuff, who got homicided when the police raided and homicided her, and then homicide and almost homicided her son that was there. I don't remember her name. Y'all remember that light-skinned girl who and the baby daddy ran out, picked up his daughter, their child that they had together was his daughter, and he ran out and left her for dead. Boy, I tell you, y'all better leave these men alone. I don't care what color they are. Y'all better leave them alone. Leave them alone. Get your shit together. Get your mind right. Because if you ain't got peace of mind, you ain't got shit. I don't give a fuck how much money you make. I don't give a fuck how many degrees you got. I don't give a fuck what kind of car you drive. I don't care what kind of fucking house you sitting in. Bitch, if you ain't got fucking peace of mind, you ain't got shit. Okay? Get your mind right. Get your mind right. That's what I got. I got peace of mind. It can't nobody look, boy. I tell you. Corinne Gaines, thank you. That's her name. That's her name. Okay, so Breonna Taylor's family got paid. Okay, that's good for her. That's good for her. Because I did see people out there protesting. But I can't remember about the other woman that was in Texas that got she was in Texas. I think she was there for a teaching job, and she got pulled over by police. They put her in jail. Then they gave some mugshot saying that was her mugshot, but you could look at that picture and tell she was already dead when they took that picture. And they said that she hung herself in the jail cell, that she had mental issue problems, that she had crazy problems, and she just homicided her own self. You know, I can't remember her name, but she was from Texas. Corinne Gaines, yeah. Her family got paid. And I remember even on her videos, she was saying, Sandra Bland, thank you, Queen. Thank you. Sandra Bland. Yes. Yes. I remember Corinne Gaines and all of her Black Power videos, you know, she was saying her family wasn't shit. That's what she said. That girl, I remember that she was talking about her family, same way I was talking about my American side of the family. She was saying they wasn't shit. They wasn't trying to help her. They didn't give a fuck about what was going on, blah, 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 blah. And they got paid after she died. And I believe the only reason why, and when you see them, they all look Blackistani. When you see her family that didn't even really care, but the only reason why they got paid was because of Talcum X. Yeah, she was pro-black male. She was. And that's why the dude ran out and left her ass there to get homicided by police while she was trying to protect him. But her family got paid because of that white dude. I call him Talcum X. The white dude who be trying to say that he black, but he really white. He probably even Jewish. He probably not even white. He probably Jewish. I call him Talcum X. I don't even know his real name. I forget because I be calling him Talcum X. I call him Talcum X. I can't remember the dude who always do the crowd fund me's and be like, yeah, a black person got shot. A black person this, that. Well, anyway, he was very vocal. She was actually in touch with him. Before she got homicided, she was actually in touch with him he was posting on his Facebook, everything. I can't remember this dude's name. I call him Talcum X. Damn, I forget his name, but I can't remember his name. Sean King. Thank you, Queen. He probably Jewish. Jada Swirl said that he a whole white man. Yeah, he is, but I think at one point he was identifying himself as black. Like he was saying he would. I think even Yvette Cornell said something. She called him out for that too, because the dude ain't black. I don't know if he white. I'm thinking he probably Jewish. I'm thinking he Jewish, Sean King. I don't even think he white. I think he Jewish. But yeah, he be out here crowdfunding, getting paid from all of these black people deaths, just like the Black Lives Matter crew. That's why I think he Jewish, because like they about money. They about their coins, Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I probably can't say that on here, but it was a reason why they was always kicked out of European countries. And a lot of times it had to do with their ruthlessness for the coins, right? He said his dad was black, but he never met his child. Boy, I tell you. You know what? Boy, I tell you. Yeah. He biracial. If his dad black, he biracial. And I still think he's Jewish. I think his mother Jewish, But boy, I tell you. Boy, I tell you, that's a damn shame. But Corinne Gaines was even saying that her family wasn't shit. She was saying that, and he was like in touch with her, and everything. He was posting up her videos and everything. She was in touch with him. This is before she got homicided. And then after she got homicided, he went on that bandwagon so her family could get paid. But like I said, it's American Negro family still. The dude Amber homicided in his own apartment, who was, I believe, from a Caribbean country, and everybody got disgusted when she went and hugged the cop that homicided her son, and the brother was like, "Can I give you a hug?" That because they thought they was gonna get paid. That's why they did that. They like literally thought they was gonna get paid. And guess what? When they filed that civil lawsuit, they lost. They lost that shit. They had to go back to their country because they was only here for the trial. They didn't even live here. And he was only here, I think, through church and through a job. He was just like a resident. He had a visa or something. He wasn't even a resident. He like had a visa. He was here through a job that brought him here. So, when you're a foreigner, you can get I think they call it a H-1 visa or something like that. So you could work here in this country, but that don't mean that you permanent resident or temporary resident. You have to have that visa. But yeah, they thought they was going to get that money. And I believe that's why they did that disgusting act, hugging her, talking about, yeah, we forgive you. And a lot of people got mad, but a lot of the black people who got mad didn't realize that they wasn't even American, that they were from the Caribbean country, and they just thought, well, they son got homicided in America by Popo. Jackpot. You know what I'm saying? Jackpot. We about to get paid, y'all. We're about to get millions of dollars. Well, I tell you, I don't mean to laugh, but y'all, it is what the fuck it is. It just is what it is, yo. But they didn't even get that money. They lost that one. They didn't even get that money, and there's no opportunity for appeal. And now I heard that even Amber was trying to get a lesser sentence than she already got. Oh, it was denied? Okay. So they denied it. But she didn't even get a lot of time. It's not like she got life imprisonment without parole. What did she get? Like 5 years? 10 years? Like, she'll be out on good behavior. And plus, she's a former cop. She's going to get special treatment in jail. She's going to be treated like, I know the Aryans are gonna treat her like, she's the queen. She's the queen mother. She done homicided one of them. You know what I'm saying? So she good. Like, I know her commissary and everything. I know she comfortable. Yeah, that's all she gonna get for homiciding somebody. Look at that, 5 years. Yeah, but it don't matter if she killed them. Like, she only got 5 years for doing that. Like, black life isn't worth anything. She got 5 years, and she tried to get lesser time than that, 5 years is nothing for homiciding anybody. They paid her toll. Look, boy, I tell you, 5 years is nothing for homiciding anybody. Plus, she's a cop, so she's gonna get. She's good. Them 5 years, she's gonna do that. Them 5 years are almost up. Queen, them 5 years are almost up. She gonna be out. She gonna be out, and she gonna be good. Don't think because she got a felony, a homicide on her record, that she's not going to be able to get a job and feed her family. Oh yeah, she's still going to be able to eat. She's eating very well now in prison. I know her commissary is full. I know she gets whatever she wants. She gets whatever she wants. Yeah, she only got like what she gets whatever she doing them 5 years easy. Girl, I'm telling you, it's nothing for her. She getting special treatment. Ain't none of them women in prison gonna mess with her. Nobody. Okay? Nobody's gonna mess with her. Even if she can't get it removed from her record, it don't matter. She's white. It don't matter. Only black people can fucking get felonies and have their life destroyed because of that. And it's not just the males. I saw this video that somebody put on YouTube about some black woman in Texas who was wrongfully arrested for shoplifting, I think in Target. She was in Target and they got a picture of a black woman on camera that looks like her, because you know we all look alike, right? Whether we're in person or we're in real life, we all look alike to them in person and on CCTV. So the person on CCTV looked just like her. They came to the house, police came to the house, arrested her, didn't ask no questions, arrested her, put her children in foster care or whatever. She's a hair designer or a hairdresser. She had a hair shop. So what? She had I won't say it's a business, you know, a hobby, because in America, if you're black, you can't really have no business. It's just a hobby because you don't have legislation to protect you as a protected class and to protect you and your business. So it's basically a hobby that you're like just struggling on. But anyway, she has a hair shop. They arrested her, mistaking her for another woman that shoplift. So after she went through all of this trouble, arrested, got a felony on her record and everything, she eventually proved that it couldn't have been her because she was actually in the hospital giving birth or from a C-section or some shit. She was in a hospital when this crime was taking place on CCTV camera, right? She was in a hospital, so she had proof, right? But even with all of that, the state won't expunge her record. Now she's blaming Target, but I'm telling you, it's like y'all need to get a political education. It's not Target that decides whether or not to expunge her record as a felony. It's the fucking government that she lives in, her locality, that she's supposed to be voting in and participating in a political process. But on the YouTube video, or it's a TikTok video that somebody put on YouTube, she's saying that Target won't get rid of her felony. I'm telling y'all, it's not Target. It's the government it's the government that stuck that charge on her, imprisoned her. That's who she should be fucking suing. That's who she should be fucking suing. But she's like asking people to sign a petition and not shop in Target. Fuck that. I'm shopping in Target. You know what I'm saying? I may not go in there in person. I may shop online, but fuck it. Like, you know, I'm not doing that shit. Like, you need to participate in the political process, and you need to fucking get with your local government, the police that arrested you, the judge that refuses to, because it's the judge that have to do that refuses to fucking expunge your record and take that felony off of your case, is not fucking Target. It's not fucking Target. It's the fucking government. Well, I tell you, but this girl on here begging for people to sign a fucking petition. And I done told y'all that them petitions don't work. If you got motherfuckers that don't even fucking vote or register to vote to sign them a fucking petition, that's not going to do anything but, give the government more people to target, basically. You know what I'm saying? Because when you don't participate in the political process and you don't vote or you're not registered, they can fuck with you and it won't matter. It really won't matter. So you're just basically giving the government names. Like you're putting people on the list, on the target list, literally, because these people don't vote. They don't participate in a political process, but yet you thinking that them signing a petition is going to help. It's not. It's not going to help, especially if they're not active voters. And I told y'all about that in my other lives, how that shit work with these damn petitions. I told y'all how it works. Boy, I tell you. So she want people to sign petition and not shop in Target and boycott Target because now she got this felony on her record. And because this felony on her record, she can't get housing. Nobody is going to rent her an apartment for her and her children. Now, I don't think she's worried about the job because she still has a hair shop. She does hair, right? But now her problem is if she was looking for a job, she probably wouldn't be able to get it either because she got a felony. But she can't get housing. She can't get no apartment. She can't move anywhere. Nobody is going to rent to her because she got that felony on her. And she's not even a criminal. She was in a hospital, but it doesn't matter, Queen. Even if Amber Gray Gaia or whatever her name is, even if Amber couldn't get that removed from her record, it don't matter. She's a white woman. Nobody is gonna deny her any food. Nobody's gonna deny her McDonald's. Okay. Nobody is gonna deny her right to be able to make a paycheck so she can feed herself McDonald's, like for real. Nobody's gonna do that. Even if this bitch had 20 fucking felonies on her motherfucking record. I'm telling you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That could stay there. That'll be like her badge, really. Like she homicided a Negro, word, and only got 5 years for it. They'll be, congratulating her in private. Of course, you ain't gonna see that on CCTV because they don't have those cameras in the interview room when they interview people for jobs. She's gonna get all types of pats on her back. She's gonna get all types of handshakes. Ain't nobody gonna worry. Ain't no white person gonna worry about hiring her in their establishment. You know what I'm saying? They'll know that she'll do whatever it takes to protect their establishment, especially from some Negroes. Okay? Please. That girl ain't gonna be not denied shit. She ain't gonna be denied shit. Ain't nobody gonna deny her housing. Ain't nobody gonna deny her a job. Period. She gonna get out and be able to buy her that McDonald's. She's still gonna have commissary money when she get out of jail. They gonna have to give her that commissary money. Please. That woman white. It's the law is not the same for everybody here. It's not the same for everybody here. The law is not this. The law does not work the same way for everybody here. It just don't. It just don't. And that's not even speaking like a victim. That is what it fucking is. The laws doesn't work here that way for everybody. If I had a felony on my record, you think anybody would give a fuck about my black children and give a fuck about whether I could eat or feed them or not? No, they won't care. They won't care. They don't care. The laws are not the same for me. Well, I'm just putting myself in an American Negro shoes, but shit, on my immigrant side, that's a different story. I get a whole lot of privileges that the American Negro just don't get. Like, they don't get those fucking privileges. They just don't. They just don't get them. And you got people coming over here, like I said, especially black immigrants, standing on their shoulders, standing on the shoulders of their ancestors, using them as doormats, checking the black box and getting all them benefits. And then the white America can make them these are our niggas, and then they can say, look, see, we're not racist. We have black people working for us. I'm diversified. I have black people working for us. But they don't tell you that those black people were immigrant like my father and my grandmother. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that they were immigrants from Africa, that they're immigrants from Latin America, that they're immigrants from the Caribbean. They don't tell you that. They just say, see, we're not racist. We got black people working for us. We diversify. But they know that them black immigrants are gonna come over here and play the game. They're gonna come over here and play the game, and they're gonna be white America's nigga, and they're gonna be treated as such. They're gonna be treated as such. They're gonna get special privileges. Like I said, look, I'm not look, it is what it is. I'm they nigga. That's why I'm able to move physically out of Blackistan. Okay. Shit. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. And yeah, it's just crazy. But the laws don't work the same way for everybody. So it's not, look, it's a whole lot. It's laws, then you got to have social capital. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. American Negro, male and female, are the bottom permanent caste in America. They are the bottom permanent caste, and they are kept there for a reason. They're kept there for a reason. And they are the real sleeping giants. Like, I know y'all heard the term sleeping giants. They are the real sleeping giants. The American Negro. They are the sleeping giants for real. It's them. It's them. They are the sleeping giants. And it's a reason why they're kept that way. You understand? Because boy, I can't even get into it. It's the reason why they're kept that way. It's the reason why they're kept the permanent bottom class. So, whatever anybody want to say about the American Negro male, the American Negro female is attached to them by default. Just like I'm attached to black by default. So when I go to another country, because of everybody's strong dislike for the African, when they interact with me, they're going to interact with me based on the premise that I'm an African until I open up my mouth. And then that's the only time I'm actually American, is not when I'm here, but when I'm in another country, right? So at that time, they'll know that, oh, she's not like them Negroes over there. She's American. That's when I'm in a foreign country. I'm American. But when I'm here in America, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not like them Negroes over there, which means I'm not like them Americans over there. And I hate to say it, but it is what it is. It just is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm telling you that Americans are the bottom class, but they are also the real sleeping giants. And it's that way for a reason. That's why you can have so many people on this media platform that are black, but are not American black. They are not American Negro. And they come over here, they get on these platforms, they are immigrant blacks, and they use that. They use that same thing that they use when they come over here, and they step on them as doormats and stand on their shoulders and the shoulders of their ancestors to make a way in white America. They doing the same thing on fucking social media. you know, and some of their favorite YouTubers are not even fucking American. Like for real. But I'm not gonna start that here. But let me get off because I've been on for like 8 hours. I can't even believe I didn't get shut down yet. But into it, Jada Swirls and I think, well, Healing Arts already know, but because I think one of you asked when I get the private together so we can have our private discussions and stuff. I'm gonna do that like once I have the 501c3, I'm definitely gonna let everybody know. Because I am still working on the website, but the main thing now for me is just to get the 501c3 going, so that I will be able to maintain the ministry. And like I said, I want to do that because I'm not like getting donations so I can pay my bills and feed my children McDonald's, even though they grown, you know, and they don't even eat McDonald's. But y'all know what I'm saying. Like, I'm not doing it like to pay my bills, right? But anyway, I definitely am going to do it. We'll get that 501c3 and it'll be coming through soon. And then once that's on, we going live in our private safe space for us, and can discuss everything that we feel without, you know, without the distractions, you know. So it'll be a safe space. It'll be a safe private space. But yeah, I'll definitely let y'all know. Hopefully that'll be really soon. But I'm not gonna come back and do another live. Because I'm trying to finish up my thesis for my master's, because I want to get started on my doctorate, really. And so I'm gonna be doing that while I'm moving. And I hate moving, but oh my God, I hate moving. But I'll be moving next week. First of the month, I'll be moving. And I got a lot of stuff, but I think I'm gonna give most of it away. I don't even think I'm gonna take everything with me. I hate moving that much. I'm just gonna like start fresh. I don't even think I'm gonna take everything with me. I think I'm gonna give most of that shit away, including my wardrobe. I'm gonna just like start new, like a new life. You know what I'm saying? But I have to move, and then I'm still working on my master thesis for my master in my divinity masters. So I'm still trying to finish that up. So I'm not going to come back and do another live. Hopefully when I come back, I'll be able to announce the safe space, the website, and the 501(c)(3) certificate verification from the IRS. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't play. So I ain't even trying to play with them people, right? But hopefully we'll be able to do that. So I'm not going to come back with another live. Just like look at all my old lives and all the old videos that I've done, because it's so much information in there. It's a lot of information, and still even some that's not even in there. It's, yeah, but we're gonna get to all of that, you know. It's coming along slowly, but it's still progress nonetheless. So slow progress is still progress, and it's still a good thing, right? Thanks, Jada Swirls. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yes, into it. I can't wait. You know, we're definitely gonna have a safe space. I'm definitely gonna make that possible. So yeah. And I'm excited about that too. I am really, really excited about that. So yeah, but you know, the government is slow. So, you know, even though I have people like consultants that know how to do the paperwork, because it's like a book, the application for that is, oh my God, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I needed to get a consultant to do that for me. You know what I'm saying? Because that is crazy. It's like 20 pages. And yeah, so I had somebody just get that together for me, and all I got to do is just give, all of my validated government certificate, corporation, all of that stuff. So yeah, Queen, you got to catch the playback, because I came on here to say what Spirit told me to say about interracial relationships within the so-called Black community, where they swearing up and down they married and interracially dating white people, and they're not. The spirits told me to tell them that they're Jewish, that these people are, they're not white, because the math ain't mathing right on the census. Because white people said they ain't doing that shit, okay? But anyway, um yeah, just catch the playback. Damn, I've been on here a long time. I gotta go do my damn Kiat Judai right now. That's what I'm gonna do, about 20 minutes of that. So yeah, y'all. Hopefully really soon I can be back with that. But in the meantime, please stay safe out here. Just remember, you ain't in competition with nobody. The only person that you got to be better than is the person that you were yesterday. And today I am actually better than the person that I was yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Because yesterday I wasn't really shit. But today I'm a lot better than I was yesterday. Okay. Because yesterday, boy, I'll tell you, I was just really fucking moody. I just, my patience was short and everything. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. So yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with me, coming back here to the States, after leaving a country that I loved so much and I enjoyed being, and coming back to this like, oh my God. Oh, it's like coming back to the crypt, It's like coming back to the crypt, like Tales of the Crypt, like a crypt, like, it's like that. It's that, and then the time change, the zone, because they're like 12. Well, right now in South Korea right now it's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And where I'm at in New York City, it's 11 o'clock in the evening. So that equilibrium getting changed again with the time zone, and then having to come back here, that really made me moody as fuck. It really did. So yeah, I wasn't really a nice person yesterday, but today I'm much better than I was yesterday. So today I'm a better person than I was yesterday, because yesterday I wasn't nice to anybody. Okay. I just wasn't. But just even still, I'm not in competition with anybody, and you aren't either. Just know that the only competition is yourself. Just be better than the person that you was yesterday. That's the only person you got to be better than. Fuck everybody else. Fuck what everybody else is doing. Just you take your time and evolve, and keep hope alive, because hope is nothing but an acronym for helping other people evolve, right? And that's what hope is, helping other people evolve. So keep evolving, and just be better than the person you was yesterday. Thanks, strong and humble. I talk to everybody later. In the meantime, just stay safe. Please stay safe out here. Just stay safe, and just keep evolving. Okay. And love all of y'all. So later.